The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 5, The Third Estate, Chapter 1, Inertia. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dan. Book 5, Chapter 1, Inertia. That exasperated France in this same National Assembly of hers has got something, nay, something great, momentous, indispensable, cannot be doubted. Yet still the question were, specially what? A question hard to solve even for calm onlookers at this distance, wholly insoluble to actors in the middle of it. The States General, created and conflated by the passionate effort of the whole nation, is there as a thing high and lifted up. Hope, jubilating, cries aloud that it will prove a miraculous brazen serpent in the wilderness, whereon whosoever looks with faith and obedience shall be healed of all woes and serpent bites. We may answer, it will at least prove a symbolic banner, round which the exasperating, complaining 25 millions, otherwise isolated and without power, may rally and work what it is them to work. If battle must be the work, as one cannot help expecting, then shall it be a battle banner, say an Italian gonfalon with its old republican carroccio, and shall tower up, car-borne, shining in the wind, and with iron tongue peal forth many a signal. A thing of prime necessity, which whether in the van or in the centre, whether leading or led and driven, must do the fighting multitude incalculable services, for a season, while it floats in the very front, nay, as it were, stands solitary there, waiting whether force will gather round it, this same national carroccio, and the signal peals it rings, are a main object with us. The omen of the slouch hats clapped on shows the Commons deputies to have made up their minds on one thing, that neither noblesse nor clergy shall have precedence of them, hardly even majesty itself. To such length has the contrat social and force of public opinion carried us. For what is majesty but the delegate of the nation, delegated and bargained with, even rather tightly, in some very singular posture of affairs which Jean-Jacques has not fixed the date of? Coming therefore into their hall on the morrow, an inorganic mass of 600 individuals, these Commons deputies perceive, without terror, that they have it all to themselves. Their hall is also the grand or general hall for all the three orders, but the noblesse and clergy, it would seem, have retired to their two separate apartments or halls, and are there verifying their powers, not in a conjoint, but in a separate capacity. They are to continue two separate, perhaps separately voting orders then? It is as if both noblesse and clergy had silently taken for granted that they already were such, two orders against one, and so the third order to be left in a perpetual minority? Much may remain unfixed, but the negative of that is a thing fixed in the slouch-hatted heads in the French nation's head. Double representation and all else hitherto gained were otherwise futile, null. Doubtless the powers must be verified, doubtless the commission, the electoral documents of your deputy must be inspected by his brother deputies and found valid. It is the preliminary of all. Neither is this question of doing it separately or doing it conjointly a vital one. But if it lead to such, it must be resisted. Wise was that maxim, resist the beginnings. Nay, were resistance unadvisable, even dangerous, yet surely pause is very natural. Pause, with 25 millions behind you, may become resistance enough. The inorganic mass of Commons deputies will restrict itself to a system of inertia, and for the present remain inorganic. Such method, recommendable alike to sagacity and to timidity, do the Commons deputies adopt, and not without adroitness and with ever more tenacity they persist in it day after day, week after week. For 6 weeks their history is of the kind named barren, which indeed, as philosophy knows, is often the fruitfulest of all. These were their still creation days, wherein they sat incubating. In fact, what they did was to do nothing in a judicious manner. Daily, the inorganic body reassembles, regrets that they cannot get organisation, verification of powers in common, and begin regenerating France. Headlong motions may be made, but let such be repressed. Inertia alone is at once unpunishable and unconquerable. Cunning must be met by cunning, proud pretension by inertia, by a low tone of patriotic sorrow, low but incurable, unalterable. Wise as serpents, harmless as doves, what a spectacle for France! 600 inorganic individuals, essential to its regeneration and salvation, sit there on their elliptic benches, longing passionately towards life, in painful durance, like souls waiting to be born. Speeches are spoken, eloquent, audible within doors and without. Mind agitates itself against mind. The nation looks on with ever deeper interest. Thus do the Commons' deputies sit incubating. There are private conclaves, supper parties, consultations, Breton Club, Club of Viroflay, germs of many clubs. Wholly an element of confused noise, dimness, angry heat, wherein, however, the Eros egg, kept at the fit temperature, may hover safe, unbroken, till it be hatched. In your Mouniers, Malouets, Le Chapeliers, in science sufficient for that, fervour in your Barnaves, Rabault. At times shall come an inspiration from royal Mirabeau. He is nowise yet recognised as royal, nay, he was groaned at when his name was first mentioned, but he is struggling towards recognition. In the course of the week, the Commons, having called their eldest to the chair and furnished him with the young, stronger-lunged assistants, can speak articulately, and in audible, lamentable words declare, as we said, that they are an inorganic body longing to become organic. Letters arrive, but an inorganic body cannot open letters. They lie on the table unopened. The eldest may at most procure for himself some kind of list or muster roll to take the votes by and wait what will betide. Noblesse and clergy are all elsewhere. However, an eager public crowds all galleries and vacancies, which is some comfort. With effort, it is determined, not that a deputation shall be sent, for how can an inorganic body send deputations, but that certain individual Commons members shall, in an accidental way, stroll into the clergy chamber and then into the noblesse one, and mention there, as a thing they have happened to observe, that the Commons seem to be sitting waiting for them in order to verify their powers. That is the wiser method. The clergy, among whom are such a multitude of undignified, of mere commons in curates' frocks, depute instant respectful answer that they are, and will now more than ever be, in deepest study as to that very matter. Contrariwise, the noblesse, in cavalier attitude, reply, after 4 days, that they, for their part, are all verified and constituted, which they had trusted the Commons also were. Such separate verification being clearly the proper constitutional wisdom of ancestors' method, as they, the noblesse, will have much pleasure in demonstrating by a commission of their number, if the Commons will meet them, commission against commission. Directly in the rear of which comes a deputation of clergy, reiterating in their insidious conciliatory way the same proposal. Here then is a complexity. What will wise Commons say to this? Warily, inertly, the wise Commons, considering that they are, if not a French third estate, at least an aggregate of individuals pretending to some title of that kind, determine, after talking on it 5 days, to name such a commission, though, as it were, with proviso not to be convinced. A 6th day is taken up in naming it, a 7th and an 8th day in getting the forms of meeting, place, hour, and the like settled, so that it is not till the evening of the 23rd of May that Noblesse Commission first meets Commons Commission, clergy acting as conciliators, and begins the impossible task of convincing it. One other meeting on the 25th will suffice. The Commons are inconvincible, the noblesse and clergy irrefragably convincing. The commissions retire, each order persisting in its first pretensions. Thus have 3 weeks passed. For 3 weeks, the third estate Carroccio, with far-seeing gonfalon, has stood stock still, flouting the wind, waiting what force would gather round it. Fancy can conceive the feeling of the court, and how counsel met counsel, the loud-sounding inanity whirled in that distracted vortex where wisdom could not dwell. Your cunningly devised taxing machine has been got together, set up with incredible labour, and stands there, its 3 pieces in contact, its 2 flywheels of noblesse and clergy, its huge working wheel of tiers état. The 2 flywheels whirl in the softest manner, but prodigious to look upon, the huge working wheel hangs motionless, refuses to stir. The cunningest engineers are at fault. How will it work when it does begin? Fearfully, my friends, and to many purposes. But to gather taxes or grind court meal, one may apprehend never. Could we but have continued gathering taxes by hand! Messeigneurs d'Artois, Conti, Condé, named Court Triumvirate, they of the anti-democratic Memoire au Roi, has not their foreboding proved true? They may wave reproachfully their high heads, they may beat their poor brains, but the cunningest engineers can do nothing. Necker himself, were he even listened to, begins to look blue. The only thing one sees advisable is to bring up soldiers. New regiments, too, and a battalion of a 3rd have already reached Paris. Others shall get in March. Good were it, in all circumstances, to have troops within reach. Good that the command were in sure hands. Let Broglie be appointed, old Marshal Duke de Broglie, veteran disciplinarian of a firm drill-sergeant morality, such as may be depended on. For alas, neither are the clergy or the very noblesse what they should be and might be when so menaced from without, entire, undivided within. The noblesse, indeed, have their Catiline or Crispin d'Espremesnil, dusky glowing, all in renegade heat, their boisterous barrel Mirabeau, but also they have their Lafayette, Liancourt, Lemeths, above all their d'Orléans, now cut forever from his court moorings, and musing drowsily of high and highest sea prizes, for is not he too a son of Henri IV and partial potential heir apparent on his voyage towards chaos? From the clergy again, so numerous are the curés, actual deserters have run over, 2 small parties, in the second party Curé Grégoire. Nay, there is talk of a whole 149 of them about to desert in mass, and only restrained by an Archbishop of Paris. It seems a losing game. But judge if France, if Paris, sat idle all this while. Addresses from far and near flow in, for our commons have now grown organic enough to open letters. Or indeed to cavil at them. Thus poor Marquis de Brézé, supreme usher, master of ceremonies, or whatever his title was, writing about this time on some ceremonial matter, sees no harm in winding up with a "Monsieur, yours with sincere attachment." To whom does it address itself, this sincere attachment? Inquires Mirabeau. To the Dean of the Tiers État. There is no man in France entitled to write that, rejoins he, whereat the galleries in the world will not be kept from applauding. Poor de Brézé, these commons have a still older grudge at him, nor has he yet done with them. In another way, Mirabeau has had to protest against the quick suppression of his newspaper, Journal of the States General, and to continue it under a new name. In which act of valour the Paris electors, still busy redacting their cahiers, could not but support him by address to his Majesty. They claim utmost provisory freedom of the press. They have spoken even about demolishing the Bastille and erecting a bronze patriot king on the site. These are the rich burghers, but now consider how it went, for example, with such loose miscellany, now all grown eleutheromaniac, of loungers, prowlers, social nondescripts, and the distilled rascality of our planet as whirls forever in the Palais Royal. Or what low, infinite groan, first changing into a growl, comes from Saint Antoine and the 25 millions in danger of starvation. There is the indisputablest scarcity of corn, be it aristocrat plot, d'Orléans plot of this year, or drought and hail of last year. In city and province the poor man looks desolately towards a nameless lot. And this States General, that could make us an age of gold, is forced to stand motionless, cannot get its powers verified. All industry necessarily languishes, if it be not that of making motions. In the Palais Royal there has been erected, apparently by subscription, a kind of wooden tent en pluche de bois, most convenient, where select patriotism can now redact resolutions, deliver harangues with comfort, let the weather be as it will. Lively as that Satan at home, on his table, on his chair, in every cafe stands a patriotic orator, a crowd round him within, a crowd listening from without, open mouth through open door and window, with thunders of applause for every sentiment of more than common hardiness. In Monsieur Dessaign's pamphlet shop close by you cannot, without strong elbowing, get to the counter. Every hour produces its pamphlet or litter of pamphlets. There were 13 today, 16 yesterday, 92 last week. Think of tyranny and scarcity, fervid eloquence, rumour, pamphleteering, Société Publicale, Breton Club, Enraged Club, and whether every tap-room, coffee-room, social reunion, accidental street group over wide France was not an enraged club. To all which the common deputies can only listen with a sublime inertia of sorrow, reduced to busy themselves with their internal police. Sure a position no deputies ever occupied, if they keep it with skill. Let not the temperature rise too high, break not the eros egg till it be hatched, till it break itself. An eager public crowds all galleries, and vacancies cannot be restrained from applauding. The two privileged orders, the noblesse all verified and constituted, may look on with what face they will, not without a secret tremor of heart. The clergy, always acting the part of conciliators, make a clutch at the galleries and the popularity there, and miss it. Deputation of them arise with dolorous message about the dearth of grains, and the necessity there is of casting aside vain formalities and deliberating on this. An insidious proposal, which, however, the Commons, moved thereto by sea-green Robespierre, dexterously accept as a sort of hint or even pledge that the clergy will forthwith come over to them, constitute the States General, and so cheapen grains. Finally, on the 27th day of May, Mirabeau, judging the time now nearly come, proposes that the inertia cease, that leaving the noblesse to their own stiff ways, the clergy be summoned in the name of the God of peace to join the Commons and begin. To which summons, if they turn a deaf ear, we shall see. Are not 149 of them ready to desert? O triumvirate of princes, new Garde des Sceaux Barrington, thou Home Secretary Breteuil, Duchess Polignac, and Queen eager to listen, what is now to be done? This third estate will get in motion, with the force of all France in it, clergy machinery with noblesse machinery, which were to serve as beautiful counterbalances and drags, will be shamefully dragged after it, and take fire along with it. What is to be done? The Oeuil de Boeuf waxes more confused than ever. Whisper and counter-whisper, a very tempest of whispers. Leading men from all the three orders are nightly spirited thither, conjurers many of them, but can they conjure this? Necker himself were now welcome, could he interfere to purpose. Let Necker interfere then, and in the king's name. Happily that incendiary God of peace message is not yet answered. The three orders shall again have conferences. Under this patriot minister of theirs somewhat may be healed, clouted up. We, meanwhile, getting forward Swiss regiments and 100 pieces of field artillery. This is what the Oeuil de Boeuf, for its part, resolves on. But as for Necker, alas, poor Necker, thy obstinate third estate has one first-last word, verification in common, as the pledge of voting and deliberating in common. Halfway proposals from such a tried friend they answer with a stare. The tardy conferences speedily break up. The third estate, now ready and resolute, the whole world backing it, returns to its hall of the three orders, and Necker to the Oeuil de Boeuf, with the character of a disconjured conjurer there, fit only for dismissal. And so the Commons deputies are at last on their own strength getting under way. Instead of chairman or dean, they have now got a president, astronomer Bailly. Under way with a vengeance. With endless vociferous and temperate eloquence, borne on newspaper wings to all lands, they have now, on the 17th day of June, determined that their name is not Third Estate, but National Assembly. They, then, are the nation? Triumvirate of princes, queen, refractory noblesse and clergy, what, then, are you? A most deep question, scarcely answerable in living political dialects. All regardless of which our new National Assembly proceeds to appoint a committee of subsistence, dear to France though it can find little or no grain. Next, as if our National Assembly stood quite firm on its legs, to appoint 4 other standing committees, then to settle the security of the national debt, then that of the annual taxation, all within 48 hours. At such a rate of velocity it is going, the conjurers of the Oeuil de Boeuf may well ask themselves, whither? End of Book 5, Chapter 1. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 5, The Third Estate, Chapter 2, Mercury de Breze. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 5, Chapter 2, Mercury de Breze. The only question is, which God? Shall it be Mars de Broglie with his 100-piece of cannon? Not yet, answers Prudence, so soft, irresolute is King Louis. Let it be Messenger Mercury, our supreme usher de Breze. On the morrow, which is the 20th of June, these 149 false curates, no longer restrainable by his Grace of Paris, will desert in a body. Let de Breze intervene and produce closed doors. Not only shall there be royal session in that salle des menus, but no meeting nor working except by carpenters till then. Your Third Estate, self-styled National Assembly, shall suddenly see itself extruded from its hall by carpenters in this dexterous way, and reduced to do nothing, not even to meet or articulately lament, till Majesty with séance royale and new miracles be ready. In this manner shall de Breze, as Mercury ex machina, intervene, and if the Oeuil de Boeuf mistake not, work deliverance from the nodus. Of poor de Breze we can remark that he has yet prospered in none of his dealings with these commons. 5 weeks ago, when they kissed the hand of Majesty, the mode he took got nothing but censure, and then his sincere attachment, how was it scornfully whiffed aside? Before supper this night he writes to President Bailly a new letter to be delivered shortly after dawn tomorrow in the King's name, which letter, however, Bailly in the pride of office will merely crush together into his pocket like a bill he does not mean to pay. Accordingly, on Saturday morning, the 20th of June, shrill-sounding heralds proclaim through the streets of Versailles that there is to be a séance royale next Monday, and no meeting of the States-General till then. And yet, we observe, President Bailly, in sound of this, and with de Breze's letter in his pocket, is proceeding, with National Assembly at his heels, to the accustomed salle des menus, as if de Breze and heralds were mere wind. It is shut, this salle, occupied by gardes françaises. "Where is your captain?" The captain shows his royal order. Workmen, he is grieved to say, are all busy setting up the platform for His Majesty's séance. Most unfortunately, no admission. Admission at furthest for President and Secretaries to bring away papers which the joiners might destroy. President Bailly enters with secretaries and returns bearing papers. Alas, within doors, instead of patriotic eloquence, there is now no noise but hammering, sawing, and operative screeching and rumbling. A profanation without parallel. The deputies stand grouped on the Paris road on this umbrageous avenue de Versailles, complaining aloud of the indignity done them. Courtiers, it is supposed, look from their windows and giggle. The morning is none of the comfortablest. Raw, it is even drizzling a little. But all travellers pause. Patriot, gallery men, miscellaneous spectators increase the groups. Wild counsels alternate. Some desperate deputies propose to go and hold session under the great outer staircase at Marly, under the king's windows, for his majesty, it seems, has driven over thither. Others talk of making the chateau forecourt what they call Place d'Armes, a Runnymede, a new Champ de Mai of free Frenchmen, nay, of awakening to sounds of indignant patriotism the echoes of the Oeuil de Boeuf itself. Notice is given that President Bailly, aided by judicious guillotine and others, has found place in the tennis court in the Rue Saint-François. Thither, in long-drawn files, horse jingling like cranes on wing, the Commons deputies angrily wend. Strange sight was this in the Rue Saint-François, vieux Versailles. A naked tennis court, as the pictures of that time still give it, 4 walls naked, except aloft some poor wooden penthouse or roofed spectators' gallery hanging round them. On the floor, not now an idle tee-heeing, a snapping of balls and rackets, but the bellowing din of an indignant national representation, scandalously exiled hither. However, a cloud of witnesses look down on them, from wooden penthouse, from wall-top, from adjoining roof and chimney, rolls towards them from all quarters, with passionate spoken blessings. Some table can be procured to write on, some chair, if not to sit on, then to stand on. The secretaries undo their tapes. Bailly has constituted the assembly. Experienced Mounier, not wholly new to such things in parliamentary revolts which he has seen or heard of, thinks that it were well in these lamentable threatening circumstances to unite themselves by an oath. Universal acclamation as from smouldering bosoms getting vent. The oath is redacted, pronounced aloud by President Bailly, and indeed in such a sonorous tone that the cloud of witnesses even outdoors hear it and bellow response to it. 600 right hands rise with President Bailly's to take God above to witness that they will not separate for man below, but will meet in all places, under all circumstances, wheresoever 2 or 3 can get together, till they have made the Constitution. Made the Constitution, friends. That is a long task. 600 hands, meanwhile, will sign as they have sworn. 600 save one loyalist Abdiel, still visible by this sole light point and nameable, poor Monsieur Martin d'Orc from Castelnaudary in Languedoc. Him they permit to sign or signify refusal. They even save him from the cloud of witnesses by declaring his head deranged. At 4 o'clock the signatures are all appended. New meeting is fixed for Monday morning, earlier than the hour of the royal session, that our 149 clerical deserters be not balked. We shall meet at the Récollets church or elsewhere, in hope that our 149 will join us. And now it is time to go to dinner. This, then, is the session of the tennis court, famed Séance du Jeu du Paume, the fame of which has gone forth to all lands. This is the Mercurius de Breze's appearance as Deus ex machina. This is the fruit it brings. The giggle of courtiers in the Versailles Avenue has already died into gaunt silence. Did the distracted court, with the Garde des Sceaux Barrington, Triumvirate and company, imagine that they could scatter 600 national deputies, big with a national constitution, like as much barn-door poultry, big with next to nothing, by the white or black rod of a supreme usher? Barn-door poultry fly cackling, but national deputies turn round, lion-faced, and with uplifted right hand swear an oath that makes the 4 corners of France tremble. President Bailly has covered himself with honour, which shall become rewards. The National Assembly is now doubly and trebly the nation's assembly, not militant, martyred only, but triumphant, insulted, and which could not be insulted. Paris disembogues itself once more to witness with grim looks the séance royale, which, by a new felicity, is postponed till Tuesday. The 149, and even with bishops among them, all in processional mass, have had free leisure to march off and solemnly join the Commons, sitting waiting in their church. The Commons welcome them with shouts, with embracings, nay, with tears, for it is growing a life and death matter now. As for the séance itself, the carpenters seem to have accomplished their platform, but all else remains unaccomplished. Futile, we may say fatal, was the whole matter. King Louis enters through seas of people, all grim silent, angry with many things, for it is a bitter reign too. Enters to a third estate, likewise grim silent, which has been wetted, waiting under mean porches at back doors, while court and privileged were entering by the front. King and garde des sceaux, there is no necker visible, make known, not without long-windedness, the determinations of the royal breast. The three orders shall vote separately. On the other hand, France may look for considerable constitutional blessings as specified in these 35 articles, which garde des sceaux is waxing hoarse with reading. Which 35 articles, adds His Majesty, again rising, if the three orders most unfortunately cannot agree together to effect them, I myself will effect. So je ferai le bien de mes peuples, which, being interpreted, may signify, you, contentious deputies of the States General, have probably not long to be here. But in fine, all shall now withdraw for this day, and meet again, each order in its separate place, tomorrow morning, for dispatch of business. This is the determination of the royal breast, pithy and clear. And herewith king, retinue, noblesse, majority of clergy file out, as if the whole matter were satisfactorily completed. These file out through grim silent seas of people. Only the Commons' deputies file not out, but stand there in gloomy silence, uncertain what they shall do. One man of them is certain, one man of them discerns and dares. It is now that King Mirabeau starts to the tribune and lifts up his lion voice. Verily a word in season, for in such scenes the moment is the mother of ages. Had not Gabriel Honoré been there, one can well fancy how the Commons' deputies, affrighted at the perils which now yawned dim all round them, and waxing ever paler in each other's paleness, might very naturally one after one have glided off, and the whole course of European history have been different. But he is there. List to the brool of that royal forest voice, sorrowful, low, fast swelling to a roar. Eyes kindle at the glance of his eye. National deputies were missioned by a nation. They have sworn an oath. But lo, while the lion's voice roars loudest, what apparition is this? Apparition of Mercurius de Brézé, muttering somewhat. Speak out, cry several. Monsieur, shrills de Brézé, repeating himself, you have heard the king's orders. Mirabeau glares on him with fire-flashing face, shakes the black lion's mane. Yes, monsieur, we have heard what the king was advised to say, and you who cannot be the interpreter have his orders to the States General, you who have neither place nor right of speech here, you are not the man to remind us of it. Go, monsieur, tell these who sent you that we are here by the will of the people, and that nothing shall send us hence but the force of bayonets. And poor de Brézé shivers forth from the National Assembly, and also, if it be not in one faintest glimmer months later, finally from the page of history. Hapless de Brézé, doomed to survive long ages in men's memories in this faint way with tremulant white rod. He was true to etiquette, which was his faith here below, a martyr to respect of persons. Short woollen cloaks could not kiss Majesty's hand as long velvet ones did. Nay, lately, when the poor little Dauphin lay dead, and some ceremonial visitation came, was he not punctual to announce it even to the Dauphin's dead body? Monseigneur, a deputy of the States General. Sunt lachrymae rerum. But what does the Oeuil de Boeuf now, when de Brézé shivers back thither? Dispatch that same force of bayonets? Not so. The seas of people still hang multitudinous, intent on what is passing, nay, rush and roll, loud billowing, into the courts of the chateau itself, for a report has risen that Necker is to be dismissed. Worst of all, the Garde Française seem indisposed to act. 2 companies of them do not fire when ordered. Necker, for not being at the séance, shall be shouted for, carried home in triumph, and must not be dismissed. His Grace of Paris, on the other hand, has to fly with broken coach panels and owe his life to furious driving. The Garde du Corps, bodyguards, which you were drawing out, had better be drawn in again. there is no sending of bayonets to be thought of. Instead of soldiers, the Oeuil de Boeuf sends carpenters to take down the platform. Ineffectual shift. In few instants the very carpenters cease wrenching and knocking at their platform, stand on it, hammer in hand, and listen, open-mouthed. The Third Estate is decreeing that it is, was, and will be nothing but a National Assembly, and now, moreover, an inviolable one, all members of it inviolable. Infamous, traitorous towards the nation and guilty of capital crime is any person, body corporate, tribunal, court or commission that now or henceforth during the present session or after it shall dare to pursue, interrogate, arrest, or cause to be arrested, detain, or cause to be detained any, etc., etc., on whose part soever the same be commanded. Which done, one can wind up with this comfortable reflection from Abbé Sieyès: Monsieur, you are today what you were yesterday. Courtiers may shriek, but it is and remains even so. Their well-charged explosion has exploded through the touch-hole, covering themselves with scorches, confusion, and unseemly soot. Poor triumvirate, poor queen, and above all poor queen's husband, who means well had he any fixed meaning. Folly is that wisdom which is wise only behindhand. A few months ago these 35 concessions had filled France with a rejoicing which might have lasted for several years. Now it is unavailing, the very mention of it slighted, Majesty's express orders set at naught. All France is in a roar. A sea of persons, estimated at 10,000, whirls all this day in the Palais Royal. The remaining clergy, and likewise some 48 noblesse, d'Orléans among them, have now forthwith gone over to the victorious commons, by whom, as is natural, they are received with acclamation. The Third Estate triumphs. Versailles town shouting round it, 10,000 whirling all day in the Palais Royal, and all France standing a tiptoe, not unlike whirling. Let the Oeuil de Boeuf look at it. As for King Louis, he will swallow his injuries, will temporize, keep silence, will at all costs have present peace. It was Tuesday the 23rd of June when he spoke that peremptory royal mandate, and the week is not done till he has written to the remaining obstinate noblesse that they also must oblige him and give in. D'Esprevenel rages his last. Barrel Mirabeau breaks his sword, making a vow which he might as well have kept. The triple family is now therefore complete, the third erring brother, the noblesse, having joined it, erring but pardonable, soothed so far as possible by sweet eloquence from President Bailly. So triumphs the Third Estate, and States General are become National Assembly, and all France may sing Te Deum. By wise inertia and wise cessation of inertia, great victory has been gained. It is the last night of June. All night you meet nothing on the streets of Versailles but men running with torches, with shouts of jubilation. From the 2nd of May, when they kiss the hand of Majesty, to this 30th of June, when men run with torches, we count 7 weeks complete. For 7 weeks the national Carroccio has stood far seen, ringing many a signal, and so much having now gathered round it, may hope to stand. End of Book 5, Chapter 2. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 5, The Third Estate, Chapter 3, Broglie, the War God. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 5, Chapter 3, Broglie, the War God. The court feels indignant that it is conquered, but what then? Another time it will do better. Mercury descended in vain. Now has the time come for Mars. The gods of the Oeuil de Boeuf have withdrawn into the darkness of their cloudy Ida, and sit there shaping and forging what may be needful, be it billets of a new national bank, munitions of war, or things forever inscrutable to men. Accordingly, what means this apparatus of troops? The National Assembly can get no furtherance for its committee of subsistences, can hear only that at Paris the bakers' shops are besieged, that in the provinces people are living on meal husks and boiled grass. But on all highways there hover dust clouds with the march of regiments, with the trailing of cannon. Foreign pandours of fierce aspect, Salis Samad, Esterhazy, Royal Allemande, so many of them foreign to the number of 30,000, which fear can magnify to 50, all wending towards Paris and Versailles. Already on the heights of Montmartre is a digging and delving too like a scarping and trenching. The effluence of Paris is arrested Versailles-wards by a barrier of cannon at Sèvres Bridge. From the Queen's Mews, cannon stand pointed on the National Assembly Hall itself. The National Assembly has its very slumbers broken by the tramp of soldiery, swarming and defiling, endless or seemingly endless, all round those spaces at dead of night, without drum music, without audible word of command. What means it? Shall 8 or even shall 12 deputies, our Mirabeaus, Barnaves at the head of them, be whirled suddenly to the castle of Ham, the rest ignominiously dispersed to the winds? No National Assembly can make the Constitution with cannon levelled on it from the Queen's Mews. What means this reticence of the Oeuil de Boeuf, broken only by nods and shrugs? In the mystery of that cloudy Ida, what is it that they forge and shape? Such questions must distracted patriotism keep asking, and receive no answer but an echo. Enough of themselves. But now, above all, while the hungry food year, which runs from August to August, is getting older, becoming more and more a famine year, with meal husks and boiled grass, brigands may actually collect, and in crowds at farm and mansion howl angrily, "Food! Food!" It is in vain to send soldiers against them. At sight of soldiers they disperse, they vanish as underground, then directly reassemble elsewhere for new tumult and plunder. Frightful enough to look upon, but what to hear of, reverberated through 25 millions of suspicious minds. Brigands and brogliers, open conflagration, preternatural rumour are driving mad most hearts in France. What will the issue of these things be? At Marseilles many weeks ago the townsmen have taken arms for suppressing of brigands and other purposes. The military commandant may make of it what he will. Elsewhere, everywhere, could not the like be done? Dubious on the distracted patriot imagination wavers as a last deliverance some foreshadow of a national guard. But conceive above all the wooden tent in the Palais Royal, a universal hubbub there as of dissolving worlds, their loudest bellows the mad-making voice of rumour, their sharpest gazes suspicion into the pale dim whirlpool, discerning shapes and phantasms, imminent bloodthirsty regiments camped on the Champ de Mars, dispersed National Assembly, red-hot cannonballs to burn Paris, the mad war god in Bologna's sounding thongs. To the calmest man it is becoming too plain that battle is inevitable. Inevitable, silently nod messeigneurs and brogliers, inevitable and brief. Your National Assembly, stopped short in its constitutional labours, may fatigue the royal ear with addresses and remonstrances. Those cannon of ours stand duly levelled, those troops are here. The King's declaration, with its 35 too generous articles, was spoken, was not listened to, but remains yet unrevoked. He himself shall effect it. Seul il fera. As for Broglie, he has his headquarters at Versailles, all as in a seat of war, clerks writing, significant staff officers inclined to taciturnity, plumed aides-de-camp, scouts, orderlies flying or hovering. He himself looks forth, important, impenetrable, listens to Besenval, commandant of Paris, and his warning and earnest counsels, for he has come out repeatedly on purpose, with a silent smile. The Parisians resist, scornfully cry messeigneurs, as a meal mob may. They have sat quiet these 5 generations, submitting to all. Their Mercier declared in these very years that a Parisian revolt was henceforth impossible. Stand by the royal declaration of the 23rd of June. The nobles of France, valorous, chivalrous as of old, will rally round us with one heart. And as for this which you call third estate, and which we call canaille of unwashed sans-culottes, of patelin scribblers, facetious spouters, brave Broglie, with a whiff of grape-shot, salve de canon, if need be, will give quick account of it. Thus reason they on their cloudy Ida, hidden from men, men also hidden from them. Good is grape-shot, messeigneurs, on one condition, that the shooter also were made of metal. But unfortunately he is made of flesh. Under his buffs and bandoliers your hired shooter has instincts, feelings, even a kind of thought. It is his kindred, bone of his bone, this same canaille that shall be whiffed. He has brothers in it, a father and mother, living on meal husks and boiled grass. His very doxy, not yet dead in the spittle, drives him into military heterodoxy, declares that if he shed patriot blood he shall be accursed among men. The soldier, who has seen his pay stolen by rapacious foulons, his blood wasted by Soubizes, Pompadours, and the gates of promotion shut inexorably on him if he were not born noble, is himself not without griefs against you. Your cause is not the soldier's cause, but, as would seem, your own only, and no other God's nor man's. For example, the world may have heard how at Bethune lately, when there rose some riot about grains, of which sort there are so many, and the soldiers stood drawn out, and the word fire was given, not a trigger stirred, only the butts of all muskets rattled angrily against the ground, and the soldiers stood glooming with a mixed expression of countenance, till clutched each under the arm of a patriot householder, they were all hurried off in this manner to be treated and caressed and have their pay increased by subscription. Neither have the Gardes Français, the best regiment of the line, shown any promptitude for street firing lately. They returned grumbling from Réveillons, and have not burnt a single cartridge since, nay, as we saw, not even when bid. A dangerous humour dwells in these guards, notable men too in their way. Vladi the Pythagorean was at one time an officer of theirs, nay, in the ranks under the three-cornered felt and cockade. What hard heads may there not be, and reflections going on, unknown to the public? One head of the hardest we do now discern there, on the shoulders of a certain Sergeant Hoche. Lazare Hoche, that is the name of him. He used to be about the Versailles royal stables, nephew of a poor herb woman, a handy lad, exceedingly addicted to reading. He is now Sergeant Hoche, and can rise no farther. He lays out his pay in rushlights and cheap editions of books. On the whole, the best seems to be, consign these Gardes Français to their barracks. So Besenval thinks, and orders. Consigned to their barracks, the Gardes Français do but form a secret association, an engagement not to act against the National Assembly. Debauched by Vladi the Pythagorean, debauched by money and women, cry Besenval and innumerable others. Debauched by what you will, or in need of no debauching. Behold them, long files of them, their consignment broken, arrive, headed by their sergeants, on the 26th day of June at the Palais Royal. Welcomed with vivats, with presents and a pledge of patriot liquor, embracing and embraced, declaring in words that the cause of France is their cause. Next day and the following day the like. What is singular too, except this patriot humour and breaking of their consignment, they behave otherwise with the most rigorous accuracy. They are growing questionable, these guards. 11 ringleaders of them are put in the Abbaye prison. It boots not in the least. The imprisoned 11 have only, by the hand of an individual, to drop towards nightfall a line in the Café du Foie, where patriotism harangues loudest on its table. 200 young persons, soon waxing to 4,000, with fit crowbars, roll towards the Abbaye, smite asunder the needful doors, and bear out their 11 with other military victims, to supper in the Palais Royal garden, to board and lodging in camp beds in the Théâtre des Variétés, other national prytaneum as yet not being in readiness. Most deliberate, nay, so punctual were these young persons that, finding one military victim to have been imprisoned for real civil crime, they returned him to his cell with protest. Why new military force was not called out? New military force was called out. New military force did arrive, full gallop, with drawn sabre, but the people gently laid hold of their bridles. The dragoons sheathed their swords, lifted their caps by way of salute, and sat like mere statues of dragoons, except indeed that a drop of liquor being brought them, they drank to the king and nation with the greatest cordiality. And now, ask in return why Messeigneurs and Broglie, the great god of war, on seeing these things, did not pause and take some other course, any other course. Unhappily, as we said, they could see nothing. Pride which goes before a fall, wrath if not reasonable, yet pardonable, most natural, had hardened their hearts and heated their heads. So with imbecility and violence, ill-matched pair, they rush to seek their hour. All regiments are not garde français or debauched by Valadi, the Pythagorean. Let fresh, undebauched regiments come up. Let Royal Allemand, Salé Samard, Swiss Chateauvieux come up, which can fight but can hardly speak except in German gutturals. Let soldiers march and highways thunder with artillery wagons. Majesty has a new royal session to hold and miracles to work there. The whiff of grape shot can, if needful, become a blast and tempest. In which circumstances, before the red-hot balls begin raining, may not the 120 Paris electors, though their cahier is long since finished, see good to meet again daily as an electoral club? They meet first in a tavern, where the largest wedding party cheerfully gives place to them. But latterly they meet in the Hôtel de Ville, in the town hall itself. Flessel, provost of merchants, with his 4 échevins, scabins, assessors, could not prevent it, such was the force of public opinion. He, with his échevins and the 26 town councillors, all appointed from above, may well sit silent there in their long gowns, and consider with awed eye what prelude this is of convulsion coming from below, and how themselves shall fare in that. End of Book 5. Chapter 3. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 5, The Third Estate, Chapter 4, To Arms. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 5, Chapter 4, To Arms. So hangs it, dubious, fateful, in the sultry days of July. It is the passionate printed advice of M. Marat to abstain of all things from violence. Nevertheless, the hungry poor are already burning town barriers where tribute on eatables is levied, getting clamorous for food. The 12th July morning is Sunday. The streets are all placarded with an enormous-sized de par le roi inviting peaceable citizens to remain within doors, to feel no alarm, to gather in no crowd. Why so? What mean these placards of enormous size? Above all, what means this clatter of military, dragoons, hussars rattling in from all points of the compass towards the Place Louis XV, with a staid gravity of face, though saluted with mere nicknames, hootings, and even missiles? Bessenval is with them. Swiss guards of his are already in the Champs-Élysées with 4 pieces of artillery. Have the destroyers descended on us then? From the bridge of Sèvres to utmost Vincennes, from Saint-Denis to the Champ de Mars, we are begirt. Alarm of the vague unknown is in every heart. The Palais Royal has become a place of awestruck interjections, silent shakings of the head. One can fancy with what dolorous sound the noontide cannon, which the sun fires at the crossing of his meridian, went off there, bodeful like an inarticulate voice of doom. Are these troops verily come out against brigands? Where are the brigands? What mystery is in the wind? Hark! A human voice reporting articulately the Job's news. Necker, people's minister, saviour of France, is dismissed. Impossible, incredible, treasonous to the public peace. Such a voice ought to be choked in the waterworks, had not the newsbringer quickly fled. Nevertheless, friends, make of it what you will, the news is true. Necker is gone. Necker hies northward incessantly in obedient secrecy since yesternight. We have a new ministry, Broglie the war god, aristocrat Breteuil, Foulon, who said the people might eat grass. Rumour, therefore, shall arise in the Palais Royal and in broad France. Paleness sits on every face, confused tremor and fremescence, waxing into thunder peals of fury stirred on by fear. But see Camille Desmoulins from the Café de Foix, rushing out, Sibylline in face, his hair streaming, in each hand a pistol. He springs to the table, the police satellites are eyeing him. Alive they shall not take him, nor they alive him alive. This time he speaks without stammering. Friends, shall we die like hunted hares, like sheep hounded into their pinfold, bleating for mercy where is no mercy but only a whetted knife? The hour is come, the supreme hour of Frenchman and man, when oppressors are to try conclusions with oppressed, and the word is swift death or deliverance forever. Let such hour be well come. Us, meseems, one cry only befits, to arms! Let universal Paris, universal France, as with the throat of the whirlwind, sound only to arms! To arms! Yell responsive the innumerable voices like one great voice, as of a demon yelling from the air, for all faces wax fire-eyed, all hearts burn up into madness. In such or fitter words does Camille evoke the elemental powers in this great moment. Friends, continues Camille, some rallying sign, cockades, green ones, the colour of hope. As with the flight of locusts, these green tree leaves, green ribbons from the neighbouring shops, all green things are snatched and made cockades of. Camille descends from his table, stifled with embraces, wetted with tears, has a bit of green ribbon handed him, sticks it in his hat. And now to Curtius's image shop there, to the boulevards, to the four winds, and rest not till France be on fire. France, so long shaken and wind-parched, is probably at the right inflammable point. As for poor Curtius, who one grieves to think might be but imperfectly paid, he cannot make two words about his images. The wax bust of Necker, the wax bust of d'Orléans, helpers of France, these covered with crape, as in funeral procession, or after the manner of suppliants appealing to heaven, to earth, and to Taurus itself, a mixed multitude bears off, for a sign. As indeed man with his singular imaginative faculties can do little or nothing without signs. Thus Turks look to their prophet's banner, also osier mannequins have been burnt, and Necker's portrait has erewhile figured aloft on its perch. In this manner march they, a mixed, continually increasing multitude, armed with axes, staves, and miscellanea, grim many-sounding, through the streets. Be all theatres shut, let all dancing on planked floor or on the natural greensward cease. Instead of a Christian Sabbath and feast of ganguet tabernacles, it shall be a sorcerer's Sabbath and Paris gone rabid dance, with the fiend for piper. However, Besenval with horse and foot is in the Place Louis XV. Mortals promenading homewards in the fall of the day saunter by from Chaillot or Passy, with flirtation and a little thin wine, with sadder step than usual. Will the bust procession pass that way? Behold it. Behold also Prince Lambesc dash forth on it with his royal allemands. Shots fall and sabre strokes. Busts are hewn asunder, and also heads of men. A sabred procession has nothing for it but to explode along what streets, alleys, Tuileries, avenues it finds, and disappear. One unarmed man lies hewed down, a garde française by his uniform. Bear him, or bear even the report of him, dead and gory to his barracks, where he has comrades still alive. But why not now, victorious Lambesc, charge through that Tuileries garden itself where the fugitives are vanishing, not show the Sunday promenaders too how steel glitters, besprent with blood, that it be told of and men's ears tingle? Tingle, alas, they did, but the wrong way. Victoria's Lambesque, in this his second or Tuileries charge, succeeds but in overturning, call it not slashing, for he struck with the flat of his sword, one man, a poor old schoolmaster, most pacifically tottering there, and is driven out by barricade of chairs, by flights of bottles and glasses, by execrations in bass voice and treble. Most delicate is the mob queller's vocation, wherein too much may be as bad as not enough. For each of these bass voices, and more, each treble voice, borne to all points of the city, rings now nothing but distracted indignation, will ring all another. The cry, "To arms!" roars tenfold. Steeples with their metal storm voice boom out as the sun sinks. Armourers' shops are broken open, plundered, and the streets are a living foam sea, chafed by all the winds. Such issue came of Lambert's charge on the Tuileries garden, no striking of salutary terror into Chaillot promenaders, a striking into broad wakefulness of frenzy and the three furies, which otherwise were not asleep. For they lie always, those subterranean Eumenides, fabulous and yet so true, in the dullest existence of man, and can dance, brandishing their dusky torches, shaking their serpent's hair. Lambesc with Royal Allemande may ride to his barracks with curses for his marching music, then ride back again like one troubled in mind. Vengeful Garde Français, succouring with knit brows, start out on him with their barracks in the Chaussée d'Antin, pouring a volley into him, killing and wounding, which he must not answer but ride on. Counsel dwells not under the plumed hat. If the Eumenides awaken and Broglie has given no orders, what can a Besenval do? When the Garde Française, with Palais Royal volunteers, roll down, greedy of more vengeance, to the Place Louis XV itself, they find neither Besenval, Lambesc, Royal Allemande, nor any soldier now there. Gone is military order. On the far eastern boulevard of Saint-Antoine, the chasseurs Normandie arrive, dusty, thirsty, after a hard day's ride, but can find no billet-master, see no course in this city of confusions, cannot get to Besenval, cannot so much as discover where he is. Normandy must even bivouac there in its dust and thirst, unless some patriot will treat it to a cup of liquor with advices. Raging multitudes surround the Hôtel de Ville, crying, "Arms! Orders!" The 26 town councillors, with their long gowns, have ducked under into the raging chaos, shall never emerge more. Besenval is painfully wriggling himself out to the Champ de Mars. He must sit there in the cruellest uncertainty. Courier after courier may dash off for Versailles, but will bring back no answer, can hardly bring himself back. For the roads are all blocked with batteries and pickets, with floods of carriages arrested for examination. Such was Broglie's one sole order. The Oeuil de Boeuf, hearing in the distance such mad din, which sounded almost like invasion, will before all things keep its own head whole. A new ministry, with, as it were, but one foot in the stirrup, cannot take leaps. Mad Paris is abandoned altogether to itself. What a Paris when the darkness fell! A European metropolitan city hurled suddenly forth from its old combinations and arrangements to crash simultaneously together, seeking new. Use and want will now no longer direct any man. Each man, with what of originality he has, must begin thinking or following those that think. 700,000 individuals on the sudden find all their old paths, old ways of acting and deciding, vanish from under their feet. And so there go they, with clangour and terror, they know not as yet whether running, swimming, or flying, headlong into the new era. With clangour and terror from above Broglie, the war god, impends, preternatural with his red-hot cannon-balls, and from below a preternatural brigand world menaces with dirk and firebrand. Madness rules the hour. Happily, in place of the submerged 26, the Electoral Club is gathering, has declared itself a provisional municipality. On the morrow it will get Provost Flessel with an échevin or two to give help in many things. For the present it decrees one most essential thing, that forthwith a Parisian militia shall be enrolled. Depart, ye heads of districts, to labour in this great work, while we here in permanent committee sit alert. Let fencible men, each party in its own range of streets, keep watch and ward all night. Let Paris court a little fever sleep, confused by such fever dreams of violent motions at the Palais Royal, or from time to time start awake and look out, palpitating in its nightcap at the clash of discordant, mutually unintelligible patrols, on the gleam of distant barriers, going up all too ruddy towards the vault of night. End of Book 5, Chapter 4. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1, Book 5, The Third Estate, Chapter 5, Give Us Arms. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 5, Chapter 5, Give Us Arms. On Monday the huge city has awoke, not to its weekday industry, to what a different one. The working man has become a fighting man, has one want only, that of arms. The industry of all crafts has paused, except it be the smiths fiercely hammering pikes, and in a faint degree the kitcheners cooking offhand victuals for bouche va toujours. Women, too, are sewing cockades, not now of green, which being d'Artois colour, the Hôtel de Ville has had to interfere in it, but of red and blue, our old Paris colours. These, once based on a ground of constitutional white, are the famed tricolour, which, if prophecy err not, will go round the world. All shops, unless it be the bakers and vintners, are shut. Paris is in the streets, rushing, foaming, like some Venice wine-glass into which you had dropped poison. The tocsin by order is pealing madly from all steeples. Arms, ye elector municipals, thou Flesselles with thy echevins, give us arms! Flesselles gives what he can, fallacious, perhaps insidious promises of arms from Charleville, order to seek arms here, order to seek them there. The new municipals give what they can, some 360 indifferent firelocks, the equipment of the city watch. A man in wooden shoes and without coat directly clutches one of them and mounts guard. Also, as hinted, an order to all smiths to make pikes with their whole soul. Heads of districts are in fervent consultation. Subordinate patriotism roams distracted, ravenous for arms. Hitherto at the Hôtel de Ville was only such modicum of indifferent firelocks as we have seen. At the so-called arsenal there lies nothing but rust, rubbish and saltpetre, overlooked too by the guns of the Bastille. His Majesty's repository, what they call garde meuble, is forced and ransacked, tapestries enough and gauderies, but of serviceable fighting gear small stock. 2 silver-mounted cannons there are, an ancient gift from His Majesty of Siam to Louis XIV, gilt sword of the good Henri, antique chivalry arms and armour. These, and such as these, a necessitous patriotism snatches greedily for want of better. The Siamese cannons go trundling on an errand they were not meant for. Among the indifferent firelocks are seen tourney lances, the princely helm and hauberk glittering amid ill-hatted heads, as in a time when all times and their possessions are suddenly sent jumbling. At the Maison de Saint-Lazare, Lazare House once, now a correction house with priests, there was no trace of arms, but, on the other hand, corn, plainly, to a culpable extent. Out with it, to market, in this scarcity of grains. Heavens, will 52 carts in long row hardly carry it to the whole obliged? Well, truly, ye reverend fathers, was your pantry filled, fatter your larders, over-generous your wine-bins, ye plotting exasperators of the poor, traitorous forestallers of bread. Vain is protesting, entreaty on bare knees. The house of St. Lazarus has that in it which comes not out by protesting. Behold how from every window it vomits, mere torrents of furniture, of bellowing and hurly-burly, the cellars also leaking wine. Till, as was natural, smoke rose, kindled, some say, by the desperate St. Lazarists themselves, desperate of other riddance, and the establishment vanished from this world in flame. Remark, nevertheless, that a thief, set on or not by aristocrats, being detected there, is instantly hanged. Look also at the Châtelet prison. The debtors' prison of La Force is broken from without, and they that sat in bondage to aristocrats go free, hearing of which the felons at the Châtelet do likewise dig up their pavements and stand on the offensive with the best prospects, had not patriotism, passing that way, fired a volley into the felon world and crushed it down again under hatches. Patriotism consorts not with thieving and felony. Surely also punishment this day hitches, if she still hitch, after crime, with frightful shoes of swiftness. Some score or two of wretched persons, found prostrate with drink in the cellars of that Saint Lazare, are indignantly haled to prison. The gaoler has no room, whereupon other place of security not suggesting itself, it is written on les pendus, they hang them. Brief is the word, not without significance, be it true or untrue. In such circumstances the aristocrat, the unpatriotic rich man, is packing up for departure. But he shall not get departed. A wooden-shod force has seized all barriers, burnt or not. All that enters, all that seeks to issue, is stopped there and dragged to the Hôtel de Ville. Coaches, tumbrils, plate, furniture, many meal sacks, in time even flocks and herds encumber the Place de Grève. And so it roars and rages and brays, drums beating, steeples pealing, criers rushing with handbells, "Oyez, oyez, all men to their districts to be enrolled." The districts have met in gardens, open squares, are getting marshalled into volunteer troops. No red-hot ball has yet fallen from Besenval's camp. On the contrary, deserters with their arms are continually dropping in. Nay, now, a joy of joys, at 2 in the afternoon, the Garde Français, being ordered to St. Denis and flatly declining, have come over in a body. It is a fact worth many. 3,600 of the best fighting men, with complete accoutrement, with cannoneers even, and cannon. Their officers are left standing alone, could not so much as succeed in spiking the guns. The very Swiss, it may now be hoped, Chateauvieux and the others, will have doubts about fighting. Our Parisian militia, which some think it were better to name National Guard, is prospering as heart could wish. It promised to be 48,000, but will in few hours double and quadruple that number, invincible if we had only arms. But see the promised Charleville boxes, marked artillery. Here, there are arms enough? Conceive the blank face of patriotism when it found them filled with rags, foul linen, candle ends, and bits of wood. Provost of the merchants, how is this? Neither at the Chartreux convent, whither we were sent with signed order, is there or ever was there any weapon of war. Nay, here in this same boat, safe under tarpaulings, had not the nose of patriotism been of the finest, are 5,000 weight of gunpowder, not coming in, but surreptitiously going out. What meanest thou, Flesselles? 'Tis a ticklish game, that of amusing us. Cat plays with captive mouse, but mouse with enraged cat, with enraged national tiger. Meanwhile the faster, O ye black-aproned smiths, smite, with strong arm and willing heart. This man and that, all stroke from head to heel, shall thunder alternating and ply the great forge-hammer, till stithy reel and ring again, while ever and anon overhead booms the alarm cannon, for the city has now got gunpowder. Pikes are fabricated, 50,000 of them in 36 hours. Judge whether the black-aproned have been idle. Dig trenches, unpave the streets, ye others, assiduous, man and maid, cram the earth with barrel barricades, at each of them a volunteer sentry, pile the windstones in window-sills and upper rooms. Have scalding pitch, at least boiling water, ready, ye weak old women, to pour it and dash it on Royal Allemande with your old skinny arms. Your shrill curses along with it will not be wanting. Patrols of the newborn National Guard, bearing torches, scour the streets all that night, which otherwise are vacant, yet illuminated in every window by order. Strange-looking, like some naphtha-lighted city of the dead, with here and there a flight of perturbed ghosts. O poor mortals, how ye make this earth bitter for each other, this fearful and wonderful life, fearful and horrible. And Satan has his place in all hearts. Such agonies and ragings and wailings ye have and have had in all times, to be buried all in so deep silence, and the salt sea is not swollen with your tears. Great meanwhile, is the moment when tidings of freedom reach us, when the long enthralled soul from amidst its chains and squalid stagnancy arises, were it still only in blindness and bewilderment, and swears by him that made it that it will be free. Free? Understand that well. It is the deep commandment, dimmer or clearer, of our whole being, to be free. Freedom is the one purport, wisely aimed at or unwisely, of all man's struggles, toilings, and sufferings in this earth. Yes, supreme is such a moment, if thou have known it. First vision as of a flame-girt Sinai in this our waste pilgrimage, which thenceforth wants not its pillar of cloud by day and pillar of fire by night. Something it is even, nay, something considerable, when the chains have grown corrosive, poisonous, to be free from oppression by our fellow man. Forward, ye maddened sons of France, be it towards this destiny or towards that. Around you is but starvation, falsehood, corruption, and the clam of death. Where ye are is no abiding. Imagination may imperfectly figure how Commandant Bessenval in the Champ de Mars has worn out these sorrowful hours. Insurrection all round, his men melting away. From Versailles to the most pressing messages comes no answer, or once only some vague word of answer which is worse than none. A council of officers can decide merely that there is no decision. Colonels inform him, weeping, that they do not think their men will fight. Cruel uncertainty is here. War-god Broglie sits yonder, inaccessible in his Olympus, does not descend terror-clad, does not produce his whiff of grape-shot, sends no orders. Truly, in the chateau of Versailles all seems mystery. In the town of Versailles, were we there, all is rumour, alarm, and indignation. An august National Assembly sits to appearance menaced with death, endeavouring to defy death. It has resolved that Necker carries with him the regrets of the nation. It has sent solemn deputation over to the chateau, with entreaty to have these troops withdrawn. In vain His Majesty, with a singular composure, invites us to be busy rather with our own duty, making the Constitution. Foreign panders and such like go pricking and prancing with a swashbuckler air, with an eye too probably to the salle de menu, were it not for the grim-looking countenances that crowd all avenues there. Be firm, ye national senators, the cynosure of a firm, grim-looking people. The august national senators determine that there shall at least be permanent session till this thing end. Wherein, however, consider that worthy Lafranc de Pompignan, our new president, whom we have named Bailly's successor, is an old man, wearied with many things. He is the brother of that Pompignan who meditated lamentably on the Book of Lamentations. Savez-vous pourquoi Jérémie se lamentait toute la vie? C'est qu'il prévoyait que Pompignan le traduirait. Poor Bishop Pompignan withdraws, having got Lafayette for helper or substitute, this latter as nocturnal vice-president, with a thin house in disconsolate humour, sits sleepless with lights unsnuffed, waiting what the hours will bring. So at Versailles. But at Paris, agitated Bessenval, before retiring for the night, has stepped over to old Monsieur de Sombreuil of the Hôtel des Invalides hard by. Monsieur de Sombreuil has, what is a great secret, some 28,000 stand of muskets deposited in his cellars there, but no trust in the temper of his Invalide. This day, for example, he sent 20 of the fellows down to unscrew those muskets, lest sedition might snatch at them, but scarcely in 6 hours had the 20 unscrewed 20 gun locks, or dogs' heads, chien of locks, each Invalide his dog's head. If ordered to fire, they would, he imagines, turn their cannon against himself. Unfortunate old military gentleman, it is your hour, not of glory. Old Marquis de Launay, too, of the Bastille, has pulled up his drawbridges long since, and retired into his interior, with sentries walking on his battlements under the midnight sky, aloft over the glare of illuminated Paris, whom a national patrol, passing that way, takes the liberty of firing at 7 shots towards 12 at night, which do not take effect. This was the 13th day of July, 1789. A worse day, many said, than the last 13th was, when only hail fell out of heaven, not madness rose out of Tophet, ruining worse than crops. In these same days, as chronology will teach us, hot old Marquis Mirabeau lies stricken down at Argenteuil, not within sound of these alarm guns, for he properly is not there, and only the body of him now lies, deaf and cold for ever. It was on Saturday night that he, drawing his last life breaths, gave up the ghost there, leaving a world which would never go to his mind, now broken out seemingly into deliration and the culbute générale. What is it to him, departing elsewhither on his long journey? The old Chateau Mirabeau stands silent, far off on its scarped rock in that gorge of two windy valleys, the pale fading spectre now of a chateau. This huge world riot and France and the world itself fades also like a shadow on the great still mirror sea, and all shall be as God wills. Young Mirabeau, sad of heart, for he loved this crabbed, brave old father, sad of heart and occupied with sad cares, is withdrawn from public history. The great crisis transacts itself without him. End of Book 5, Chapter 5. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 5, The Third Estate. Chapter 6, Storm and Victory. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 5, Chapter 6, Storm and Victory. But to the living and the struggling a new 14th morning dawns. Under all roofs of this distracted city is the nodus of a drama, not untragical, crowding toward solution. The bustlings and preparings, the tremors and menaces, the tears that fell from old eyes. This day, my sons, ye shall quit you like men, by the memory of your fathers' wrongs, by the hope of your children's rights. Tyranny impends in red wrath. Help for you is none, if not in your own right hands. This day ye must do or die. From earliest light, a sleepless permanent committee has heard the old cry, now waxing almost frantic, mutinous. Arms! Arms! Provost Flesselles, or what traitors there are among you, may think of those Charleville boxes, 150,000 of us, and but the third man furnished with so much as a pike. Arms are the one thing needful. With arms we are an unconquerable, man-defying National Guard. Without arms, a rabble to be whiffed with grape-shot. Happily the word has arisen, for no secret can be kept, that there lie muskets at the Hôtel des Invalides. Thitherto will we, King's Procureur, Monsieur Ethy de Corny, and whatsoever of authority a permanent committee can lend, shall go with us. Besenval's camp is there. Perhaps he will not fire on us. If he kill us, we shall but die. Alas, poor Besenval, with his troops melting away in that manner, has not the smallest humour to fire. At 5 o'clock this morning, as he lay dreaming, oblivious, in the École Militaire, a figure stood suddenly at his bedside, with face rather handsome, eyes inflamed, speech rapid and curt, air audacious. Such a figure drew Priam's curtains. The message and monition of the figure was that resistance would be hopeless, that if blood flowed, woe to him who shed it. Thus spoke the figure, and vanished. Withal, there was a kind of eloquence that struck one. Besenval admits that he should have arrested him, but did not. Who this figure with inflamed eyes, with speech rapid and curt, might be? Besenval knows, but mentions not. Camille Desmoulins? Pythagorean Marquis Valadi, inflamed with violent motions all night at the Palais Royal? Fame names him young Monsieur Maillard, then shuts her lips about him forever. In any case, behold, about 9 in the morning, our national volunteers rolling in long wide flood southwestward to the Hôtel des Invalides in search of the one thing needful, King's procureur, Monsieur Effie de Corny, and officials are there. The curé of Saint-Étienne-du-Mont marches unpacific at the head of his militant parish. The clerks of the Bezoche in red coats we see marching, now volunteers of the Bezoche, the volunteers of the Palais Royal, national volunteers numerable by tens of thousands of one heart and mind. The King's muskets are the nation's. Think, old Monsieur de Sombreuil, how in this extremity thou wilt refuse them. Old Monsieur de Sombreuil would fain hold parley, send couriers, but it skills not. The walls are scaled, no invalid firing a shot. The gates must be flung open. Patriotism rushes in, tumultuous, from groundsel up to ridge-tile, through all rooms and passages, rummaging distractedly for arms. What cellar or what cranny can escape it? The arms are found, all safe there, lying packed in straw, apparently with a view to being burnt. More ravenous than famishing lions over dead prey, the multitude, with clangor and vociferation, pounces on them, struggling, dashing, clutching, to the jamming up, to the pressure, fracture, and probable extinction of the weaker patriot. And so, with such protracted crash of deafening, most discordant orchestra music, the scene is changed, and 28,000 sufficient firelocks are on the shoulders of so many National Guards, lifted thereby out of darkness into fiery light. Let Besenval look at the glitter of these muskets as they flash by. Gardes Françaises, it is said, have cannon levelled on him, ready to open, if need be, from the other side of the river. Motionless sits he, astonished, one may flatter oneself, at the proud bearing, fière contenance, of the Parisians. And now to the Bastille, ye intrepid Parisians. There grape-shot still threatens, thither all men's thoughts and steps are now tending. Old Delaunay, as we hinted, withdrew into his interior soon after midnight of Sunday. He remains there ever since, hampered, as all military gentlemen now are, in the saddest conflict of uncertainties. The Hôtel de Ville invites him to admit national soldiers, which is a soft name for surrendering. On the other hand, His Majesty's orders were precise. His garrison is but 82 old invalides, reinforced by 32 young Swiss. His walls, indeed, are 9 feet thick. He has cannon and powder, but alas, only 1 day's provision of victuals. The city, too, is French, the poor garrison mostly French. Rigorous old Delaunay, think what thou wilt do. All morning since 9 there has been a cry everywhere, "To the Bastille!" Repeated deputations of citizens have been here, passionate for arms, whom Delaunay has got dismissed by soft speeches through portholes. Towards noon, Elector Thuriot de la Rosière gains admittance, finds Delaunay indisposed for surrender, nay, disposed for blowing up the place rather. Thuriot mounts with him to the battlements. Heaps of paving stones, old iron and missiles lie piled, cannon all duly levelled, in every embrasure a cannon, only drawn back a little. But outwards, behold, O Thuriot, how the multitude flows on, welling through every street, tocsin furiously pealing, all drums beating the Général, the suburb Saint-Antoine rolling hitherward wholly as one man. Such vision, spectral, yet real, thou, O Thuriot, as from thy mount of vision, beholdest in this moment, prophetic of what other phantasmagories and loud gibbering spectral realities, which thou yet beholdest not, but shalt. Que voulez-vous? Said Delaunay, turning pale at the sight, with an air of reproach, almost of menace. Monsieur, said Thuriot, rising into the moral sublime, what mean you? Consider if I could not precipitate both of us from this height, say only 100 feet, exclusive of the walled ditch. Whereupon Delaunay fell silent. Thuriot shows himself from some pinnacle to comfort the multitude, becoming suspicious, frumescent, then descends, departs with protest, with warning addressed also to the invalide, on whom, however, it produces but a mixed, indistinct impression. The old heads are none of the clearest. Besides, it is said Delaunay has been profuse of beverages, prodigue des buissons. They think they will not fire, if not fired on, if they can help it, but must, on the whole, be ruled considerably by circumstances. Woe to thee, Delaunay, in such an hour, if thou canst not, taking some one firm decision, rule circumstances. Soft speeches will not serve. Hard grape shot is questionable, but hovering between the two is unquestionable. Ever wilder swells the tide of men, their infinite hum waxing ever louder into imprecations, perhaps into crackle of stray musketry, which latter, on walls 9 feet thick, cannot do execution. The outer drawbridge has been lowered for Turio. New deputation of citizens, it is the third and noisiest of all, penetrates that way into the outer court. Soft speeches producing no clearance of these, Delaunay gives fire, pulls up his drawbridge. A slight sputter, which has kindled the two combustible chaos, made it a roaring fire chaos. Burst forth insurrection at sight of its own blood, for there were deaths by that sputter of fire, into endless rolling explosion of musketry, distraction, execration, and overhead from the fortress let one great gun with its grape shot go booming to show what we could do. The Bastille is besieged. On then, all Frenchmen that have hearts in their bodies, roar with all your throats of cartilage and metal, ye sons of liberty, stir spasmodically whatsoever of utmost faculty is in you, soul, body, or spirit, for it is the hour. Smite thou Louis Tournay, Cartwright of the Marais, old soldier of the regiment Dauphine, smite at that outer drawbridge chain, though the fiery hail whistles round thee. Never over knave or fellow did thy axe strike such a stroke. Down with it, man, down with it to Orcus, let the whole accursed edifice sink thither, and tyranny be swallowed up for ever. Mounted, some say on the roof of the guard-room, some on bayonets stuck into joints of the wall, Louis Tournay smites brave Aubin Bonnemere, also an old soldier, seconding him. The chain yields, breaks, the huge drawbridge slams down, thundering, avec fracas. Glorious, and yet, alas, it is still but the outworks. The 8 grim towers with their invalide musketry, their paving stones and cannon mouths still soar aloft intact. Ditch yawning impassable, stone-faced, the inner drawbridge with its back towards us, the Bastille is still to take. To describe this siege of the Bastille, thought to be one of the most important in history, perhaps transcends the talent of mortals. Could one but, after infinite reading, get to understand so much as the plan of the building? But there is open esplanade at the end of the Rue Saint-Antoine. There are such forecourts, cours avancés, cours de l'Orme, arched gateways, where Louis Tournay now fights, then new drawbridges, dormant bridges, rampart bastions, and the grim 8 towers, a labyrinthic mass, high-frowning there, of all ages from 20 years to 420, beleaguered in its last hour, as we said, by mere chaos come again. Ordnance of all calibres, throats of all capacities, men of all plans, every man his own engineer. Seldom since the war of pygmies and cranes were there seen so anomalous a thing. Half-pay is home for a suit of regimentals. No one would heed him in coloured clothes. Half-pay is haranguing Garde Français in the Place de Grève. Frantic patriots pick up the grape shots, bear them, still hot, or seemingly so, to the Hôtel de Ville. Paris, you perceive, is to be burnt. Flesselles is pale to the very lips, for the roar of the multitude grows deep. Paris wholly has got to the acme of its frenzy, whirled all ways by panic madness. At every street barricade there whirls simmering a minor whirlpool, strengthening the barricade, since God knows what is coming, and all minor whirlpools play distractedly into that grand fire maelstrom which is lashing round the Bastille. And so it lashes and it roars. Colas, the wine merchant, has become an impromptu cannoneer. See Georget of the Marine Service, fresh from Brest, ply the King of Siam's cannon. Singular, if we were not used to the like. Georget lay last night taking his ease at his inn. The King of Siam's cannon also lay, knowing nothing of him, for 100 years. Yet now, at the right instant, they have got together and discourse eloquent music. For hearing what was toward, Georget sprang from the Brest diligence and ran. Garde Française will also be here with real artillery, were not the walls so thick. Upwards from the esplanade, horizontally from all neighbouring roofs and windows, flashes one irregular deluge of musketry, without effect. The Invalides lie flat, firing comparatively at their ease from behind stone, hardly through portholes show the tip of a nose. We fall, shot, and make no impression. Let conflagration rage of whatsoever is combustible. Guard-rooms are burnt, invalid mess-rooms. A distracted peruke-maker with 2 fiery torches is for burning the salpetre of the arsenal, had not a woman run screaming, had not a patriot with some tincture of natural philosophy instantly struck the wind out of him, butt of musket on pit of stomach, overturned barrels and stayed the devouring element. A young, beautiful lady, seized escaping in these outer courts, and thought falsely to be Delaunay's daughter, shall be burnt in Delaunay's sight. She lies swooned on a paillasse, but again a patriot, it is brave Aubin Bonnemere, the old soldier, dashes in and rescues her. Straw is burnt, 3 cartloads of it, hauled thither, go up in white smoke, almost to the choking of patriotism itself, so that Elie had, with singed brows, to drag back one cart, and Raoul, the gigantic haberdasher, another. Smoke as of Tophet, confusion as of Babel, noise as of the crack of doom. Blood flows, the element of new madness. The wounded are carried into houses of the Rue Cerisaie. The dying leave their last mandate not to yield till the accursed stronghold fall. And yet, alas, how fall? The walls are so thick. Deputations, 3 in number, arrived from the Hôtel de Ville. Abbé Fouché, who was of one, can say, with what almost superhuman courage of benevolence. These wave their town flag in the arched gateway and stand rolling their drum, but to no purpose. In such crack of doom Delaunay cannot hear them, dare not believe them. They return with justified rage, the whew of lead still singing in their ears. What to do? The firemen are here, squirting with their fire-pumps on the invalid cannon to wet the touch-holes. They unfortunately cannot squirt so high, but produce only clouds of spray. Individuals of classical knowledge propose catapults. Santerre, the sonorous brewer of the suburb Saint-Antoine, advises rather that the place be fired by a mixture of phosphorus and oil of turpentine spouted up through forcing pumps. Oh, Spinola Santerre, hast thou the mixture ready? Every man his own engineer. And still the fire deluge abates not. Even women are firing, and Turks, at least 1 woman with her sweetheart and 1 Turk. Garde Français have come, real cannon, real cannoneers. Usher Maillard is busy, half-pay Elie, half-pay Julien rage in the midst of thousands. How the great Bastille clock ticks, inaudible in its inner court there, at its ease, hour after hour, as if nothing special for it or the world were passing. It told 1 when the firing began, and is now pointing towards 5, and still the firing slakes not. Far down in their vaults the 7 prisoners hear muffled din as of earthquakes. Their turnkeys answer vaguely. Woe to thee, Delaunay, with thy poor 100 invalides. Broglie is distant with his ears heavy. Besenval hears, but can send no help. 1 poor troop of hussars has crept, reconnoitring cautiously along the quay as far as the Pont Neuf. "We are come to join you," said the captain, for the crowd seems shoreless. A large-headed, dwarfish individual of smoke-bleared aspect shambles forward, opening his blue lips, for there is sense in him, and croaks, "Alight then, and give us your arms." The hussar captain is too happy to be escorted to the barriers and dismissed on parole. Who the squat individual was? Men answer, it is Monsieur Marat, author of the excellent pacific Oeuil de Boeuf. Great truly, O thou remarkable dog-leech, is this thy day of emergence and new birth, and yet this same day come 4 years. But let the curtains of the future hang. What shall Delaunay do? 1 thing only Delaunay could have done, what he said he would do. Fancy him sitting from the first with lighted taper within arm's length of the powder magazine, motionless like old Roman senator or bronze lamp-holder, coldly apprising Thurio and all men by a slight motion of his eyes what his resolution was. Harmless he sat there, while unharmed, but the king's fortress meanwhile could, might, would, or should in no wise be surrendered, save to the king's messenger. 1 old man's life worthless, so it be lost with honour. But think ye, brawling canaille, how will it be when a whole Bastille springs skyward? In such statuesque taper-holding attitude 1 fancies Delaunay might have left Thurio, the red clerks of the Bazoche, curé of St. Stephen, and all the tag, rag and bobtail of the world, to work their will. and yet withal he could not do it. Hast thou considered how each man's heart is so tremulously responsive to the hearts of all men? Hast thou noted how omnipotent is the very sound of many men? How their shriek of indignation pulses the strong soul, their howl of contumely withers with unfelt pangs. The Ritter Gluck confessed that the ground tone of the noblest passage in one of his noblest operas was the voice of the populace he had heard at Vienna crying to their Kaiser, "Bread! Bread!" Great is the combined voice of men, the utterance of their instincts which are truer than their thoughts. It is the greatest a man encounters among the sounds and shadows which make up this world of time. He who can resist that has his footing somewhere beyond time. Delaunay could not do it. Distracted, he hovers between the two, hopes in the middle of despair, surrenders not his fortress, declares that he will blow it up, seizes torches to blow it up, and does not blow it. Unhappy old Delaunay, it is the death agony of thy Bastille and thee. Jail, jailoring, and jailer, all three, such as they may have been, must finish. For 4 hours now has the world bedlam roared, call it the world chimera blowing fire. The poor Invalides have sunk under their battlements, or rise only with reversed muskets. They have made a white flag of napkins, go beating the chamade, or seeming to beat, for one can hear nothing. The very Swiss at the portcullis look weary of firing, disheartened in the fire deluge. A porthole at the drawbridge is opened, as by one that would speak. See Huissier Maillard, the shifty man, on his plank, swinging over the abyss of that stone ditch, plank resting on parapet, balanced by weight of patriots. He hovers, perilous, such a dove toward such an ark. Deftly, thou shifty usher, one man already fell and lies smashed far down there against the masonry. Usher Maillard falls not. Deftly, unerring, he walks with outspread palm. The Swiss holds a paper through his porthole. The shifty usher snatches it and returns. Terms of surrender, pardon, immunity to all. Are they accepted? Foi d'officier, on the word of an officer, answers half-pay Hulin or half-pay Elie, for men do not agree on it. They are. Sinks the drawbridge. Usher Maillard, bolting it when down, rushes in the living deluge. The Bastille is fallen. Victoire! La Bastille est prise! End of Book 5, Chapter 6. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 5, The Third Estate, Chapter 7, Not a Revolt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 5, Chapter 7, Not a Revolt. Why dwell on what follows? Hulin's foi d'officier should have been kept, but could not. The Swiss stand drawn up, disguised in white canvas smocks, the Invalides without disguise, their arms all piled against the wall. The first rush of victors, in ecstasy that the death peril is past, leaps joyfully on their necks, but new victors rush, and ever new, also in ecstasy not wholly of joy. As we said, it was a living deluge, plunging headlong, had not the Garde Française, in their cool military way, wheeled round with arms levelled, it would have plunged suicidally, by the 100 or the 1,000, into the Bastille ditch. And so it goes plunging, through court and corridor, billowing uncontrollable, firing from windows, on itself, in hot frenzy of triumph, of grief and vengeance for its slain. The poor Invalides will fare ill. One Swiss, running off in his white smock, is driven back with a death thrust. Let all prisoners be marched to the town hall to be judged. Alas, already one poor Invalide has his right hand slashed off him, his maimed body dragged to the Place de Grève and hanged there. This same right hand, it is said, turned back Delaunay from the powder magazine and saved Paris. Delaunay, discovered in grey frock with poppy-coloured riband, is for killing himself with the sword of his cane. He shall to the Hôtel de Ville, Hulin Maillard and others escorting him, Eli marching foremost with a capitulation paper on his sword's point. through roarings and cursings, through hustlings, clutchings, and at last through strokes. Your escort is hustled aside, felled down. Yulin seeks exhausted on a heap of stones. Miserable Delaunay! He shall never enter the Hôtel de Ville. Only his bloody hair-queue held up in a bloody hand, that shall enter for a sign. The bleeding trunk lies on the steps there. The head is off through the streets, ghastly, aloft on a pike. Rigorous Delaunay has died, crying out, "O friends, kill me fast!" Merciful Delorme must die, though gratitude embraces him in this fearful hour and will die for him. It avails not. Brothers, your wrath is cruel. Your Place de Grève is become a throat of the tiger, full of mere fierce bellowings and thirst of blood. One other officer is massacred, one other invalide is hanged on the lamp-iron. With difficulty, with generous perseverance, the Garde Française will save the rest. Provost Flesselles, stricken long since with the paleness of death, must descend from his seat to be judged at the Palais Royal, alas, to be shot dead by an unknown hand at the turning of the first street. O evening sun of July! How at this hour thy beams fall slant on reapers amid peaceful woody fields, on old women spinning in cottages, on ships far out in the silent main, on balls at the orangerie of Versailles, where high-rouged dames of the palace are even now dancing with double-jacketed hussar officers, and also on this roaring hell-porch of a Hôtel de Ville. Babel Tower, with the confusion of tongues, were not Bedlam added with the conflagration of thoughts, was no type of it. One forest of distracted steel bristles endless in front of an electoral committee, points itself in horrid radii against this and the other accused breast. It was the Titans warring with Olympus, and they, scarcely crediting it, have conquered. Prodigy of prodigies, delirious as it could not but be. Denunciation, vengeance, blaze of triumph on a dark ground of terror, all outward, all inward things fallen into one general wreck of madness. Electoral committee? Had it 1,000 throats of brass, it would not suffice. Abbé Lefebvre in the vaults down below is black as Vulcan, distributing that 5,000 weight of powder, with what perils these 48 hours. Last night a patriot in liquor insisted on sitting to smoke on the edge of one of the powder barrels. There smoked he, independent of the world, till the abbé purchased his pipe for 3 francs and pitched it far. Ailey in the grand hall, electoral committee looking on, sits with drawn sword bent in 3 places, with battered helm, for he was of the Queen's regiment, cavalry, with torn regimentals, face singed and soiled, comparable, some think, to an antique warrior, judging the people, forming a list of Bastille heroes. Oh, friends, stain not with blood the greenest laurels ever gained in this world. Such is the burden of Ailey's song, could it be but listened to. Courage, Ailey, courage, ye municipal electors! A declining sun, the need of victuals and of telling news will bring assuagement, dispersion. All earthly things must end. Along the streets of Paris circulate 7 Bastille prisoners, borne shoulder high, 7 heads on pikes, the keys of the Bastille, and much else. See also the Garde Française in their steadfast military way, marching home to their barracks, with the Invalides and Swiss kindly enclosed in hollow square. It is 1 year and 2 months since these same men stood unparticipating with Brenos d'Auguste at the Palais de Justice when fate overtook d'Espremesnil, and now they have participated and will participate. Not Garde Française henceforth, but centre grenadiers of the National Guard, men of iron discipline and humour, not without a kind of thought in them. Likewise, ashlar stones of the Bastille continue thundering through the dusk. Its paper archives shall fly white. Old secrets come to view, and long-buried despair finds voice. Read this portion of an old letter. If not for my consolation, Monseigneur would grant me, for the sake of God and the most blessed Trinity, that I could have news of my dear wife. Were it only her name on card to show that she is alive, it were the greatest consolation I could receive. I should for ever bless the greatness of Monseigneur. Poor prisoner, who namest thyself Queré d'Emery, and hast no other history. She is dead, that dead wife of thine, and thou art dead. 'Tis 50 years since thy breaking heart put this question, to be heard now, first, and long heard, in the hearts of men. But so does the July twilight thicken, so must Paris, as sick children and all distracted creatures do, brawl itself finally into a kind of sleep. Municipal electors, astonished to find their heads still uppermost, are home. Only Moreau de Saint-Méry, of tropical birth and heart, of coolest judgment, he with 2 others shall sit permanent at the town hall. Paris sleeps, gleams upward the illuminated city. Patrols go clashing, without common watchword. There go rumours, alarms of war to the extent of 15,000 men marching through the suburb Saint-Antoine, who never got it marched through. Of the day's distraction, judge by this of the night. Moreau de Saint-Méry, before rising from his seat, gave upwards of 3,000 orders. What a head, comparable to Friar Bacon's brass head! Within it lies all Paris. Prompt must the answer be, right or wrong. In Paris is no other authority extant. Seriously, a most cool, clear head, for which also thou, O brave Saint-Méry, in many capacities, from august senator to merchant's clerk, book-dealer, vice-king, in many places, from Virginia to Sardinia, shalt, ever as a brave man, find employment. Besenval has decamped under cloud of dusk, amid a great affluence of people who did not harm him. He marches with faint growing tread down the left bank of the Seine all night towards infinite space. Resummoned shall Besenval himself be, for trial, for difficult acquittal. His king's troops, his royal Allemande, are gone hence for ever. The Versailles ball and lemonade is done. The orangery is silent except for night birds. Over in the Salle des Menus, Vice-President Lafayette, with unsnuffed lights, with some 100 of members stretched on tables round him, sits erect, outwatching the bear. This day a second solemn deputation went to His Majesty, a second and then a third, with no effect. What will the end of these things be? In the court all is mystery, not without whisperings of terror, though ye dream of lemonade and epaulettes, ye foolish women. His Majesty, kept in happy ignorance, perhaps dreams of double barrels and the woods of Meudon. Late at night the Duc de Liancourt, having official right of entrance, gains access to the royal apartments, unfolds with earnest clearness in his constitutional way the Job's news. "Mais," said poor Louis, "c'est une revolte." "Why, that is a revolt." "Sire," answered Liancourt, "it is not a revolt, it is a revolution." End of Book 5, Chapter 7. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 5, The Third Estate, Chapter 8, Conquering Your King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 5, Chapter 8, Conquering Your King. On the morrow a 4th deputation to the chateau is on foot, of a more solemn, not to say awful character, for, besides orgies on the orangery, it seems the grain convoys are all stopped, nor has Mirabeau's thunder been silent. Such deputation is on the point of setting out, when lo, His Majesty himself, attended only by his 2 brothers, step in, quite in the paternal manner, announces that the troops and all causes of offence are gone, and henceforth there shall be nothing but trust, reconcilement, goodwill, whereof he permits and even requests a National Assembly to assure Paris in his name. Acclamation, as of men suddenly delivered from death, gives answer. The whole assembly spontaneously rises to escort His Majesty back, interlacing their arms to keep off the excessive pressure from him, for all Versailles is crowding and shouting. The chateau musicians, with a felicitous promptitude, strike up the sein de sa famille, bosom of one's family. The Queen appears at the balcony with her little boy and girl, kissing them several times. Infinite vivats spread far and wide, and suddenly there has come, as it were, a new heaven on earth. 88 august senators, Bailly, Lafayette, and our repentant Archbishop among them, take coach for Paris, with a great intelligence, benedictions without end on their heads. From the Place Louis XV, where they alight, all the way to the Hôtel de Ville, it is one sea of tricolor cockades, of clear national muskets, one tempest of huzzahings, hand-clappings, aided by occasional rollings of drum music. Harangues of due fervour are delivered, especially by Lally Tollendal, pious son of the ill-fated murdered Lally, on whose head, in consequence, a civic crown of oak or parsley is forced, which he forcibly transfers to Bailly's. But surely, for one thing, the National Guard must have a general. Moreau de Saint-Marie, he of the 3,000 orders, casts one of his significant glances on the bust of Lafayette, which has stood there ever since the American War of Liberty. Whereupon, by acclamation, Lafayette is nominated. Again, in room of the slain traitor or quasi-traitor Flazelle, President Bailly shall be Provost of the Merchants? No, Mayor of Paris. So be it. Maire de Paris. Mayor Bailly, General Lafayette, Vive Bailly, Vive Lafayette! The universal out-of-doors multitude rends the welcome in confirmation. And now, finally, let us to Notre Dame for a Te Deum. Towards Notre Dame Cathedral, in glad procession, these regenerators of the country walk through a jubilant people, in fraternal manner, Abbé Lefebvre, still black with his gunpowder services, walking arm in arm with the white-stoled Archbishop. Poor Bailly comes upon the foundling children sent to kneel to him, and weeps. Te Deum, our Archbishop officiating, is not only sung, but shot with blank cartridges. Our joy is boundless, as our woe threatened to be. Paris, by her own pike and musket and the valour of her own heart, has conquered the very war gods, to the satisfaction now of Majesty itself. A courier is, this night, getting under way for Necker, the people's minister, invited back by the king, by National Assembly and nation, shall traverse France amid shoutings and the sound of trumpet and timbrel. Seeing which course of things, messeigneurs of the court triumvirate, messieurs of the dead-born Broglie ministry, and others such, consider that their part also is clear, to mount and ride. Off, ye too loyal Broglies, Polignacs, and princes of the blood, off while it is yet time. Did not the Palais Royal, in its late nocturnal violent motions, set a specific price, place of payment not mentioned, on each of your heads? With precautions, with the aid of pieces of cannon and regiments that can be depended on, messeigneurs, between the 16th night and the 17th morning, get to their several roads, not without risk. Prince Condé has, or seems to have, men galloping at full speed, with a view, it is thought, to fling him into the river Oise at Pont Saint-Mayence. The Polignacs travel disguised, friends, not servants, on their coach-box. Broglie has his own difficulties at Versailles, runs his own risks at Metz and Verdun, does nevertheless get safe to Luxembourg, and there rests. This is what they call the first emigration, determined on, as appears, in full court conclave, his Majesty assisting. Prompt he, for his share of it, to follow any counsel whatsoever. 3 sons of France and 4 princes of the blood of St. Louis, says Weber, could not more effectually humble the burghers of Paris than by appearing to withdraw in fear of their life. Alas, the burghers of Paris bear it with unexpected stoicism. The man d'Artois, indeed, is gone, but has he carried, for example, the land d'Artois with him? Not even Bagatelle, the country house, which shall be useful as a tavern. Hardly the 4 valet breeches, leaving the breeches maker. As for old Foulon, one learns that he is dead. At least a sumptuous funeral is going on, the undertakers honouring him, if no other will. Intendant Berthier, his son-in-law, is still living, lurking. He joined Besenval on that Eumenides Sunday, appearing to treat it with levity, and has now fled, no man knows whither. The emigration is not gone many miles, Prince Condé hardly across the Oise, when His Majesty, according to arrangement, for the emigration also thought it might do good, undertakes a rather daring enterprise, that of visiting Paris in person. With 100 members of Assembly, with small or no military escort, which indeed he dismissed at the bridge of Sèvres, poor Louis sets out, leaving a desolate palace, a queen weeping, the present, the past, and the future all so unfriendly for her. At the barrier of Passy, Mayor Bailly, in grand gala, presents him with the keys, harangues him in academic style, mentions that it is a great day, that in Henri IV's case the king had to make conquest of his people, but in this happier case the people makes conquest of its king. A conquis son roi. The king, so happily conquered, drives forward slowly through a steel people, all silent, or shouting only "Vive la nation!" is harangued at the town hall by Moreau of the 3,000 orders, by King's Procureur M. Ethy de Corny, by Lally Tollandal and others, knows not what to think of it or say of it, learns that he is restorer of French liberty, as a statue of him to be raised on the site of the Bastille shall testify to all men. Finally he is shown at the balcony with a tricolour cockade in his hat, is greeted now with vehement acclamation from square and street, from all windows and roofs, and so drives home again amid glad, mingled, and as it were intermarried shouts of "Vive le roi!" and "Vive la nation!" wearied but safe. It was Sunday when the red-hot balls hung over us in mid-air. It is now but Friday, and the revolution is sanctioned. An august National Assembly shall make the Constitution, and neither foreign pandour, domestic triumvirate with levelled cannon, Guy Fawkes powder plots, for that too was spoken of, nor any tyrannic power on the earth or under the earth shall say to it, "What dost thou?" So jubilates the people, sure now of a constitution. Cracked Marquis Saint-Rouge is heard under the windows of the chateau, murmuring sheer speculative treason. End of Book 5, Chapter 8. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 5, The Third Estate, Chapter 9, The Lanterne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 5, Chapter 9, The Lanterne. The fall of the Bastille may be said to have shaken all France to the deepest foundations of its existence. The rumour of these wonders flies everywhere, with the natural speed of rumour, with an effect thought to be preternatural, produced by plots. Did d'Orléans or Laclos, nay, did Mirabeau, not overburdened with money at this time, send riding couriers out from Paris to gallop on all radii or highways towards all points of France? It is a miracle which no penetrating man will call in question. Already in most towns electoral committees were met to regret Necker in harangue and resolution. In many a town, as Rennes, Caen, Lyons, an ebullient people was already regretting him in brickbats and musketry. But now at every town's end in France there do arrive in these days of terror men, as men will arrive, nay, men on horseback, since rumour oftenest travels riding. These men declare with alarmed countenance the brigands to be coming, to be just at hand, and do then ride on about their further business, be what it might. Whereupon the whole population of such town defensively flies to arms. Petition is soon thereafter forwarded to National Assembly. In such peril and terror of peril, leave to organise yourself cannot be withheld. The armed population becomes everywhere an enrolled National Guard. Thus rides rumour, careering along all radii from Paris outwards to such purpose. In few days, some say in not many hours, all France to the utmost borders bristles with bayonets. Singular, but undeniable, miraculous or not. But thus may any chemical liquid, though cooled to the freezing point or far lower, still continue liquid, and then, on the slightest stroke or shake, it at once rushes wholly into ice. Thus has France for long months and even years been chemically dealt with, brought below zero, and now, shaken by the fall of a Bastille, it instantaneously congeals into one crystallized mass of sharp-cutting steel. Qui a chi la tocca? Where? Who touches it? In Paris, an electoral committee with a new mayor and general is urgent with belligerent workmen to resume their handicrafts. Strong dames of the market, dames de la haule, demit congratulatory harangues, present bouquets to the shrine of Saint Genevieve. Unenrolled men deposit their alms, not so readily as could be wished, and receive 9 francs. With Te Deums, royal visits, and sanctioned revolution, there is halcyon weather, weather even of preternatural brightness, the hurricane being overblown. Nevertheless, as is natural, the waves still run high, hollow rocks retaining their murmur. We are but at the 22nd of the month, hardly above a week since the Bastille fell, when it suddenly appears that old Foulon is alive. Nay, that he is here in early morning in the streets of Paris, the extortioner, the plotter who would make the people eat grass and was a liar from the beginning. It is even so. The deceptive sumptuous funeral of some domestic that died, the hiding place at Vitry towards Fontainebleau, have not availed that wretched old man. Some living domestic or dependent, for none loves Foulon, has betrayed him to the village. Merciless Boers of Vitry unearth him, pounce on him like hellhounds. Westward, old infamy, to Paris to be judged at the Hôtel de Ville. His old head, which 74 years have bleached, is bare. They have tied an emblematic bundle of grass on his back. A garland of nettles and thistles is round his neck. In this manner, led with ropes, goaded on with curses and menaces, must he, with his old limbs, sprawl forward, the pitiablest, most unpitied of all old men. Sooty Saint Antoine in every street mustering its crowds as he passes. The Place de Grève, the hall of the Hôtel de Ville, will scarcely hold his escort and him. Foulon must not only be judged righteously, but judged there where he stands, without any delay. Appoint 7 judges, ye municipals, or 77. Name them yourselves, or we will name them, but judge him. Electoral rhetoric, eloquence of Mayor Bailly, is wasted explaining the beauty of the law's delay. Delay, and still delay. Behold, O Mayor of the people, the morning has worn itself into noon, and he is still unjudged. Lafayette, pressingly sent for, arrives, gives voice. This Foulon, a known man, is guilty almost beyond doubt, but may he not have accomplices? Ought not the truth to be cunningly pumped out of him in the Abbaye prison? It is a new light. Sans-Culotism claps hands, at which hand-clapping Foulon, in his feigness as his destiny would have it, also claps. See, they understand one another, cries dark Sans-Culotism, blazing into fury of suspicion. Friends, said a person in good clothes, stepping forward, what is the use of judging this man? Has he not been judged these 30 years? With wild yells, Sans-Culotism clutches him in its 100 hands. He is whirled across the Place de Grève to the lanterne, lamp-iron, which there is at the corner of the Rue de la Vannerie, pleading bitterly for life, to the deaf winds. Only with the 3rd rope, for 2 ropes broke and a quavering voice still pleaded, can he be so much as got hanged. His body is dragged through the streets. His head goes aloft on a pike, the mouth filled with grass, amid sounds as of Tophet from a grass-eating people. Surely if revenge is a kind of justice, it is a wild kind. O mad Sans-Culotism, hast thou risen in thy mad darkness, in thy soot and rags, unexpectedly like an Enceladus living buried from under his Trinacria? They that would make grass be eaten do now eat grass in this manner? After long dumb groaning generations, has the turn suddenly become thine, to such abysmal overturns and frightful instantaneous inversions of the centre of gravity? Are human solecisms all liable? If they but knew it, the more liable, the falser and top-heavier they are. To add to the horror of Mayor Bailly and his municipals, word comes that Berthier has also been arrested, that he is on his way hither from Compiègne. Berthier, intendant, say, tax-levier of Paris, sycophant and tyrant, forestaller of corn, contriver of camps against the people, accused of many things. Is he not Foulon's son-in-law, and in that one point guilty of all? In these hours, too, when sans-culottism has its blood up, the shuddering municipals send one of their number to escort him with mounted National Guards. At the fall of day, the wretched Berthier, still wearing a face of courage, arrives at the barrier in an open carriage, with the municipal beside him, 500 horsemen with drawn sabres, unarmed footmen enough, not without noise. Placards go brandished round him, bearing legibly his indictment as sans-culottism, with unlegal brevity, in huge letters, draws it up. Paris has come forth to meet him with hand-clappings, with windows flung up, with dances, triumph songs as of the Furies. Lastly, the head of Foulon, this also meets him on a pike. Well might his look become glazed and sense fail him at such sight. Nevertheless, be the man's conscience what it may, his nerves are of iron. At the Hôtel de Ville he will answer nothing. He says he obeyed superior order. They have his papers, they may judge and determine as for himself, not having closed an eye these 2 nights, he demands before all things to have sleep. Leaden sleep, thou miserable Berthier. Guards rise with him in motion towards the Abbaye. At the very door of the Hôtel de Ville they are clutched, flung asunder, as by a vortex of mad arms. Berthier whirls towards the lanterne. He snatches a musket, fells and strikes, defending himself like a mad lion, is borne down, trampled, hanged, mangled. His head too, and even his heart, flies over the city on a pike. Horrible in lands that had known equal justice, not so unnatural in lands that had never known it. Le sang qui coule est-il donc si pur? Asked Barnave, intimating that the gallows, though by irregular methods, has its own. Thou thyself, O reader, when thou turnest that corner of the Rue de la Vannerie and discernest still that same grim bracket of old iron, will not want for reflections. Over a grocer's shop, or otherwise, with a bust of Louis XIV in the niche under it, or now no longer in the niche, it still sticks out there, still holding out an ineffectual light of fish oil, and has seen worlds wrecked, and says nothing. But to the eye of unenlightened patriotism, what a thundercloud was this, suddenly shaping itself in the radiance of the halcyon weather. Cloud of Erebus blackness, betokening latent electricity without limit. Mayor Bailly, General Lafayette throw up their commissions in an indignant manner, need to be flattered back again. The cloud disappears as thunderclouds do. The halcyon weather returns, though of a greyer complexion, of a character more and more evidently not supernatural. Thus, in any case, with what rub soever, shall the Bastille be abolished from our earth, and with it feudalism, despotism, and, one hopes, scoundrelism generally, and all hard usage of man by his brother man. Alas, the scoundrelism and hard usage are not so easy of abolition. But as for the Bastille, it sinks day after day and month after month, its ashlars and boulders tumbling down continually by express order of our municipals. Crowds of the curious roam through its caverns, gaze on the skeletons found walled up, on the oubliettes, iron cages, monstrous stone blocks with padlocked chains. One day we discern Mirabeau there, along with Genevese Dumont. Workers and onlookers make reverent way for him, fling verses, flowers on his path, Bastille papers and curiosities into his carriage, with vivats. Able editors compile books from the Bastille archives, from what of them remain unburnt. The key of that robber den shall cross the Atlantic, shall lie on Washington's hall table. The great clock ticks now in a private patriotic clockmaker's apartment, no longer measuring hours of mere heaviness. Vanished is the Bastille, what we call vanished, the body or sandstone of it hanging in benign metamorphosis for centuries to come over the Seine waters as Pont Louis XVI, the soul of it living, perhaps still longer, in the memories of men. So far, ye august senators, with your tennis court oaths, your inertia and impetus, your sagacity and pertinacity, have ye brought us. And yet think, messieurs, as the petitioner justly urged, you who were our saviours, did yourselves need saviours? The brave Bastillers, namely, workmen of Paris, many of them in straitened pecuniary circumstances. Subscriptions are opened, lists are formed, more accurate than Ailey's, harangues are delivered. A body of Bastille heroes, tolerably complete, did get together, comparable to the Argonauts, hoping to endure like them. But in little more than a year the whirlpool of things threw them asunder again, and they sank. So many highest superlatives achieved by man are followed by new higher, and dwindle into comparatives and positives. The siege of the Bastille, weighed with which in the historical balance most other sieges, including that of Troy Town, a gossamer, cost, as we find, in killed and mortally wounded, on the part of the besiegers, some 83 persons. On the part of the besieged, after all that straw-burning, fire-pumping, and deluge of musketry, one poor solitary invalid, shot stone dead, ride mort, on the battlements. The Bastille fortress, like the city of Jericho, was overturned by miraculous sound. End of Book 5, Chapter 9. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 6, Consolidation. Chapter 1, Make the Constitution. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 6, Chapter 1, Make the Constitution. Here perhaps is the place to fix a little more precisely what these two words, French Revolution, shall mean, for, strictly considered, they may have as many meanings as there are speakers of them. All things are in revolution, in change from moment to moment, which becomes sensible from epoch to epoch. In this time world of ours there is properly nothing else but revolution and mutation, and even nothing else conceivable. Revolution, you answer, means speedier change. Whereupon one has still to ask, how speedy? At what degree of speed? In what particular points of this variable course, which varies in velocity but can never stop till time itself stops, does revolution begin and end, cease to be ordinary mutation, and again become such? It is a thing that will depend on definition, more or less arbitrary. For ourselves, we answer that French Revolution means here the open, violent rebellion and victory of disimprisoned anarchy against corrupt, worn-out authority. How anarchy breaks prison, bursts up from the infinite deep, and rages uncontrollable, immeasurable, enveloping a world, in phases after phases of fever frenzy, till the frenzy burning itself out, and what elements of new order it held, since all force holds such, developing themselves, the uncontrollable begot, if not re-imprisoned, yet harnessed, and its mad forces made to work towards their object as sane, regulated ones. For as hierarchies and dynasties of all kinds, theocracies, aristocracies, autocracies, strumpetocracies, have ruled over the world, so it was appointed in the decrees of Providence that this same victorious anarchy, Jacobinism, Sansculottism, French Revolution, horrors of French Revolution, or what else mortals name it, should have its turn. The destructive wrath of Sansculottism, this is what we speak, having unhappily no voice for singing. Surely a great phenomenon, nay, it is a transcendental one, overstepping all rules and experience, the crowning phenomenon of our modern time. For here again, most unexpectedly, comes antique fanaticism in new and newest vesture, miraculous as all fanaticism is. Call it the fanaticism of making away with formulas, de humeur les formules. The world of formulas, the formed, regular world, which all habitable world is, must needs hate such fanaticism like death, and be at deadly variance with it. The world of formulas must conquer it, or, failing that, must die execrating it, anathematizing it, can nevertheless in no wise prevent its being and its having been. The anathemas are there, and the miraculous thing is there. Whence it cometh, whither it goeth? These are questions. When the age of miracles lay faded into the distance as an incredible tradition, and even the age of conventionalities was now old, and man's existence had for long generations rested on mere formulas which were grown hollow by course of time, and it seemed as if no reality any longer existed but only phantasms of realities, and God's universe were the work of the tailor and upholsterer mainly, and men were buckram masks that went about becking and grimacing there. On a sudden the earth yawns asunder, and amid Tartarian smoke and glare of fierce brightness rises sans-culotism, many-headed fire-breathing, and asks, "What think ye of me?" Well may the buckram masks start together, terror-struck, into expressive, well-concerted groups. It is indeed, friends, a most singular, most fatal thing. Let whosoever is but buckram and a phantasm look to it, ill verily may it fare with him. Here methinks he cannot much longer be. Woe also to many a one who is not wholly buckram, but partially real and human. The age of miracles has come back. Behold the world phoenix in fire consummation and fire creation. Wide are her fanning wings, loud is her death melody of battle thunders and falling towns. Skyward lashes the funeral flame enveloping all things. It is the death birth of a world. Whereby, however, as we often say, shall one unspeakable blessing seem attainable. This, namely, that man and his life rest no more on hollowness and a lie, but on solidity and some kind of truth. Welcome the beggarliest truth, so it may be one, in exchange for the royalest sham. Truth of any kind breeds ever new and better truth. Thus hard granite rock will crumble down into soil under the blessed skyey influences, and cover itself with verdure, with fruitage and umbrage. But as for falsehood, which in like contrary manner grows ever falser, what can it, or what should it do, but decease, being ripe, decompose itself gently or even violently, and return to the father of it, too probably in flames of fire? Sans-culotism will burn much, but what is incombustible it will not burn. Fear not sans-culotism. Recognize it for what it is, the portentous, inevitable end of much, the miraculous beginning of much. One other thing thou mayest understand of it, that it too came from God, for has it not been? From of old, as it is written, are his goings forth in the great deep of things, fearful and wonderful now as in the beginning, in the whirlwind also he speaks, and the wrath of men is made to praise him. But to gauge and measure this immeasurable thing, and what is called account for it, and reduce it to a dead logic formula, attempt not. Much less shalt thou shriek thyself hoarse, cursing it, for that, to all needful lengths, has been already done. As an actually existing son of time, look with unspeakable manifold interest, oftenest in silence, at what time did bring. Therewith edify, instruct, nourish thyself, or were it but to amuse and gratify thyself as it is given thee. Another question which at every new turn will rise on us, requiring ever new reply, is this: where the French Revolution specially is? In the King's palace, in his Majesty's or Her Majesty's managements and maltreatments, cabals, imbecilities and woes, answer some few, whom we do not answer. In the National Assembly, answer a large mixed multitude, who accordingly seat themselves in the reporter's chair, and therefrom, noting what proclamations, acts, reports, passages of logic fence, bursts of parliamentary eloquence seem notable within doors, and what tumults and rumours of tumult become audible from without, produce volume on volume, and naming it History of the French Revolution, contentedly publish the same. To do the like, to almost any extent, with so many filed newspapers, choix des rapports, histoires parlementaires as there are, amounting to many horse-loads, were easy for us. Easy but unprofitable. The National Assembly, named now Constituent Assembly, goes its course, making the Constitution, but the French Revolution also goes its course. In general, may we not say that the French Revolution lies in the heart and head of every violent speaking, of every violent thinking French man? How the 25 millions of such in their perplexed combination, acting and counteracting, may give birth to events, which event successively is the cardinal one, and from what point of vision it may best be surveyed, this is a problem. Which problem, the best insight, seeking light from all possible sources, shifting its point of vision, whithersoever vision or glimpse of vision can be had, may employ itself in solving, and be well content to solve in some tolerably approximate way. As to the National Assembly, in so far as it still towers eminent over France after the manner of a car-borne carroccio, though now no longer in the van, and rings signals for retreat or to advance, it is and continues a reality among other realities. But insofar as it sits making the Constitution, on the other hand, it is a fatuity and chimera mainly. Alas, in the never so heroic building of Montesquieu marbly card castles, though shouted over by the world, what interest is there? Occupied in that way, an august National Assembly becomes for us little other than a Sanhedrin of pedants, not of the gerund grinding, yet of no fruitfuller sort, and its loud debatings and recriminations about rights of man, rights of peace and war, veto suspensive, veto absolute, what are they but so many pedants' curses? May God confound you for your theory of irregular verbs. A constitution can be built. Constitutions are no fallaciae, but the frightful difficulty is that of getting men to come and live in them. Could Sieyes have drawn thunder and lightning out of heaven to sanction his constitution, it had been well, but without any thunder? Nay, strictly considered, is it not still true that without some such celestial sanction, given visibly in thunder or invisibly otherwise, no constitution can in the long run be worth much more than the waste paper it is written on? The Constitution, the set of laws or prescribed habits of acting that men will live under, is the one which images their convictions, their faith as to this wondrous universe and what rights, duties, capabilities they have there, which stands sanctioned, therefore, by necessity itself, if not by a seen deity, then by an unseen one. Other laws, whereof there are always enough ready-made, are usurpations which men do not obey, but rebel against and abolish by their earliest convenience. The question of questions accordingly were, who is it that especially for rebellers and abolishers can make a constitution? He that can image forth the general belief when there is one, that can impart one when, as here, there is none. A most rare man, ever as of old a God-missioned man. Here, however, in defect of such transcendent, supreme man, time, with its infinite succession of merely superior men, each yielding his little contribution, does much. Force, likewise, for, as antiquarian philosophers teach, the royal sceptre was from the first something of a hammer, to crack such heads as could not be convinced, will all along find somewhat to do. And thus, in perpetual abolition and reparation, rending and mending, with struggle and strife, with present evil and the hope and effort towards future good, must the Constitution, as all human beings do, build itself forward, or unbuild itself and sink as it can and may. O Sieyes and ye other committee men and 1,200 miscellaneous individuals from all parts of France, What is the belief of France and yours if ye knew it? Properly, that there shall be no belief, that all formulas be swallowed, the constitution which will suit that? Alas, too clearly, a no constitution, an anarchy, which also, in due season, shall be vouchsafed you. But, after all, what can an unfortunate National Assembly do? Consider only this, that there are 1,200 miscellaneous individuals, not a unit of whom but has his own thinking apparatus, his own speaking apparatus. In every unit of them is some belief and wish, different for each, both that France should be regenerated and also that he individually should do it. 1,200 separate forces, yoked miscellaneously to any object, miscellaneously to all sides of it, and bid pull for life. Or is it the nature of National Assemblies generally to do, with endless labour and clangour, nothing? Are representative governments mostly at bottom tyrannies too? Shall we say the tyrants, the ambitious, contentious persons from all corners of the country do, in this manner, get gathered into one place, and there, with motion and counter-motion, with jargon and hubbub, cancel one another like the fabulous Kilkenny cats, and produce for net result 0? The country, meanwhile, governing or guiding itself by such wisdom, recognised or for the most part unrecognised, as may exist in individual heads here and there. Nay, even that were a great improvement, for of old, with their Guelph factions and Ghibelline factions, with their red roses and white roses, they were wont to cancel the whole country as well. Besides, they do it now in a much narrower cockpit, within the 4 walls of their assembly house, and here and there an outpost of hustings and barrel-heads. Do it with tongues too, not with swords, all which improvements in the art of producing 0. Are they not great? Nay, best of all, some happy continents, as the western one with its savannas, where whosoever has 4 willing limbs finds food under his feet and an infinite sky over his head, can do without governing. What sphinx questions, which the distracted world in these very generations must answer or die. End of Book 6, Chapter 1. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 6, Consolidation, Chapter 2, The Constituent Assembly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 6, Chapter 2, The Constituent Assembly. One thing an elected assembly of 1,200 is fit for, destroying, which indeed is but a more decided exercise of its natural talent for doing nothing. Do nothing, only keep agitating, debating, and things will destroy themselves. So, and not otherwise, proved it with an august National Assembly. It took the name Constituent, as if its mission and function had been to construct or build, which also, with its whole soul, it endeavoured to do. Yet in the fates and the nature of things there lay for it, precisely of all functions, the most opposite to that. Singular, what gospels men will believe, even gospels according to Jean-Jacques. It was the fixed faith of these national deputies, as of all thinking Frenchmen, that the Constitution could be made, that they there and then were called to make it. How, with the toughness of old Hebrews or Ishmaelite Moslem, did the otherwise light, unbelieving people persist in this their credo quia impossibile, and front the armed world with it, and grow fanatic and even heroic, and do exploits by it? The Constituent Assembly's constitution, and several others, will, being printed and not manuscript, survive to future generations as an instructive, well-nigh incredible document of the time, the most significant picture of the then existing France, or, at lowest, picture of these men's picture of it. But in truth and seriousness, what could the National Assembly have done? The thing to be done was, actually, as they said, to regenerate France, to abolish the old France and make a new one, quietly or forcibly, by concession or by violence. This, by the law of nature, has become inevitable. With what degree of violence depends on the wisdom of those that preside over it. With perfect wisdom on the part of the National Assembly it had all been otherwise, but whether in any wise it could have been pacific, nay, other than bloody and convulsive, may still be a question. Grant, meanwhile, that this Constituent Assembly does, to the last, continue to be something. With a sigh it sees itself incessantly forced away from its infinite divine task of perfecting the theory of irregular verbs to finite terrestrial tasks, which latter have still a significance for us. It is the cynosure of revolutionary France, this National Assembly. All work of government has fallen into its hands or under its control. All men look to it for guidance. In the middle of that huge revolt of 25 millions, it hovers always aloft as carroccio or battle standard, impelling and impelled in the most confused way. If it cannot give much guidance, it will still seem to give some. It emits pacificatory proclamations, not a few, with more or with less result. It authorises the enrolment of National Guards, lest brigands come to devour us and reap the unripe crops. It sends missions to quell effervescences, to deliver men from the lanterne. It can listen to congratulatory addresses which arrive daily by the sackful, mostly in Kim Cambaces's vein, also to petitions and complaints from all mortals, so that every mortal's complaint, if it cannot get redressed, may at least hear itself complain. For the rest, an august National Assembly can produce parliamentary eloquence and appoint committees of the Constitution, of reports, of researchers, and of much else, which again yield mountains of printed paper. The theme of new parliamentary eloquence in bursts or in plenteous smooth-flowing floods. And so, from the waste vortex whereon all things go whirling and grinding, organic laws, or the similitude of such, slowly emerge. With endless debating we get the rights of man written down and promulgated, true paper basis of all paper constitutions. Neglecting, cry the opponents, to declare the duties of man. Forgetting, answer we, to ascertain the mights of man, one of the fatalest omissions. Nay, sometimes, as on the 4th of August, our National Assembly, fired suddenly by an almost preternatural enthusiasm, will get through whole masses of work in one night. A memorable night, this 4th of August. Dignitaries temporal and spiritual, peers, archbishops, parliament, presidents, each outdoing the other in patriotic devotedness, come successively to throw their untenable possessions on the altar of the fatherland. With louder and louder vivats, for indeed it is after dinner too, they abolish tithes, seigneurial dues, gabelle, excessive preservation of game, nay, privilege, immunity, feudalism, root and branch, then appoint a Te Deum for it. And so finally disperse about 3 a.m, striking the stars with their sublime heads. Such night, unforeseen but forever memorable, was this the 4th of August, 1789. Miraculous, or semi-miraculous, some seem to think it. A new night of Pentecost, shall we say, shaped according to the new time and new church of Jean-Jacques Rousseau? It had its causes, also its effects. In such manner labour the national deputies, perfecting their theory of irregular verbs, governing France and being governed by it, with toil and noise, cutting asunder ancient intolerable bonds, and, for new ones, assiduously spinning ropes of sand. Were their labours a nothing or a something, yet the eyes of all France being reverently fixed on them, history can never very long leave them altogether out of sight. For the present, if we glance into that assembly hall of theirs, it will be found, as is natural, most irregular. As many as 100 members are on their feet at once. No rule in making motions, or only commencements of a rule. Spectators' gallery allowed to applaud, and even to hiss. President appointed once a fortnight, raising many times no serene head above the waves. Nevertheless, as in all human assemblages, like does begin arranging itself to like. The perennial rule, ubi homines sunt modis sunt, proves valid. Rudiments of methods disclose themselves, rudiments of parties. There is a right side, côté droit, a left side, côté gauche, sitting on Monsieur le President's right hand or on his left. The côté droit, conservative, the côté gauche, destructive. Intermediate is Anglo-Maniac constitutionalism or two-chamber royalism with its Mouniers, its Lallies, fast verging towards non-entity. Preeminent on the right side pleads and perorates Carlyle, the dragoon captain, eloquent, mildly fervent, earning for himself the shadow of a name. There also blusters Barrel Mirabeau, the younger Mirabeau, not without wit. Dusky d'Espremesnil does nothing but sniff and ejaculate. Might, it is fondly thought, lay prostrate the elder Mirabeau himself, would he but try, which he does not. Last and greatest, see for one moment the Abbé Mori, with his Jesuitic eye, his impassive brass face, image of all the cardinal sins. Indomitable, unquenchable, he fights Jesuitico-rhetorically, with toughest lungs and heart, for throne, especially for altar and tithes, so that a shrill voice exclaims once from the gallery, "Monsieur of the clergy, you have to be shaved. If you wriggle too much, you will get cut." The left side is also called the d'Orléans side, and sometimes, derisively, the Palais Royal. And yet, so confused, real imaginary seems everything, it is doubtful, as Mirabeau said, whether d'Orléans himself belonged to that same d'Orléans party. What can be known and seen is that his moon visage doth beam forth from that point of space. There likewise sits sea-green Robespierre, throwing in his light weight with decision, not yet with effect. A thin, lean Puritan and precisian, he would make away with formulas, yet lives, moves, and has his being wholly in formulas of another sort. Peuple, such according to Robespierre ought to be the royal method of propagating laws. Peuple, this is the law I have framed for thee, dost thou accept it? Answered the right side from centre and left by inextinguishable laughter. Yet men of insight discern that the sea-green may by chance go far. This man, observes Mirabeau, will do somewhat. He believes every word he says. Abbé Sieyes is busy with mere constitutional work, wherein unlucky fellow workmen are less pliable than, with one who has completed the science of polity, they ought to be. Courage, Sieyes, nevertheless, some 20 months of heroic travail, of contradiction from the stupid, and the constitution shall be built, the top stone of it brought out with shouting, say rather the top paper, for it is all paper, and thou hast done in it what the earth or the heaven could require, thy utmost. Note likewise this trio, memorable for several things. Memorable were it only that their history is written in an epigram. Whatsoever these three have in hand, it is said, Duport thinks it, Barnave speaks it, Lameth does it. But royal Mirabeau? Conspicuous among all parties, raised above and beyond them all, this man rises more and more. As we often say, he has an eye, he is a reality, while others are formulas and eye-glasses. In the transient he will detect the perennial, find some firm footing even among paper vortexes. His fame is gone forth to all lands. It gladdened the heart of the crabbed old friend of men himself before he died. The very postilions of inns have heard of Mirabeau. When an impatient traveller complains that the team is insufficient, his postilion answers, "Yes, monsieur, the wheelers are weak, but my Mirabeau, main horse, you see, is a right one. Mais mon Mirabeau est excellent." And now, reader, thou shalt quit this noisy discrepancy of a National Assembly, not, if thou be of humane mind, without pity. 1,200 brother men are there in the centre of 25 millions, fighting so fiercely with fate and with one another, struggling their lives out, as most sons of Adam do, for that which profiteth not. Nay, on the whole, it is admitted further to be very dull. Dull as this day's assembly, said someone. Why date? Pourquoi date? Answered Mirabeau. Consider that they are 1,200, that they not only speak but read their speeches, and even borrow and steal speeches to read. with 1,200 fluent speakers and their Noah's deluge of vociferous commonplace, unattainable silence may well seem the one blessing of life. But figure 1,200 pamphleteers droning forth perpetual pamphlets, and no man to gag them. Neither, as in the American Congress, do the arrangements seem perfect. A senator has not his own desk and newspaper here. Of tobacco, much less of pipes, there is not the slightest provision. Conversation itself must be transacted in a low tone with continual interruption. Only pencil notes circulate freely, in incredible numbers, to the foot of the very tribune. Such work is it, regenerating a nation, perfecting one's theory of irregular verbs. End of Book 6, Chapter 3. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 6, Consolidation, Chapter 3, The General Overturn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dan. Book 6, Chapter 3, The General Overturn. Of the King's Court, for the present, there is almost nothing whatever to be said. Silent, deserted are these halls. Royalty languishes, forsaken of its war god and all its hopes, till once the Oeuil de Boeuf rally again. The sceptre is departed from King Louis, is gone over to the Salle des Menus, to the Paris Town Hall, or one knows not whither. In the July days, while all ears were yet deafened by the crash of the Bastille, and ministers and princes were scattered to the four winds, it seemed as if the very valets had grown heavy of hearing. Besenval, also in flight towards infinite space, but hovering a little at Versailles, was addressing His Majesty personally for an order about post-horses, when lo, the valet-in-waiting places himself familiarly between His Majesty and me, stretching out his rascal neck to learn what it was. His Majesty, in sudden choler, whirled round, made a clutch at the tongs. I gently prevented him. He grasped my hand in thankfulness, and I noticed tears in his eyes. Poor king, for French kings also are men. Louis XIV himself once clutched the tongs and even smote with them, but then it was at Louvois and Dame Maintenon ran up. The Queen sits weeping in her inner apartments, surrounded by weak women. She is at the height of unpopularity, universally regarded as the evil genius of France. Her friends and familiar counsellors have all fled, and fled surely on the foolishest errand. The Chateau Polignac still frowns aloft on its bold and enormous cubical rock amid the blue girdling mountains of Auvergne. But no Duke and Duchess Polignac look forth from it. They have fled. They have met Necker at Bâle. They shall not return. That France should see her nobles resist the irresistible, inevitable, with the face of angry men, was unhappy, not unexpected, but with the face and sense of pettish children. This was her peculiarity. They understood nothing, would understand nothing. Does not at this hour a new Polignac, first-born of these two, sit reflective in the castle of Ham, in an astonishment he will never recover from, the most confused of existing mortals? King Louis has his new ministry, mere popularities, old President Pompignan, Necker come back in triumph, and others such. But what will it avail him? As was said, the sceptre, all but the wooden gilt sceptre, had departed elsewhither. Volition, determination, is not in this man, only innocence, indolence, dependence on all persons but himself, on all circumstances but the circumstances he were lord of. So troublous internally is our Versailles and its work. Beautiful if seen from afar, resplendent like a sun, seen near at hand, a mere sun's atmosphere, hiding darkness, confused ferment of ruin. But over France there goes on the indisputablest destruction of formulas, transaction of realities that follow therefrom. So many millions of persons, all gyved and nigh strangled with formulas, whose life nevertheless, at least the digestion and hunger of it, was real enough. Heaven has at length sent an abundant harvest, but what profits it the poor man when earth with her formulas interposes? Industry in these times of insurrection must needs lie dormant, capital, as usual, not circulating but stagnating timorously in nooks. The poor man is short of work, is therefore short of money. Nay, even had he money, bread is not to be bought for it. Were it plotting of aristocrats, plotting of D'Orléans, were it brigands, preternatural terror, and the clang of Phoebus Apollo's silver bow, enough the markets are scarce of grain, plentiful only in tumult. Farmers seem lazy to thresh, being either bribed, or needing no bribe, with prices ever rising, with perhaps rent itself no longer so pressing. Neither, what is singular, do municipal enactments, that along with so many measures of wheat you shall sell so many of rye, and other the like, much mend the matter. Dragoons with drawn swords stand ranked among the corn sacks, often more dragoons than sacks. Meal mobs abound, growing into mobs of still darker quality. Starvation has been known among the French commonalty before this, known and familiar. Did we not see them in the year 1775 presenting in sallow faces, in wretchedness and raggedness, their petition of grievances, and for answer getting a brand new gallows 40 feet high? Hunger and darkness through long years. For look back on that earlier Paris riot when a great personage worn out by debauchery was believed to be in want of blood baths, and mothers in worn raiment, yet with living hearts under it, filled the public places with their wild Rachel cries, stilled also by the gallows. 20 years ago the friend of men, preaching to the deaf, described the Limousin peasants as wearing a pain-stricken, souffre-douleur look, a look past complaint, as if the oppression of the great were like the hail and the thunder, a thing irremediable, the ordinance of nature. And now, if in some great hour the shock of a falling Bastille should awaken you, and it were found to be the ordinance of art merely, and remediable, reversible? Or has the reader forgotten that flood of savages which, in sight of the same friend of men, descended from the mountain at Mont d'Or? Lank-haired, haggard faces, shapes raw-boned, in high sabots, in woollen jupes with leather girdles studded with copper nails, they rocked from foot to foot and beat time with their elbows too, as the quarrel and battle which was not long in beginning went on, shouting fiercely, the lank faces distorted into the similitude of a cruel laugh. For they were darkened and hardened long had they been the prey of excisemen and taxmen, of clerks with the cold spurt of their pen. It was the fixed prophecy of our old Marquis, which no man would listen to, that such government by blind man's buff, stumbling along too far, would end by the general overturn, the culbute générale. No man would listen. Each went his thoughtless way, and time and destiny also travelled on. The government by blind man's buff, stumbling along, has reached the precipice inevitable for it. Dull drudgery, driven on by clerks with the cold dastard spurt of their pen, has been driven into a communion of drudges. For now, moreover, there have come the strangest confused tidings. By Paris journals with their paper wings, or still more portentous where no journals are, by rumour and conjecture, oppression not inevitable, a Bastille prostrate, and the Constitution fast getting ready. Which Constitution, if it be something and not nothing, what can it be but bread to eat? The traveller, walking uphill, bridle in hand, overtakes a poor woman. The image, as such commonly are, of drudgery and scarcity, looking 60 years of age, though she is not yet 28. They have 7 children, her poor drudge and she, a farm with 1 cow which helps to make the children's soup, also 1 little horse or garron. They have rents and quit rents, hens to pay to this seigneur, oat sacks to that, king's taxes, statute labour, church taxes, taxes enough, and think the times inexpressible. She has heard that somewhere, in some manner, something is to be done for the poor. God send it soon, for the dues and taxes crush us down. Nous écrasons. Fair prophecies are spoken, but they are not fulfilled. There have been notables, assemblages, turnings out and comings in, intriguing and manoeuvring, parliamentary eloquence and arguing, Greek meeting Greek in high places has long gone on, yet still bread comes not. The harvest is reaped and garnered, yet still we have no bread. Urged by despair and by hope, what can drudgery do but rise as predicted and produce the general overturn? Fancy then some 5 full-grown millions of such gaunt figures, with their haggard faces, figures have, in woollen dupes, with copper-studded leather girths and high sabots, starting up to ask, as in forest roarings, their washed upper classes, after long unreviewed centuries, virtually, this question: how have ye treated us? How have ye taught us, fed us, and led us, while we toiled for you? The answer can be read in flames over the nightly summer sky. This is the feeding and leading we have had of you, emptiness of pocket, of stomach, of head, and of heart. Behold, there is nothing in us, nothing but what nature gives her wild children of the desert, ferocity and appetite. Strength grounded on hunger. Did ye mark among your rights of men that man was not to die of starvation while there was bread reaped by him? It is among the mights of man. 72 chateaux have flamed aloft in the Mâconnais and Beaujolais alone. This seems the centre of the conflagration, but it has spread over Dauphine, Alsace, the Lyonnais. The whole south-east is in a blaze. All over the north, from Rouen to Metz, disorder is abroad. Smugglers of salt go openly in armed bands. The barriers of towns are burnt. Toll-gatherers, tax-gatherers, official persons put to flight. It was thought, says Young, the people from hunger would revolt, and we see they have done it. Desperate lackals, long prowling aimless, now finding hope in desperation itself, everywhere form a nucleus. They ring the church bell by way of tocsin, and the parish turns out to the work. Ferocity, atrocity, hunger, and revenge, such work as we can imagine. Ill stands it now with the seigneur who, for example, has walled up the only fountain of the township, who has ridden high on his charter and parchments, who has preserved game not wisely but too well. Churches also and canonries are sacked without mercy, which have shorn the flock too close, forgetting to feed it. Woe to the land over which sans-culottism in its day of vengeance tramps roughshod, shod in sabots. High-bred seigneurs with their delicate women and little ones had to fly half naked under cloud of night, glad to escape the flames, and even worse. You meet them at the table d'hôte of inns, making wise reflections or foolish that rank is destroyed, uncertain whether they shall now wend. The métayer will find it convenient to be slack in paying rent. As for the tax-gatherer, he, long hunting as a biped of prey, may now get hunted as one. His Majesty's exchequer will not fill up the deficit this season. It is the notion of many that a patriot Majesty, being the restorer of French liberty, has abolished most taxes, though for their private ends some men make a secret of it. Where this will end? In the abyss, one may prophesy, whither all delusions are at all moments travelling, where this delusion has now arrived. For if there be a faith from of old, it is this, as we often repeat, that no lie can live for ever. The very truth has to change its vesture from time to time, and be born again. But all lies have sentence of death written down against them, and heaven's chancery itself, and slowly or fast advance incessantly towards their hour. The sign of a grand seigneur being landlord, says the vehement plain-spoken Arthur Young, are wastes, lands, deserts, ling. Go to his residence, you will find it in the middle of a forest, peopled with deer, wild boars, and wolves. The fields are scenes of pitiable management, as the houses are of misery. To see so many millions of hands that would be industrious, all idle and starving. Oh, if I were legislator of France for one day, I would make these great lords skip again. Oh, Arthur, thou now actually beholdest them skip. Wilt thou grow to grumble at that too? For long years and generations it lasted, but the time came. feather-brain whom no reasoning and no pleading could touch, the glare of the firebrand had to illuminate. There remained but that method. Consider it, look at it. The widow is gathering nettles for her children's dinner. A perfumed seigneur, delicately lounging in the Oeuil de Boeuf, has an alchemy whereby he will extract from her the third nettle and name it rent and law. Such an arrangement must end. Ought it? But, oh, most fearful is such an ending. Let those to whom God in his great mercy has granted time and space prepare another and milder one. To some it is a matter of wonder that the seigneurs did not do something to help themselves, say, combine and arm, for there were 150,000 of them, all violent enough. Unhappily, 150,000 scattered over wide provinces, divided by mutual ill will, cannot combine. The highest seigneurs, as we have seen, had already emigrated, with a view of putting France to the blush. Neither are arms now the peculiar property of seigneurs, but of every mortal who has 10 shillings wherewith to buy a second-hand firelock. Besides, those starving peasants, after all, have not 4 feet and claws that you could keep them down permanently in that manner. They are not even of black colour. They are mere unwashed seigneurs, and a seigneur too has human bowels. The seigneurs did what they could, enrolled in National Guards, fled with shrieks complaining to heaven and earth. One seigneur, famed Meme of Quincy near Versailles, invited all the rustics of his neighbourhood to a banquet, blew up his chateau and them with gunpowder, and instantaneously vanished, no man yet knows whither. Some half-dozen years after he came back, and demonstrated that it was by accident. Nor are the authorities idle, though unluckily all authorities, municipalities and such like, are in the uncertain transitory state, getting regenerated from old monarchic to new democratic. No official yet knows clearly what he is. Nevertheless, mayors, old or new, do gather, maréchaussées, National Guards, troops of the line, justice of the most summary sort is not wanting. The Electoral Committee of Masson, though but a committee, goes the length of hanging for its own behoof as many as 20. The Prévôt of Dauphiné traverses the country with a movable column, with tipstaves, gallows ropes, for gallows any tree will serve, and suspend its culprit or 13 culprits. Unhappy country! How is the fair gold and green of the ripe bright year defaced with horrid blackness, black ashes of chateaux, black bodies of gibbeted men. Industry has ceased in it, not sounds of the hammer and saw, but of the tocsin and alarm drum. The sceptre has departed, whither one knows not, breaking itself in pieces, here impotent, there tyrannous. National Guards are unskilful and of doubtful purpose. Soldiers are inclined to mutiny. There is danger that they too may quarrel, danger that they may agree. Strasbourg has seen riots, a town hall torn to shreds, its archives scattered white on the winds, drunk soldiers embracing drunk citizens for 3 days, and Mayor Dietrich and Marshal Rochambeau reduced nigh to desperation. Through the middle of all which phenomena is seen, on his triumphant transit, escorted through Belfort, for instance, by 50 national horsemen and all the military music of the place, Monsieur Necker, returning from Bâle. Glorious as the meridian, though poor Necker himself partly guesses whither it is leading. One highest culminating day at the Paris town hall, with immortal vivats, with wife and daughter kneeling publicly to kiss his hand, with Besenval's pardon granted, but indeed revoked before sunset. One highest day, but then lower days, and even lower, down even to lowest. Such magic is in a name, and in the want of a name. Like some enchanted Mambrino's helmet, essential to victory comes this saviour of France, beshouted, besymboled by the world, alas so soon to be disenchanted, to be pitched shamefully over the lists as a barber's basin. Gibbon could wish to show him, in this ejected barber's basin state, to any man of solidity who were minded to have the soul burnt out of him and become a caput mortuum by ambition, unsuccessful or successful. Another small phasis we add, and no more. How in the autumn months our sharp-tempered Arthur has been pestered for some days past by shot, lead drops and slugs, rattling 5 or 6 times into my chaise and about my ears, all the mob of the country gone out to kill game. It is even so. On the cliffs of Dover, over all the marches of France, there appear this autumn 2 signs of the earth, emigrant flights of French seigneurs, emigrant winged flights of French game. Finished, one may say, or as good as finished, is the preservation of game on this earth, completed for endless time. What part it had to play in the history of civilization is played. Plaudite exeat. In this manner does sans-culotism blaze up, illustrating many things, producing among the rest, as we saw on the 4th of August, that semi-miraculous Night of Pentecost in the National Assembly, semi-miraculous, which had its causes and its effects. Feudalism is struck dead, not on parchment only and by ink, but in very fact by fire, say by self-combustion. This conflagration of the southeast will abate, will be got scattered to the west or elsewhither. Extinguish it will not, till the fuel be all done. End of Book 6, Chapter 3. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 6, Consolidation, Chapter 4, In Q. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 6, Chapter 4, In Q. If we look now at Paris, one thing is too evident, that the bakers' shops have got their queues or tails, their long strings of purchasers arranged in tail, so that the first comes to be first served, were the shop once open. This waiting in tail, not seen since the early days of July, again makes its appearance in August. In time we shall see it perfected by practice to the rank almost of an art, and the art or quasi-art of standing in tail become one of the characteristics of the Parisian people, distinguishing them from all other peoples whatsoever. But consider, while work itself is so scarce, how a man must not only realize money, but stand waiting, if his wife is too weak to wait and struggle, for half days in the tail, till he gets it changed for dear bad bread. Controversies to the length sometimes of blood and battery must arise in these exasperated queues. Or if no controversy, then it is but one accordant pang lingua of complaint against the powers that be. France has begun her long curriculum of hungering, instructive and productive beyond academic curriculums, which extend over some 7 most stressful years. As Jean-Paul says of his own life, to a great height shall the business of hungering go. Or consider, in strange contrast, the Jubilee ceremonies. For in general the aspect of Paris presents these 2 features, Jubilee ceremonials and scarcity of victual. Processions enough walk in Jubilee, of young women decked and dizened, their ribbons all tricolour, moving with song and tabor to the shrine of Saint Genevieve to thank her that the Bastille is down. The strong men of the market and the strong women fail not with their bouquets and speeches. Abbé Fauchet, famed in such work, for Abbé Lefebvre could only distribute powder, blesses tricolour cloth for the National Guard and makes it a national tricolour flag, victorious, or to be victorious, in the cause of civil and religious liberty all over the world. Fauchet, we say, is the man for Te Deums and public consecrations, to which, as in this instance of the flag, our National Guard will reply with volleys of musketry, church and cathedral though it be, filling Notre Dame with such noisiest fuliginous amen, significant of several things. On the whole, we will say our new Mayor Bailly, our new Commander Lafayette, named also Scipio Americanus, have bought their preferment dear. Bailly rides in gilt state coach with beefeaters and sumptuosity, Camille Desmoulins and others sniffing at him for it. Scipio bestrides the white charger and waves with civic plumes in sight of all France. Neither of them, however, does it for nothing, but in truth at an exorbitant rate. At this rate, namely, of feeding Paris and keeping it from fighting. Out of the city fund, some 17,000 of the utterly destitute are employed digging on Montmartre at 10 pence a day, which buys them at market price almost 2 pounds of bad bread. They look very yellow when Lafayette goes to harangue them. The town hall is in travail night and day. It must bring forth bread, a municipal constitution, regulation of all kinds, curbs on the sans-culotte press, above all bread. Bread. Purveyors prowl the country far and wide with the appetite of lions, detect hidden grain, purchase open grain, by gentle means or forcible must and will find grain. A most thankless task, and so difficult, so dangerous, even if a man did gain some trifle by it. On the 19th of August there is food for 1 day. Complaints there are that the food is spoiled and produces an effect on the intestines, not corn but plaster of Paris, which effect on the intestines, as well as that smarting in the throat and palate, a town hall proclamation warns you to disregard, and even to consider as drastic beneficial. The mayor of St. Denis, so black was his bread, has by a dyspeptic populace been hanged on the lantern there. National Guards protect the Paris corn market. First 10 suffice, then 600. Busy are you, Bailly, Brissot de Vauville, Condorcet, and ye others? For, as just hinted, there is a municipal constitution to be made too. The old Bastille electors, after some 10 days of psalmodying over their glorious victory, begin to hear it asked in a splenetic tone, "Who put you there?" They accordingly had to give place, not without moanings and audible growlings on both sides, to a new, larger body, specially elected for that post, which new body, augmented, altered, then finally fixed at the number of 300, with the title of Town Representatives, Representants de la Commune, now sits there, rightly portioned into committees, assiduous, making a constitution at all moments when not seeking flour. And such a constitution, little short of miraculous, one that shall consolidate the revolution. The revolution is finished, then? Thereby ye and all respectable friends of freedom would fain think so. Your revolution, like jelly sufficiently boiled, needs only to be poured into shapes of constitution and consolidated therein. Could it indeed contrive to cool, which last, however, is precisely the doubtful thing, or even the not doubtful? Unhappy friends of freedom, consolidating a revolution! They must sit at work there, their pavilions spread on very chaos between two hostile worlds, the upper court world, the nether sans-culotic one, and beaten on by both, toil painfully, perilously, doing in sad literal earnest the impossible. End of Book 6, Chapter 4. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 6, Consolidation, Chapter 5, The Fourth Estate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 6, Chapter 5, The Fourth Estate. Pamphleteering opens its abysmal throat wider and wider, never to close more. Our philosophs, indeed, rather withdraw, after the manner of Marmontel, retiring in disgust the first day. Abbé Raynal, grown grey and quiet in his Marseille domicile, is little content with this work. The last literary act of the man will again be an act of rebellion, an indignant letter to the Constituent Assembly, answered by the order of the day. Thus also Philosophe Morellet puckers discontented brows, being indeed threatened in his benefices by that 4th of August. It is clearly going too far. How astonishing that those haggard figures in woolen dupes would not rest as satisfied with speculation and victorious analysis as we. Ah, yes, speculation, philosophism, once the ornament and wealth of the saloon, will now coin itself into mere practical propositions, and circulate on street and highway universally, with results. A fourth estate of able editors springs up, increases and multiplies, irrepressible, incalculable. new printers, new journals, and ever new, so prurient is the world, let our 300 curb and consolidate as they can. Loustalot, under the wing of Prudhomme, dull blustering printer, edits weekly his Révolution de Paris in an acrid, emphatic manner. Acrid, corrosive, as the spirit of Sloes and Copperas is Marat, friend of the people, struck already with the fact that the National Assembly, so full of aristocrats, can do nothing except dissolve itself and make way for a better, that the town hall representatives are little other than babblers and imbeciles, if not even knaves. Poor is this man, squalid, and dwells in garrets, a man unlovely to the sense, outward and inward, a man forbid, and is becoming fanatical, possessed with fixed idea. Cruel Lusus of nature, did nature, O poor Marat, as in cruel sport, knead thee out of her leavings and miscellaneous waste clay, and fling thee forth stepdame-like, a distraction into this distracted 18th century? Work is appointed thee there, which thou shalt do. The 300 have summoned and will again summon Marat, but always he croaks forth answer sufficient, always he will defy them or elude them, and endure no gag. Carra, ex-secretary of the decapitated Hospodar, and then of a necklace cardinal, likewise pamphleteer, adventurer in many scenes and lands, draws nigh to Messier of the Tableau de Paris, and with foam on his lips proposes an annale patriotique. The Moniteur goes its prosperous way. Barrère weeps on paper as yet loyal. Rivarol, Royou are not idle. Deep calls to deep. Your Domine Salvum Fac Regum shall awaken Pange Lingua. With an Ami du Peuple there is a King's Friend newspaper, Ami du Roi. Camille Desmoulins has appointed himself Procureur General de la Lanterne, Attorney General of the Lamp Iron, and pleads, not with atrocity, under an atrocious title, editing weekly his brilliant Revolutions of Paris and Brabant. Brilliant, we say, for if in that thick murk of journalism, with its dull blustering, with its fixed or loose fury, any ray of genius greet thee, be sure it is Camille's. The thing that Camille teaches us he with his light finger adorns. Brightness plays, gentle, unexpected, amid horrible confusions. Often is the word of Camille worth reading, when no other's is. Questionable Camille, how thou glitterest with a fallen, rebellious, yet still semi-celestial light, as is the starlight on the brow of Lucifer. Son of the morning, into what times and what lands art thou fallen? But in all things is good, though not good for consolidating revolutions. 1,000 waggon-loads of this pamphleteering and newspaper matter lie rotting slowly in the public libraries of our Europe. Snatched from the great gulf like oysters by bibliomaniac pearl-divers, there must they first rot, then what was pearl, in Camille or others, may be seen as such and continue as such. Nor has public speaking declined, though Lafayette and his patrols look sour on it. Loud always is the Palais Royal, loudest the Café de Foix, such a miscellany of citizens and citizenesses circulating there. Now and then, according to Camille, some citizens employ the liberty of the press for a private purpose, so that this or the other patriot finds himself short of his watch or pocket-handkerchief. But for the rest, in Camille's opinion, nothing can be a livelier image of the Roman Forum. A patriot proposes his motion. If it finds any supporters, they make him mount on a chair and speak. If he is applauded, he prospers and redacts. If he is hissed, he goes his ways. Thus they, circulating and perorating. Tall, shaggy Marquis Saint-de-Rouge, a man that has had his losses and has deserved them, is seen eminent and also heard. Bellowing is the character of his voice, like that of a bull of Bashan, voice which drowns all voices, which causes frequently the hearts of men to leap. Cracked or half-cracked is this tall Marquis's head, uncracked are his lungs, the cracked and the uncracked shall alike avail him. Consider farther that each of the 48 districts has his own committee, speaking and motioning continually, aiding in the search for grain, in the search for a constitution, checking and spurring the poor 300 of the town hall. That Danton, with a voice reverberating from the domes, is president of the Cordeliers district, which has already become a Goshen of patriotism. That apart from the 17,000 utterly necessitous digging on Montmartre, most of whom indeed have got passes and been dismissed into space with 4 shillings, there is a strike or union of domestics out of place who assemble for public speaking. Next, a strike of tailors, for even they will strike and speak. Further, a strike of journeymen cordwainers, a strike of apothecaries, so dear is bread. All these, having struck, must speak, generally under the open canopy, and pass resolutions, Lafayette and his patrols watching them suspiciously from the distance. Unhappy mortals, such tugging and lugging and throttling of one another, to divide in some not intolerable way the joint felicity of man in this earth, when the whole lot to be divided is such a feast of shells. Diligent are the 300. None equals Scipio Americanus in dealing with mobs. But surely all these things bode ill for the consolidating of a revolution. End of Book 6, Chapter 5. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women. Chapter 1, Patrollotism. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 1, Patrollotism. No, friends, this revolution is not of the consolidating kind. Do not fires, fevers, sown seeds, chemical mixtures, men, events, all embodiments of force that work in this miraculous complex of forces named universe, go on growing through their natural phases and developments, each according to its kind, reach their height, reach their visible decline, finally sink under, vanishing, and what we call die? They all grow, there is nothing but what grows and shoots forth into its special expansion, once give it leave to spring. Observe, too, that each grows with a rapidity proportioned in general to the madness and unhealthiness there is in it. Slow, regular growth, though this also ends in death, is what we name health and sanity. A sans-culottism which has prostrated Bastilles, which has got pike and musket, and now goes burning chateaux, passing resolutions and haranguing under roof and sky, may be said to have sprung, and, by law of nature, must grow. To judge by the madness and diseasedness, both of itself and of the soil and element it is in, one might expect the rapidity and monstrosity would be extreme. Many things too, especially all diseased things, grow by shoots and fits. The first grand fit and shooting forth of sans-culottism was that of Paris conquering its king, for Bailly's figure of rhetoric was all too sad a reality. The king is conquered, going at large on his parole, on condition, say, of absolutely good behaviour, which in these circumstances will unhappily mean no behaviour whatever. A quite untenable position, that of Majesty put on its good behaviour. Alas, is it not natural that whatever lives try to keep itself living? Whereupon His Majesty's behaviour will soon become exceptionable, and so the second grand fit of sans-culottism, that of putting him in durance, cannot be distant. Necker in the National Assembly is making moan, as usual, about his deficit. Barriers and custom houses burnt, the tax-gatherers hunted, not hunting, His Majesty's exchequer all but empty. The remedy is a loan of 30 millions, then, on still more enticing terms, a loan of 80 millions, neither of which loans, unhappily, will the stock-jobbers venture to lend. The stock-jobber has no country, except his own black pool of Agio. And yet, in those days, for men that have a country, what a glow of patriotism burns in many a heart, penetrating inwards to the very purse. So early as the 7th of August, a don patriotique, a patriotic gift of jewels to a considerable extent, has been solemnly made by certain Parisian women, and solemnly accepted, with honourable mention. whom forthwith all the world takes to imitating and emulating. Patriotic gifts, always with some heroic eloquence which the President must answer and the Assembly listen to, flow in from far and near, in such numbers that the honourable mention can only be performed in lists published at stated epochs. Each gives what he can. The very cordwainers have behaved munificently. One landed proprietor gives a forest. Fashionable society gives its shoe buckles, takes cheerfully to shoe ties. Unfortunate females give what they have amassed in loving. The smell of all cash, as Vespasian thought, is good. Beautiful, and yet inadequate. The clergy must be invited to melt their superfluous church plate in the royal mint. Nay, finally, a patriotic contribution of the forcible sort must be determined on, though unwillingly. Let the fourth part of your declared yearly revenue for this once only be paid down. So shall a National Assembly make the Constitution, undistracted at least by insolvency. Their own wages, as settled on the 17th of August, are but 18 francs a day, each man. But the public service must have sinews, must have money. To appease the deficit, not to combler or choke the deficit, if you or mortal could. For withal, as Mirabeau was heard saying, it is the deficit that saves us. Towards the end of August, our National Assembly, in its constitutional labours, has got so far as the question of veto. Shall Majesty have a veto on the national enactments, or not have a veto? What speeches were spoken within doors and without? Clear and also passionate logic, imprecations, comminations, gone happily for the most part to limbo. Through the cracked brain and uncracked lungs of Saint-Rouge, the Palais Royal re-bellows with veto. Journalism is busy. France rings with veto. I shall never forget, says Dumont, my going to Paris one of these days with Mirabeau and the crowd of people we found waiting for his carriage about Leger the bookseller's shop. They flung themselves before him, conjuring him with tears in their eyes not to suffer the veto absolu. They were in a frenzy. Monsieur le Comte, you are the people's father. You must save us. You must defend us against those villains who are bringing back despotism. If the king gets this veto, what is the use of National Assembly? We are slaves. All is done. Friends, if the sky fall, there will be catching of larks. Mirabeau, adds Dumont, was eminent on such occasions. He answered vaguely, with a patrician imperturbability, and bound himself to nothing. Deputations go to the Hôtel de Ville, anonymous letters to aristocrats in the National Assembly threatening that 15,000 or sometimes that 60,000 will march to illuminate you. The Paris districts are astir. Petitions signing. Saint-Rouge sets forth from the Palais Royal with an escort of 1,500 individuals to petition in person. Resolute, or seemingly so, is the tall, shaggy Marquis in the Café de Foire, but resolute also is Commandant General Lafayette. The streets are all beset by patrols. Saint-Rouge is stopped at the Barrière des Bonshommes. He may bellow like the bulls of Bashan, but absolutely must return. The brethren of the Palais Royal circulate all night and make motions under the open canopy, all coffee-houses being shut. Nevertheless, Lafayette and the town hall do prevail. Saint-Rouge is thrown into prison. Veto absolu adjusts itself into suspensive veto, prohibition, not forever, but for a term of time, and this doom's clamour will grow silent as the others have done. So far has consolidation prospered, though with difficulty, repressing the nether sanscalotic world, and the constitution shall be made. With difficulty, amid jubilee and scarcity, patriotic gifts, bakers' queues, Abbé Fauchet's harangues with their amen of platoon musketry. Scipio Americanus has deserved thanks from the National Assembly and France. They offer him stipends and emoluments to a handsome extent, all which stipends and emoluments he, covetous of far other blessedness than mere money, does in his chivalrous way, without scruple, refuse. To the Parisian common man, meanwhile, one thing remains inconceivable. That now, when the Bastille is down and French liberty restored, grain should continue so dear. Our rights of man are voted. feudalism and all tyranny abolished. Yet behold, we stand in queue. Is it aristocrat forestallers? A court still bent on intrigues? Something is rotten somewhere. And yet, alas, what to do? Lafayette with his patrols prohibits everything, even complaint. Saint Rouge and other heroes of the veto lie in durance. People's friend Marat was seized. Printers of patriotic journals are fettered and forbidden. The very hawkers cannot cry till they get licence and leaden badges. Blue National Guards ruthlessly dissipate all groups, scour with levelled bayonets the Palais Royal itself. Pass on your affairs along the Rue Taranne, the patrol presenting his bayonet cries. To the left, turn into the Rue Saint-Benoît, he cries. To the right. A judicious patriot like Camille Desmoulins in this instant is driven for quietness' sake to take the gutter. Oh, much suffering people, our glorious revolution is evaporating in tricolor ceremonies and complimentary harangues, of which latter, as Loustalot accurately calculates, upwards of 2,000 have been delivered within the last month at the town hall alone. And our mouths, unfilled with bread, are to be shut under penalties. The caricaturist promulgates his emblematic tablature, La patriotisme chassant le patriotisme, patriotism driven out by patrollotism. Ruthless patrols, long superfine harangues and scanty ill-baked loaves more like baked Bath bricks, which produce an effect on the intestines. Where will this end? In consolidation? End of Book 7, Chapter 1. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women, Chapter 2, O Richard, O my King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 2, O Richard, O my King. For alas, neither is the town hall itself without misgivings. The nether Sansculotic world has been suppressed hitherto, but then the upper court world, symptoms there are that the Oeuil de Boeuf is rallying. More than once in the town hall Sanhedrim, often enough from those outspoken bakers' queues, has the wish uttered itself, oh, that our restorer of French liberty were here, that he could see with his own eyes, not with the false eyes of queens and cabals, and his really good heart be enlightened. For falsehood still environs him, intriguing dukes de Guiche with bodyguards, scouts of Bouillé, a new flight of intriguers, now that the old is flown. What else means this advent of the Regiment de Flandre, entering Versailles, as we hear, on the 23rd of September, with 2 pieces of cannon? Did not the Versailles National Guard do duty at the chateau? Had they not Swiss, 100 Swiss, garde du corps, bodyguards so-called? Nay, it would seem the number of bodyguards on duty has, by a manoeuvre, been doubled. The new relieving battalion of them arrived at its time, but the old relieved one does not depart. Actually, there runs a whisper through the best informed upper circles, or a nod still more portentous than whispering, of His Majesty's flying to Metz, of a bond to stand by him therein, which has been signed by noblesse and clergy to the incredible amount of 30 or even of 60,000. Lafayette coldly whispers it and coldly asseverates it to Count d'Estaing at the dinner-table, and d'Estaing, one of the bravest men, quakes to the core lest some lackey overhear it, and tumbles thoughtful without sleep all night. The Regiment Flandre, as we said, is clearly arrived. His Majesty, they say, hesitates about sanctioning the 4th of August, makes observations of chilling tenor on the very rights of man. Likewise may not all persons, the bakers' queues themselves, discern on the streets of Paris the most astonishing number of officers on furlough, crosses of St. Louis and such like? Some reckon from 1,000 to 1,200. Officers of all uniforms, nay, one uniform never before seen by eye, green faced with red. The tricolour cockade is not always visible, but what in the name of heaven may these black cockades which some wear foreshadow? Hunger whets everything, especially suspicion and indignation. Realities themselves in this Paris have grown unreal, preternatural. Phantasms once more stalk through the brain of hungry France. "O ye laggards and dastards," cry shrill voices from the queues, "if ye had the hearts of men, ye would take your pikes and second-hand firelocks and look into it, not leave your wives and daughters to be starved, murdered, and worse. Peace, women, the heart of man is busy and heavy. Patriotism, driven out by patrolletism, knows not what to resolve on." The truth is, the Oeuil de Boeuf has rallied, to a certain unknown extent. A changed Oeuil de Boeuf, with Versailles National Guards in their tricolour cockades doing duty there, a court all flaring with tricolour. Yet even to a tricolour court men will rally. Ye loyal hearts, burnt-out seigneurs, rally round your queen, with wishes which will produce hopes, which will produce attempts. For indeed, self-preservation being such a law of nature, what can a rallied court do but attempt and endeavour, or call it plot, with such wisdom and unwisdom as it has? They will fly escorted to Metz, where brave Bouillet commands. They will raise the royal standard. The bond signatures shall become armed men. Were not the king so languid? Their bond, if at all signed, must be signed without his privity. Unhappy king, he has but one resolution, not to have a civil war. For the rest he still hunts. Having ceased lock-making, he still dozes and digests, is clay in the hands of the potter. Ill will it fare with him in a world where all is helping itself, where, as has been written, whosoever is not hammer must be stithy, and the very hyssop on the wall grows there in that chink because the whole universe could not prevent its growing. But as for the coming up of this regiment to Flandre, may it not be urged that there were Saint-Rouge petitions and continual meal mobs? Undebauched soldiers, be their plot or only dim elements of a plot, are always good. Did not the Versailles municipality, an old monarchic one not yet refounded into a democratic, instantly second the proposal? Nay, the very Versailles National Guard, wearied with continual duty at the chateau, did not object. Only Draper Lecointre, who was now Major Lecointre, shook his head. Yes, friends, surely it was natural this regiment de Flandre should be sent for, since it could be got. It was natural that, at sight of military bandoliers, the heart of the rallied Oeuil de Boeuf should revive, and maids of honour and gentlemen of honour speak comfortable words to epauletted defenders and to one another. Natural also and mere common civility that the bodyguards, a regiment of gentlemen, should invite their Flandre brethren to a dinner of welcome. Such invitation, in the last days of September, is given and accepted. Dinners are defined as the ultimate act of communion. Men that can have communion in nothing else can sympathetically eat together, can still rise into some glow of brotherhood over food and wine. The dinner is fixed on for Thursday the 1st of October, and ought to have a fine effect. Further, as such dinner may be rather extensive, and even the non-commissioned and the common man be introduced to see and to hear, could not His Majesty's opera apartment, which has lain quite silent ever since Kaiser Joseph was here, be obtained for the purpose? The hall of the opera is granted. The salon d'Hercule shall be drawing-room. Not only the officers of Flandre, but of the Swiss, of the 100 Swiss, nay, of the Versailles National Guard, such of them as have any loyalty, shall feast. It will be a repast like few. And now, suppose this repast, the solid part of it, transacted and the first bottle over. Suppose the customary loyal toasts drunk, the king's health, the queen's with deafening vivats, that of the nation omitted or even rejected. Suppose champagne flowing, with pot-valorous speeches, with instrumental music, empty feathered heads growing ever the noisier in their own emptiness, in each other's noise. Her Majesty, who looks unusually sad tonight, His Majesty sitting dulled with the day's hunting, is told that the sight of it would cheer her. Behold, she enters there, issuing from her staterooms, like the moon from the clouds, this fairest unhappy queen of hearts, royal husband by her side, young Dauphin in her arms. She descends from the boxes amid splendours and acclaim, walks queen-like round the tables, gracefully escorted, gracefully nodding, her looks full of sorrow yet of gratitude and daring, with the hope of France on her mother bosom. And now the band striking up, O Richard, O mon roi, l'univers t'abandonne. O Richard, O my king, and world is all forsaking thee. Could man do other than rise to height of pity, of loyal valour? Could feather-headed young ensigns do other than, by white Bourbon cockades handed them from fair fingers, by waving of swords drawn to pledge the Queen's health, by trampling of national cockades, by scaling the boxes whence intrusive murmurs may come, by vociferation, tripudiation, sound, fury and distraction, within doors and without, testify what tempest-tossed state of vacuity they are in, till champagne and tripudiation do their work, and all lie silent, horizontal, passively slumbering with mead of battle dreams. A natural repast, in ordinary times a harmless one, now fatal, as that of Thyestes, as that of Job's sons when a strong wind smote the four corners of their banquet house. Poor ill-advised Marie Antoinette, with a woman's vehemence, not with a sovereign's foresight. It was so natural, yet so unwise. Next day, in public speech of ceremony, Her Majesty declares herself delighted with the Thursday. The heart of the Oeuil de Boeuf glows into hope, into daring, which is premature. Rallied maids of honour, waited on by abbés, sew white cockades, distribute them with words, with glances, to epauletted youths, who in return may kiss, not without fervour, the fair sewing fingers. Captains of horse and foot go swashing with enormous white cockades. Nay, one Versailles national captain had mounted the like, so witching with the words and glances, and laid aside his tricolour. Well may Mayor Lecointre shake his head with a look of severity and speak audible resentful words. But now a swashbuckler with enormous white cockade, overhearing the Major, invites him insolently once and then again elsewhere to recant, and failing that, to duel. Which latter feat Major Lecointre declares that he will not perform, not at least by any known laws of fence, that he nevertheless will, according to mere law of nature, by dirk and blade, exterminate any vile gladiator who may insult him or the nation. Whereupon, for the Major is actually drawing his implement, they are parted, and no weasand slit. End of Book 7, Chapter 2. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women. Chapter 3, Black Cockades. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 3, Black Cockades. But fancy what effect this Thyestes repast and trampling on the national cockade must have had in the salle des menus, in the famishing bakers' queues at Paris. Nay, such Thyestes repasts, it would seem, continue. Flandre has given its counter-dinner to the Swiss and 100 Swiss. Then on Saturday there has been another. Yes, here with us is famine, but yonder at Versailles is food, enough and to spare. Patriotism stands in queue, shivering, hunger-struck, insulted by patriotism, while bloody-minded aristocrats, heated with excess of living high, trample on the national cockade. Can the atrocity be true? Nay, look! Green uniforms faced with red, black cockades, the colour of night. Are we to have military onfall, and death also by starvation? For behold, the Corbeil corn-boat, which used to come twice a day with its plaster of Paris meal, now comes only once. And the town hall is deaf, and the men are laggard and dastard. At the Café de Foire this Saturday evening a new thing is seen, not the last of its kind, a woman engaged in public speaking. Her poor man, she says, was put to silence by his district. Their presidents and officials would not let him speak. Wherefore she here with her shrill tongue will speak, denouncing, while her breath endures, the Corbeil boat, the plaster of Paris bread, sacrilegious opera dinners, green uniforms, pirate aristocrats, and those black cockades of theirs. Truly it is time for the black cockades at least to vanish. Them patrollotism itself will not protect. Nay, sharp-tempered Monsieur Tassin at the Tuileries parade on Sunday morning forgets all national military rule, starts from the ranks, wrenches down one blockade which is swashing ominous there, and tramples it fiercely into the soil of France. Patrollotism itself is not without suppressed fury. Also, the districts begin to stir. The voice of President Danton reverberates in the Cordeliers. People's friend Marat has flown to Versailles and back again, swart bird, not of the halcyon kind. And so patriot meets promenading patriot this Sunday, and sees his own grim care reflected on the face of another. Groups, in spite of patrollotism, which is not so alert as usual, fluctuate deliberative. Groups on the bridges, on the quays, at the patriotic cafes. And ever as any black cockade may emerge, rises the many-voiced growl and bark, "À bas! Down!" All black cockades are ruthlessly plucked off. One individual picks his up again, kisses it, attempts to refix it, but 100 canes start into the air, and he desists. Still worse went it with another individual, doomed by extempore plebiscitum to the lantern. Saved with difficulty by some active corps de garde. Lafayette sees signs of an effervescence which he doubles his patrols, doubles his diligence to prevent. So passes Sunday, the 4th of October, 1789. Sullen is the male heart, repressed by patrollotism. Vehement is the female, irrepressible. The public-speaking woman at the Palais Royal was not the only speaking one. Men know not what the pantry is. When it grows empty, only house mothers know. O women, wives of men that will only calculate and not act, patrollotism is strong, but death by starvation and military onfall is stronger. Patrollotism represses male patriotism, but female patriotism? Will guards named national thrust their bayonets into the bosoms of women? Such thought, or rather such dim, unshaped raw material of a thought, ferments universally under the female nightcap, and by earliest daybreak, on slight hint, will explode. End of Book 7, Chapter 3. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women. Chapter 4, The Maenads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 4, The Maenads. If Voltaire once, in splenetic humour, asked his countrymen, "But you, Gouache, what have you invented?" they can now answer, "The art of insurrection." It was an art indeed needed in these last singular times, an art for which the French nature, so full of vehemence, so free from depth, was perhaps of all others the fittest. Accordingly, to what a height, one may well say, of perfection has this branch of human industry been carried by France within the last half-century. Insurrection, which Lafayette thought might be the most sacred of duties, ranks now for the French people among the duties which they can perform. Other mobs are dull masses which roll onwards with a dull, fierce tenacity, a dull, fierce heat, but emit no light flashes of genius as they go. The French mob, again, is among the liveliest phenomena of our world. So rapid, audacious, so clear-sighted, inventive, prompt to seize the moment, instinct with life to its finger ends. That talent, there were no other, of spontaneously standing in queue, distinguishes, as we said, the French people from all peoples, ancient and modern. Let the reader confess, too, that, taking one thing with another, perhaps few terrestrial appearances are better worth considering than mobs. Your mob is a genuine outburst of nature, issuing from or communicating with the deepest deep of nature. When so much goes grinning and grimacing as a lifeless formality, and under the stiff buckram no heart can be felt beating, here once more, if nowhere else, is a sincerity and reality. Shudder at it, or even shrink over it if thou must, nevertheless consider it. Such a complex of human forces and individualities hurled forth in their transcendental mood to act and react on circumstances and on one another, to work out what it is in them to work. The thing they will do is known to no man, least of all to themselves. It is the inflammablest, immeasurable firework, generating, consuming itself. With what phases, to what extent, with what results it will burn off, philosophy and perspicacity conjecture in vain. Man, as has been written, is for ever interesting to man. Nay, properly, there is nothing else interesting. In which light also may we not discern why most battles have become so wearisome. Battles in these ages are transacted by mechanism, with the slightest possible development of human individuality or spontaneity. Men now even die and kill one another in an artificial manner. Battles ever since Homer's time, when they were fighting mobs, have mostly ceased to be worth looking at, worth reading of or remembering. How many wearisome, bloody battles does history strive to represent, or even in a husky way to sing, and she would omit or carelessly slur over this one insurrection of women? A thought, or dim raw material of a thought, was fermenting all night, universally in the female head, and might explode. In squalid garret, on Monday morning, maternity awakes to hear children weeping for bread. Maternity must forth to the streets, to the herb markets and bakers' queues, meets there with hunger-stricken maternity, sympathetic, exasperative. Oh, we unhappy women! But instead of bakers' queues, why not to aristocrats' palaces, the root of the matter? Allons, let us assemble to the Oeuil de Boeuf, to Versailles, to the Lanterne. In one of the guardhouses of the Quartier Saint-Eustache, a young woman seizes a drum. For how shall National Guards give fire on women, on a young woman? The young woman seizes the drum, sets forth, beating it, uttering cries relative to the dearth of grains. Descend, O mothers, descend, ye Judiths, to food and revenge. All women gather and go. Crowds storm all stairs, force out all women. The female insurrectionary force, according to Camille, resembles the English naval one. There is a universal press of women. Robust dames of the Halle, slim mantua-makers, assiduous, risen from the dawn, ancient virginity tripping to matins, the housemaid with early broom, all must go. Rouse ye, O women, the laggard men will not act. They say, we ourselves may act. And so, like snowbreak from the mountains, for every staircase is a melted brook, it storms, tumultuous, wild shrilling, towards the Hôtel de Ville. Tumultuous with or without drum music, for the Faubourg Saint-Antoine also has tucked up its gown, and with besom staves, fire irons, and even rusty pistols, void of ammunition, is flowing on. Sound of it flies with the velocity of sound to the outmost barriers. By 7 o'clock on this raw October morning, 5th of the month, the town hall will see wonders. Nay, as chance would have it, a male party are already there, clustering tumultuously round some national patrol and a baker who has been seized with short weights. They are there and have even lowered the rope of the lanterne, so that the official persons have to smuggle forth the short-weighing baker by back doors and even send to all the district for more force. Grand it was, says Camille, to see so many Judiths, from 8 to 10,000 of them in all, rushing out to search into the root of the matter. Not unfrightful it must have been, ludicro, terrific, and most unmanageable. At such hour the overwatched 300 are not yet stirring. None but some clerks, a company of National Guards, and Monsieur de Gouvion, the Major General. Gouvion has fought in America for the cause of civil liberty, a man of no inconsiderable heart, but deficient in head. He is, for the moment, in his back apartment, assuaging Usher Maillard, the Bastille sergeant, who has come, as too many do, with representations. The assuagement is still incomplete when our Judiths arrive. The National Guards form on the outer stairs with levelled bayonets. The 10,000 Judiths press up, resistless, with obtestations, with outspread hands, merely to speak to the mayor. The rear forces them, nay, from male hands in the rear stones already fly. The National Guards must do one of two things, sweep the plaster grave with cannon, or else open to right and left. They open, the living deluge rushes in. Through all rooms and cabinets, upwards to the topmost belfry, ravenous, seeking arms, seeking mayors, seeking justice, while again the better dressed, speak kindly to the clerks, point out the misery of these poor women, also their ailments, some even of an interesting sort. Poor Monsieur de Gouvion is shiftless in this extremity, a man shiftless, perturbed, who will one day commit suicide. How happy for him that Usher Maillard, the shifty, was there at the moment, though making representations. Fly back, thou shifty Maillard, seek the Bastille company, and return fast with it, above all with thy own shifty head, for behold, the Judiths can find no mayor or municipal, scarcely in the topmost belfry can they find poor Abbé Lefebvre, the powder distributor. Him, for want of a better, they suspend there, in the pale morning light, over the top of all Paris, which swims in one's failing eyes. A horrible end? Nay, the rope broke, as French ropes often did, or else an Amazon cut it. Abbé Lefebvre falls some 20 feet, rattling among the leads, and lives long years after, though always with a tremblement in the limbs. And now doors fly under hatchets. The Judiths have broken the armoury, have seized guns and cannons, 3 money bags, paper heaps, torches flare. In few minutes our brave Hôtel de Ville, which dates from the 4th Henry, will, with all that it holds, be in flames. End of Book 7, Chapter 4. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women, Chapter 5, Usher Maillard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 5, Usher Maillard. In flames, truly, were it not that Usher Maillard, swift of foot, shifty of head, has returned. Maillard, of his own motion, for Gouvion or the rest would not even sanction him, snatches a drum, descends the porch stairs, rantan, beating sharp with loud rolls his rogue's march, to Versailles, allons, à Versailles! As men beat on kettle or warming pan when angry she-bees, or, say, flying desperate wasps, are to be hived, and the desperate insects hear it and cluster round it, simply as round a guidance where there was none, so now these maenads round shifty Maillard, riding usher of the Châtelet. The axe pauses uplifted. Abbé Lefebvre is left half-hanged. From the belfry downwards all vomits itself. What rub-a-dub is that? Stanislas Maillard, Bastille hero, will lead us to Versailles? Joy to thee, Maillard! Blessed art thou above riding ushers. Away then, away! The seized cannon are yoked with seized cart-horses. Brown-locked Demoiselle Théroigne, with pike and helmet, sits there as gunneress, with haughty eye and serene fair countenance, comparable, some think, to the Maid of Orléans, or even recalling the idea of Pallas Athene. Maillard, for his drum still rolls on, is, by heaven-rending acclamation, admitted general. Maillard hastens the languid march, Maillard, beating rhythmic with sharp rantan all along the quays, leads forward with difficulty his Menadic host. Such a host marched not in silence. The bargeman pauses on the river. All waggoners and coach-drivers fly. Men peer from windows, not women, lest they be pressed. Sight of sights, Bacchantes in these ultimate formalized ages, Bronze Henri looks on from his Pont Neuf, the monarchic Louvre, Medician Tuileries see a day not theretofore seen. And now Maillard has his Maenads in the Champs-Élysées, fields Tartarian rather, and the Hôtel de Ville has suffered comparatively nothing. Broken doors, an Abbé Lefebvre who shall never more distribute powder, 3 sacks of money, most part of which, for sansculottism, though famishing, is not without honour, shall be returned. This is all the damage. Great Maillard! A small nucleus of order is round his drum, but his outskirts fluctuate like the mad ocean, for rascality, male and female, is flowing in on him from the 4 winds. Guidance there is none, but in his single head and 2 drumsticks. Oh, Maillard, when, since war first was, had general of force such a task before him as thou this day? Walter the Penniless still touches the feeling heart, but then Walter had sanction, had space to turn in, and also his crusaders were of the male sex. Thou, this day, disowned of heaven and earth, art general of Maenads. Their inarticulate frenzy thou must, on the spur of the instant, render into articulate words, into actions that are not frantic. Fail in it, this way or that, pragmatical officiality with its penalties and law books waits before thee, Maenads storm behind. If such hewed off the melodious head of Orpheus and hurled it into the Peneus waters, what may they not make of thee? Thee rhythmic merely, with no music but a sheepskin drum. Maillard did not fail. Remarkable Maillard, if fame were not an accident and history a distillation of rumour, how remarkable wert thou! On the Elysian fields there is pause and fluctuation, but for Maillard no return. He persuades his Maenads, clamorous for arms and the arsenal, that no arms are in the arsenal, that an unarmed attitude and petition to a National Assembly will be the best. He hastily nominates or sanctions generalesses, captains of 10s and 50s, and so, in loosest flowing order, to the rhythm of some 8 drums, having laid aside his own, with the Bastille volunteers bringing up his rear, once more takes the road. Chaillot, which will promptly yield baked loaves, is not plundered, nor are the Sèvres potteries broken. The old arches of Sèvres Bridge echo under Menadic feet, Seine River gushes on with his perpetual murmur, and Paris flings after us the boom of tocsin and alarm drum, inaudible for the present amid shrill-sounding hosts and the splash of rainy weather. To Meudon, to St. Cloud, on both hands the report of them is gone abroad, and hearths this evening will have a topic. The press of women still continues, for it is the cause of all Eve's daughters, mothers that are or that hope to be. No carriage lady were it with never such hysterics, but must dismount in the mud roads in her silk shoes and walk. In this manner, amid wild October weather, they, a wild, unwinged stork flight, through the astonished country wend their way. Travellers of all sorts they stop, especially travellers or couriers from Paris. Deputy Le Chapelier, in his elegant vesture, from his elegant vehicle, looks forth amazed through his spectacles, apprehensive for life, states eagerly that he is a patriot. Deputy Le Chapelier, and even old President Le Chapelier, who presided on the night of Pentecost and is original member of the Breton Club. Thereupon rises huge shout of Vive le Palier, and several armed persons spring up behind and before to escort him. Nevertheless, news, dispatches from Lafayette, or vague noise of rumour, have pierced through by side roads. In the National Assembly, while all is busy discussing the order of the day, regretting that there should be anti-national repasts in opera halls, that His Majesty should still hesitate about accepting the rights of man and hang conditions and peradventures on them, Mirabeau steps up to the President, experienced Mounier as it chanced to be, and articulates in bass undertone, Mounier, Paris marche sur nous. Paris is marching on us. Maybe, je n'en sais rien. Believe it or disbelieve it, that is not my concern, but Paris, I say, is marching on us. Fall suddenly unwell. Go over to the chateau. Tell them this. There is not a moment to lose. Paris marching on us, responds Mounier with an atrabiliar accent. Well, so much the better. We shall the sooner be a republic. Mirabeau quits him as one quits an experienced president getting blindfold into deep waters, and the order of the day continues as before. Yes, Paris is marching on us, and more than the women of Paris. Scarcely was Maillard gone when Monsieur de Gourvion's message to all the districts and such tocsin and drumming of the Général began to take effect. Armed National Guards from every district, especially the grenadiers of the centre, who are our old Garde Français, arrive in quick sequence on the Place de Grève. An immense people is there. Saint Antoine, with pike and rusty firelock, is all crowding thither, be it welcome or unwelcome. The centre grenadiers are received with cheering. It is not cheers that we want, answer they gloomily. The nation has been insulted. To arms and come with us for orders. Ha! Sits the wind so? Patriotism and patriotism are now one. The 300 have assembled. All the committees are in activity. Lafayette is dictating dispatches for Versailles when a deputation of the centre grenadiers introduces itself to him. The deputation makes military obeisance and speaks not without a kind of thought in it. Mon Général, we are deputed for the 6 companies of grenadiers. We do not think you a traitor, but we think the government betrays you. It is time that this end. We cannot turn our bayonets against women crying to us for bread. The people are miserable. The source of the mischief is at Versailles. We must go seek the king and bring him to Paris. We must exterminate the regiment of Flandre and the Garde du Corps who have dared to trample on the national cockade. If the king be too weak to wear his crown, let him lay it down. You will crown his son. You will name a council of regency, and all will go better. Reproachful astonishment paints itself on the face of Lafayette, speaks itself from his eloquent, chivalrous lips. In vain. My general, we would shed the last drop of our blood for you, but the root of the mischief is at Versailles. We must go and bring the king to Paris. All the people wish it. Tout le peuple le veut. My general descends to the outer staircase and harangues, once more in vain. To Versailles! To Versailles! Mayor Bailly, sent for through floods of sans-culottism, attempts academic oratory from his gilt state-coach, realises nothing but infinite hoarse cries of "Bread! To Versailles!" and gladly shrinks within doors. Lafayette mounts the white charger and again harangues and re-harangues, with eloquence, with firmness, indignant demonstration, with all things but persuasion. To Versailles! To Versailles! So lasts it hour after hour for the space of half a day. The great Scipio Americanus can do nothing, not so much as escape. Morbleu, mon général, cry the grenadiers, serrying their ranks as the white charger makes a motion that way. You will not leave us. You will abide with us. A perilous juncture. Mayor Bailly and the municipals sit quaking within doors. My general is prisoner without. The Place de Grève, with its 30,000 regulars, its whole irregular Saint-Antoine and Saint-Marceau, is one minatory mass of clear or rusty steel, all heart set with a moody fixedness on one object. Moody, fixed are all hearts, tranquil is no heart, if it be not that of the white charger who paused there with arched neck, composedly champing his bit, as if no world with its dynasties and eras were now rushing down. The drizzling day tends westward. The cry is still, "To Versailles!" Nay, now, borne from afar, come quite sinister cries, hoarse, reverberating in long-drawn hollow murmurs, with syllables too like those of "lanterne." Or else irregular sans-culottism may be marching off, of itself, with pikes, nay, with cannon. The inflexible Scipio does at length, by aide-de-camp, ask of the municipals whether or not he may go. A letter is handed out to him over armed heads. 60,000 faces flash fixedly on his. There is stillness, and no bosom breathes till he have read. By heaven, he grows suddenly pale. Do the municipals permit? Permit and even order, since he can no other. Clangor of approval rends the welkin. To your ranks, then, let us march. It is, as we compute, towards 3 in the afternoon. Indignant National Guards may dine for once from their haversack. Dined or undined, they march with one heart. Paris flings up her windows, claps hands as the avengers with their shrilling drums and shams tramp by. She will then sit pensive, apprehensive, and pass rather a sleepless night. On the white charger, Lafayette, in the slowest possible manner, going and coming and eloquently haranguing among the ranks, rolls onward with his 30,000. St. Antoine with pike and cannons has preceded him. A mixed multitude of all and of no arms hovers on his flanks and skirts. The country once more pauses agape. Paris marche sur nous. End of Book 7, Chapter 5. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women, Chapter 6, To Versailles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 6, To Versailles. For indeed, about this same moment, Maillard has halted his draggled maenads on the last hilltop, and now Versailles and the chateau of Versailles, and far and wide the inheritance of royalty, opens to the wondering eye. From far on the right of Amélie and Saint-Germain-en-Laye, round towards Rambouillet on the left, beautiful all, softly embosomed, as if in sadness in the dim, moist weather. And near before us is Versailles, new and old, with that broad frondent avenue de Versailles between, stately frondent, broad, 300 feet as men reckon, with 4 rows of elms, and then the Chateau de Versailles, ending in royal parks and pleasaunces, gleaming lakelets, arbours, labyrinths, the menagerie, and great and little Trianon. High-towered dwellings, leafy pleasant places, where the gods of this lower world abide, whence, nevertheless, black care cannot be excluded, whither monadic hunger is even now advancing, armed with pike thiracy. Yes, yonder, mesdames, where our straight frondent avenue, joined, as you note, by 2 frondent brother avenues from this hand and from that, spreads out into Place Royale and Palace Forecourt, yonder is the salle des menus. Yonder an august assembly sits regenerating France. Forecourt, Grand Court, Court of Marble, Court narrowing into Court, you may discern next or fancy, on the extreme verge of which that glass dome, visibly glittering like a star of hope, is the Oeuil de Boeuf. Yonder, or nowhere in the world, is bread baked for us. But, oh, mesdames, were not one thing good, that our cannons, with Demoiselle Tiragne and all show of war, be put to the rear? Submission beseems petitioners of a National Assembly. We are strangers in Versailles, whence, too audibly, there comes even now sound as of tocsin and a general. Also, to put on, if possible, a cheerful countenance, hiding our sorrows, and even to sing? Sorrow, pitied of the heavens, is hateful, suspicious to the earth. So counsels shifty Maillard, haranguing his maenads on the heights near Versailles. Cunning Maillard's dispositions are obeyed. The draggled insurrectionists advance up the avenue in 3 columns among the 4 elm rows, singing Henri IV with what melody they can, and shouting Vive le roi! Versailles, though the elm rows are dripping wet, crowds from both sides with Vivons nos Parisiennes, our Paris ones forever. Prickers, scouts, have been out towards Paris as the rumour deepened, whereby His Majesty, gone to shoot in the woods of Meudon, has been happily discovered and got home, and the General and Tocsin set a-sounding. The bodyguards are already drawn up in front of the palace grates, and look down the avenue de Versailles, sulky in wet buckskins. Flandre, too, is there, repentant of the opera repast. Also dragoons dismounted are there. Finally, Major Lecointre and what he can gather of the Versailles National Guard, though it is to be observed our colonel, that same sleepless Count d'Estaing, giving neither order nor ammunition, has vanished most improperly, one supposes, into the Oeuil de Boeuf. Red-coated Swiss stand within the grates, under arms. There likewise, in their inner room, all the ministers, Saint-Priest, Lamentation Pompignan, and the rest, are assembled with Monsieur Necker. They sit with him there, blank, expecting what the hour will bring. Monsieur Mounier, though he answered Mirabeau with a tant mieux and affected to slight the matter, had his own forebodings. Surely for these 4 weary hours he has reclined not on roses. The order of the day is getting forward. A deputation to His Majesty seems proper, that it might please him to grant acceptance pure and simple to those Constitution articles of ours. The mixed qualified acceptance with its peradventures is satisfactory to neither gods nor men. So much is clear, and yet there is more, which no man speaks, which all men now vaguely understand. Disquietude, absence of mind, is on every face. Members whisper, uneasily come and go. The order of the day is evidently not the day's wont, till at length from the outer gates is heard a rustling and justling, shrill uproar and squabbling, muffled by walls, which testifies that the hour is come. Rushing and crushing one hears now. Then enter ushered Maillard with a deputation of 15 muddy, dripping women, having, by incredible industry and aid of all the maces, persuaded the rest to wait out of doors. National Assembly shall now, therefore, look its august task directly in the face. Regenerative constitutionalism has an unregenerate sans-culottism bodily in front of it, crying, "Bread! Bread!" Shifty Maillard, translating frenzy into articulation, repressive with the one hand, expostulative with the other, does his best, and really, though not bred to public speaking, manages rather well. In the present dreadful rarity of grains, a deputation of female citizens has, as the august assembly can discern, come out from Paris to petition. Plots of aristocrats are too evident in the matter. For example, one miller has been bribed by a banknote of 200 livres not to grind, name unknown to the usher, but fact provable, at least indubitable. Further, it seems the national cockade has been trampled on. Also there are black cockades, or were. All which things will not an august National Assembly, the hope of France, take into its wise immediate consideration? And Menadic hunger, irrepressible, crying black cockades, crying bread, bread, adds, after such fashion, will it not? Yes, messieurs, if a deputation to His Majesty for the acceptance pure and simple seems proper, how much more now for the afflicting situation of Paris, for the calming of this effervescence? President Mounier, with a speedy deputation, among whom we notice the respectable figure of Dr. Guillotin, gets himself forthwith on march. Vice-President shall continue the order of the day. Usher Maillard shall stay by him to repress the women. It is 4 o'clock of the miserablest afternoon when Mounier steps out. Oh, experienced Mounier, what an afternoon! The last of thy political existence. Better had it been to fall suddenly unwell while it was yet time. For behold, the esplanade, over all its spacious expanse, is covered with groups of squalid, dripping women, of lank-haired male rascality armed with axes, rusty pikes, old muskets, iron-shod clubs, bâtons ferrés, which end in knives or sword-blades, a kind of extempore billhook, looking nothing but hungry revolt. The rain pours. Gardes du corps go caracoling through the groups, amid hisses, irritating and agitating what is but dispersed here to reunite there. Innumerable squalid women beleaguer the President and deputation, insist on going with him. Has not His Majesty himself, looking from the window, sent out to ask what we wanted? Bread and speech with the king, du pain et parle et roi, that was the answer. 12 women are clamorously added to the deputation and march with it across the esplanade, through dissipated groups, caracoling bodyguards, and the pouring rain. Monsieur Mounier, unexpectedly augmented by 12 women, copiously escorted by hunger and rascality, is himself mistaken for a group. Himself and his women are dispersed by caracolers, rally again with difficulty among the mud. Finally the grates are opened. The deputation gets access with the 12 women too in it, of which latter 5 shall even see the face of His Majesty. Let wet Menadism, in the best spirits it can, expect their return. End of Book 7, Chapter 6. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women. Chapter 7, At Versailles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 7, At Versailles. But already Pallas Athene, in the shape of Demoiselle Théroigne, is busy with Flandre and the dismounted dragoons. She and such women as are fittest go through the ranks, speak with an earnest jocosity, clasp rough troopers to their patriot bosom, crush down spontoons and musketoons with soft arms. Can a man that were worthy of the name of man attack famishing patriot women? One reads that Théroigne had bags of money which he distributed over Flandre. Furnished by whom? Alas, with money bags one seldom sits on insurrectionary cannon. Calumnious royalism, Théroigne had only the limited earnings of her profession of unfortunate female. Money she had not, but brown locks, the figure of a heathen goddess, and an eloquent tongue and heart. Meanwhile, Saint Antoine, in groups and troops, is continually arriving, wetted, sulky, with pikes and impromptu billhooks, driven thus far by popular fixed idea. So many hirsute figures driven hither in that manner, figures that have come to do they know not what, figures that have come to see it done. Distinguished among all figures, who is this of gaunt stature, with leaden breastplate, though a small one, bushy in red grizzled locks, nay, with long tile beard? It is Jourdain, unjust dealer in mules, a dealer no longer, but a painter's lay figure, playing truant this day. From the necessities of art comes his long tile beard, whence his leaden breastplate, unless indeed he were some hawker licensed by leaden badge, may have come, will perhaps remain for ever a historical problem. Another Saul among the people we discern, Père Adam, Father Adam, as the groups name him, to us better known as bull-voiced Marquis Saint-Rouge, hero of the veto, a man that has had losses and deserved them. The tall Marquis, omitted some days ago from limbo, looks peripatetically on this scene from under his umbrella, not without interest. All which persons and things hurled together as we see, Pallas Athene busy with Flandre, patriotic Versailles National Guard short of ammunition, and deserted by d'Estaing their colonel, and commanded by Lecointre their major, then caracoling bodyguards, sour, dispirited, with their buckskins wet, and finally this flowing sea of indignant squalor. May they not give rise to occurrences? Behold, however, the 12 she-deputies return from the chateau, without President Mounier indeed, but radiant with joy, shouting, "Life to the king and his house!" Apparently the news are good, mesdames. News of the best. 5 of us were admitted to the internal splendours, to the royal presence. This slim damoiselle, Louison Chabray, worker in sculpture, aged only 17, as being of the best looks and address, her we appointed speaker, on whom, and indeed on all of us, his Majesty looked nothing but graciousness. Nay, when Louison, addressing him, was like to faint, he took her in his royal arms and said gallantly, "It was well worth while. Elle valut bien la peine." Consider, O women, what a king! His words were of comfort, and that only. There shall be provision sent to Paris, if provision is in the world. Grain shall circulate free as air. Millers shall grind, or do worse, while their millstones endure, and nothing be left wrong which a restorer of French liberty can right. Good news, these, but to wet Maenads all too incredible. There seems no proof, then? Words of comfort are words only, which will feed nothing. O miserable people, betrayed by aristocrats who corrupt thy very messengers! In his royal arms, Mademoiselle Louison? In his arms? Thou shameless minx, worthy of a name, that shall be nameless. Yes, thy soft is soft, ours is rough with hardship, and well wetted, waiting here in the rain. No children hast thou hungry at home, only alabaster dolls that weep not. The traitress! To the lantern! And so Poor Louison Chabris, no asseveration or shrieks availing her, fair slim damsel, late in the arms of royalty, has a garter round her neck, and furibund Amazon at each end is about to perish so, when two bodyguards gallop up indignantly dissipating and rescue her. The miscredited 12 hasten back to the chateau for an answer in writing. Nay, behold, a new flight of Maenads with Monsieur Bruno Bastille volunteer as impressed commandant at the head of it. These also will advance to the grate of the Grand Court and see what is toward. Human patience in wet buckskins has its limits. Bodyguard Lieutenant Monsieur de Savonnière for one moment lets his temper, long provoked, long pent, give way. He not only dissipates these latter Maenads, but caracoles and cuts and indignantly flourishes at Monsieur Bruno, the impressed commandant, and finding great relief in it, even chases him, Bruno flying nimbly, though in a pirouette manner, and now with sword also drawn. At which sight of wrath and victory 2 other bodyguards, for wrath is contagious, and to bent bodyguards is so solacing, do likewise give way, give chase with brandished sabre, and in the air make horrid circles, so that poor Bruno has nothing for it but to retreat with accelerated nimbleness through rank after rank, Parthian-like fencing as he flies, above all shouting lustily, "On nous laisse assassiner! They are getting us assassinated!" Shameful! 3 against 1. Growls come from the Lecointrian ranks, bellowings, lastly shots. Savonnière's arm is raised to strike. The bullet of a Lecointrian musket shatters it. The brandished sabre jingles down harmless. Bruno has escaped, this duel well ended, but the wild howl of war is everywhere beginning to pipe. The Amazons recoil. Saint Antoine has its cannon pointed, full of grape shot. Thrice supplies the lit flambeau, which thrice refuses to catch. The touch-holes are so wetted. And voices cry, "Arrêtez, il n'est pas temps encore!" Stop, it is not yet time. Messieurs of the Garde du Corps, ye had orders not to fire. Nevertheless 2 of ye limp dismounted, and 1 war-horse lies slain. Were it not well to draw back out of shot range, finally, to file off into the interior? If in so filing off there did a musketoon or 2 discharge itself at these armed shopkeepers hooting and crowing, could man wonder? Draggled or white cockades of an enormous size, would to heaven they were got exchanged for tricolour ones. Your buckskins are wet, your hearts heavy. Go, and return not. The bodyguards file off, as we hint, giving and receiving shots, drawing no lifeblood, leaving boundless indignation. Some 3 times in the thickening dusk a glimpse of them is seen at this or the other portal, saluted always with execrations, with a hue of lead. Let but a bodyguard show face, he is hunted by rascality. For instance, poor Monsieur de Moucheton of the Scotch Company, owner of the slain war-horse, and has to be smuggled off by Versailles captains. Or rusty firelocks belch after him, shivering asunder his hat. In the end, by superior order, the bodyguards, all but the few on immediate duty, disappear, or, as it were, abscond, and march under cloud of night to Rambouillet. We remark also that the Versailles have now got ammunition. All afternoon the official person could find none, till in these so critical moments a patriotic sub-lieutenant set a pistol to his ear, and would thank him to find some, which he thereupon succeeded in doing. Likewise that Flandre, disarmed by Pallas Athene, says openly it will not fight with citizens, and for token of peace has exchanged cartridges with the Versaillese. Sans-culottism is now among mere friends, and can circulate freely, indignant at bodyguards, complaining also considerably of hunger. End of Book 7, Chapter 7. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women. Chapter 8, The Equal Diet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 8, The Equal Diet. But why lingers Mounier, returns not with his deputation? It is 6, it is 7 o'clock, and still no Mounier, no acceptance pure and simple. And behold, the dripping Maenads, not now in deputation, but in mass, have penetrated into the assembly, to the shamefullest interruption of public speaking and order of the day. Neither Maillard nor Vice-President can restrain them, except within wide limits. Not even, except for minutes, can the lion voice of Mirabeau, though they applaud it, but ever and anon they break in upon the regeneration of France with cries of "Bread! Not so much discoursing! Du pain! Pas tant du long discours!" So insensible were these poor creatures to bursts of parliamentary eloquence. One learns also that the royal carriages are getting yoked as if for Metz. Carriages, royal or not, have verily showed themselves at the back gates. They even produced, or quoted, a written order from our Versailles municipality, which is a monarchic, not a democratic one. However, Versailles patrols drove them in again, as the vigilant Lecointre had strictly charged them to do. A busy man, truly, is Major Lecointre in these hours, for Colonel d'Estaing loiters invisible in the Oeuil de Boeuf, invisible, or still more questionably visible, for instance. Then also a too loyal municipality requires supervision, no order, civil or military, taken about any of these 1,000 things. Lecointre is at the Versailles town hall. He is at the grate of the Grand Court, communing with Swiss and bodyguards. He is in the ranks of Flandre. He is here, he is there, studious to prevent bloodshed, to prevent the royal family from flying to Metz, the Maenads from plundering Versailles. At the fall of night we behold him advance to those armed groups of Saint-Antoine hovering all too grim near the Salle de Menu. They receive him in a half-circle, 12 speakers behind cannons, with lighted torches in hand, the cannon mouth towards Lecointre, a picture for Salvator. He asks in temperate but courageous language what they, by this their journey to Versailles, do specially want. The 12 speakers reply in few words inclusive of much. Bread and the end of these brabbles. Du pain et la fin des affaires. When the affairs will end, no Major Lecointre nor no mortal can say, but as to bread, he inquires, "How many are you?" Learns that they are 600, that a loaf each will suffice, and rides off to the municipality to get 600 loaves. Which loaves, however, a municipality of monarchic temper will not give. It will give 2 tons of rice rather, could you but know whether it should be boiled or raw. Nay, when this too is accepted, the municipals have disappeared, ducked under as the 26 long gown of Paris did, and leaving not the smallest vestige of rice in the boiled or raw state, they there vanish from history. Rice comes not. One's hope of food is balked, even one's hope of vengeance. Is not Monsieur de Moucheton of the Scotch Company, as we said, deceitfully smuggled off? Failing all which, behold only Monsieur de Moucheton's slain war-horse lying on the esplanade there. Saint-Antoine, balked, esurient, pounces on the slain war-horse, flays it, roasts it with such fuel of paling gates, portable timber, as can be come at, not without shouting. And after the manner of ancient Greek heroes, they lifted their hands to the daintily readied repast, such as it might be. Other rascality prowls discursive, seeking what it may devour. Flandre will retire to its barracks, Lecointre also with his Versaillais, all but the vigilant patrols charged to be doubly vigilant. So sink the shadows of night, blustering, rainy, and all paths grow dark. Strangest night ever seen in these regions, perhaps since the Bartholomew night, when Versailles, as Bassompierre writes of it, was a chétif château. Oh, for the lyre of some Orpheus to constrain, with touch of melodious strings, these mad masses into order! For here all seems fallen asunder in wide-yawning dislocation. The highest as in down-rushing of a world is come in contact with the lowest, the rascality of France beleaguering the royalty of France, iron-shod batons lifted round the diadem, not to guard it. With denunciations of bloodthirsty anti-national bodyguards are heard dark growlings against a queenly name. The court sits tremulous, powerless, varies with the varying temper of the esplanade, with the varying colour of the rumours from Paris. Thick-coming rumours, now of peace, now of war. Necker and all the ministers consult with a blank issue. The Oeuil de Boeuf is one tempest of whispers. We will fly to Metz. We will not fly. The royal carriages again attempt egress, though for trial merely. They are again driven in by Lecointre's patrols. In 6 hours, nothing has been resolved on, not even the acceptance pure and simple. In 6 hours? Alas, he who in such circumstances cannot resolve in 6 minutes may give up the enterprise. Him fate has already resolved for. And Menadism meanwhile, and Sansculottism, takes counsel with the National Assembly, grows more and more tumultuous there. Mounier returns not. Authority nowhere shows itself. The authority of France lies for the present with Lecointre and Usher Maillard. This then is the abomination of desolation, come suddenly, though long foreshadowed as inevitable. For to the blind all things are sudden. Misery, which through long ages had no spokesman, no helper, will now be its own helper and speak for itself. The dialect, one of the rudest, is what it could be, this. At 8 o'clock there returns to our assembly not the deputation, but Dr. Guillotin, announcing that it will return, also that there is hope of the acceptance pure and simple. He himself has brought a royal letter authorizing and commanding the freest circulation of grains, which royal letter Menadism with its whole heart applauds, conformably to which the Assembly forthwith passes a decree, also received with rapturous Menadic plaudits. Only could not an august Assembly contrive further to fix the price of bread at 8 sous the half-quarter, butcher's meat at 6 sous the pound, which seem fair rates? Such motion do a multitude of men and women, irrepressible by Usher Maillard, now make, does an august assembly here made. Usher Maillard himself is not always perfectly measured in speech, but if rebuked he can justly excuse himself by the peculiarity of the circumstances. But finally, this decree well passed, and the disorder continuing, and members melting away, and no President Mounier returning, what can the Vice-President do but also melt away? The Assembly melts under such pressure into deliquium, or, as it is officially called, adjourns. Maillard is dispatched to Paris with the decree concerning grains in his pocket, he and some women in carriages belonging to the king. Thitherward slim Louis XVI has already set forth with that written answer which the 12 she-deputies returned in to seek. Slim sylph, she has set forth through the black muddy country. She has much to tell, her poor nerves so flurried, and travels, as indeed today on this road all persons do, with extreme slowness. President Mounier has not come, nor the acceptance pure and simple, though 6 hours with their events have come, though courier on courier reports that Lafayette is coming with war or with peace. It is time that the chateau also should determine on one thing or another, that the chateau also should show itself alive if it would continue living. Victorious, joyful after such delay, Mounier does arrive at last, and the hard-earned acceptance with him, which now, alas, is of small value. Fancy Mounier's surprise to find his Senate, whom he hoped to charm by the acceptance pure and simple, all gone, and in its stead a Senate of Maenads. For, as Erasmus's ape mimicked, say with wooden splint, Erasmus shaving, so do these Amazons hold in mock majesty some confused parody of National Assembly. They make motions, deliver speeches, pass enactments, productive at least of loud laughter. All galleries and benches are filled. A strong dame of the market is in Mounier's chair. Not without difficulty, Mounier, by aid of maces and persuasive speaking, makes his way to the female president. The strong dame, before abdicating, signifies that for one thing she, and indeed her whole Senate, male and female, for what was one roasted war-horse among so many, are suffering very considerably from hunger. Experienced Mounier in these circumstances takes a twofold resolution: to reconvoke his assembly members by sound of drum, also to procure a supply of food. Swift messengers fly to all bakers, cooks, pastry cooks, vintners, restorers. Drums beat, accompanied with shrill vocal proclamation through all streets. They come, the assembly members come. What is still better, the provisions come. On tray and barrow come these latter, loaves, wine, great store of sausages. The nourishing baskets circulate harmoniously along the benches, nor, according to the father of epics, did any soul lack a fair share of victual, diatos assis, an equal diet, highly desirable at the moment. Gradually, some 100 or so of assembly members get edged in, Methodism making way a little round Mounier's chair. Listen to the acceptance pure and simple, and begin, what is the order of the night, discussion of the penal code. All benches are crowded. In the dusky galleries, duskier with unwashed heads, is a strange coruscation of impromptu bill-hooks. It is exactly 5 months this day since these same galleries were filled with high-plumed, jewelled beauty, raining bright influences, and now? To such length have we got in regenerating France. Methinks the travail throes are of the sharpest. Menadism will not be restrained from occasional remarks, asks, "What is the use of the penal code? The thing we want is bread." Mirabeau turns round with lion-voiced rebuke. Menadism applauds him, but recommences. Thus they, chewing tough sausages, discussing the penal code, make night hideous. What the issue will be? Lafayette with his 30,000 must arrive first. Him who cannot now be distant, all men expect as the messenger of destiny. End of Book 7, Chapter 8. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women, Chapter 9, Lafayette. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 9, Lafayette. Towards midnight, lights flare on the hill. Lafayette's lights. The roll of his drums comes up the avenue de Versailles. With peace or with war? Patience, friends, with neither. Lafayette is come, but not yet the catastrophe. He has halted and harangued so often on the march, spent 9 hours on 4 leagues of road. At Montreuil, close on Versailles, the whole host had to pause, and with uplifted right hand in the murk of night to these pouring skies, swear solemnly to respect the king's dwelling, to be faithful to king and national assembly. Rage is driven down out of sight by the laggard march, the thirst of vengeance slaked in weariness and soaking clothes. Flandre is again drawn out under arms, but Flandre, grown so patriotic, now needs no exterminating. The way-worn battalions halt in the avenue. They have for the present no wish so pressing as that of shelter and rest. Anxious sits President Mounier, anxious the chateau. There is a message coming from the chateau that Monsieur Mounier would please return thither with a fresh deputation swiftly, and so at least unite our 2 anxieties. Anxious Mounier does of himself send meanwhile to apprise the general that his Majesty has been so gracious as to grant us the acceptance pure and simple. The general, with a small advance column, makes answer in passing, speaks vaguely some smooth words to the national president, glances only with the eye at that so mixtiform National Assembly, then fares forward towards the chateau. There are with him 2 Paris municipals. They were chosen from the 300 for that errand. He gets admittance through the locked and padlocked grates, through sentries and ushers, to the royal halls. The court, male and female, crowds on his passage to read their doom on his face, which exhibits, say historians, a mixture of sorrow, of fervour, of valour, singular to behold. The king, with monsieur, with ministers and marshals, is waiting to receive him. He is come, in his high-flown chivalrous way, to offer his head for the safety of his Majesty's. The 2 municipals state the wish of Paris, 4 things of quite pacific tenor. First, that the honour of guarding his sacred person be conferred on patriot national guards, say the Centre Grenadiers, who, as gardes françaises, were wont to have that privilege. Second, that provisions be got, if possible. Third, that the prisons, all crowded with political delinquents, may have judges sent them. Fourth, that it would please His Majesty to come and live in Paris. To all which four wishes except the fourth, His Majesty answers readily, yes, or indeed may almost say that he has already answered it. To the fourth he can answer only yes or no, would so gladly answer yes and no. But in any case, are not their dispositions, thank heaven, so entirely pacific? There is time for deliberation. The brunt of the danger seems past. Lafayette and d'Estaing settle the watches. Centre Grenadiers are to take the guard-room they of old occupied as gardes françaises, for indeed the garde du corps, its late ill-advised occupants, are gone mostly to Rambouillet. That is the order of this night, sufficient for the night is the evil thereof. Whereupon Lafayette and the two municipals, with high-flown chivalry, take their leave. So brief has the interview been, Mounier and his deputation were not yet got up. So brief and satisfactory. A stone is rolled from every heart. The fair palace dames publicly declare that this Lafayette, detestable though he be, is their saviour for once. Even the ancient vinaigrous tante admit it, the king's aunts, ancient grey in sisterhood known to us of old. Queen Marie Antoinette has been heard often say the like. She alone among all women and all men wore a face of courage, of lofty calmness and resolve this day. She alone saw clearly what she meant to do, and Theresa's daughter dares do what she means, were all France threatening her, abide where her children are, where her husband is. Towards 3 in the morning all things are settled. The watches set, the Centre Grenadiers put into their old guard-room and harangued, the Swiss and few remaining bodyguards harangued. The way-worn Paris battalions consigned to the hospitality of Versailles lie dormant in spare beds, spare barracks, coffee-houses, empty churches. A troop of them on their way to the church of St. Louis awoke poor Weber, dreaming troublous in the Rue Sartori. Weber has had his waistcoat pocket full of balls all day, 200 balls and 2 pairs of powder. For waistcoats were waistcoats then, and had flaps down to mid-thigh. So many balls he has had all day, but no opportunity of using them. He turns over now, execrating disloyal bandits, swears a prayer or two, and straight to sleep again. Finally, the National Assembly is harangued, which thereupon, on motion of Mirabeau, discontinues the penal code and dismisses for this night. Meanadism, sansculottism, has cowered into guard-houses, barracks of Flandre, to the light of cheerful fire, failing that to churches, office-houses, sentry-boxes, wheresoever wretchedness can find a lair. The troublous day has brawled itself to rest, no lives yet lost but that of one war-horse. Insurrectionary chaos lies slumbering round the palace like ocean round a diving bell, no crevice yet disclosing itself. Deep sleep has fallen promiscuously on the high and on the low, suspending most things, even wrath and famine. Darkness covers the earth, but far on the northeast, Paris flings up her great yellow gleam far into the wet black night. For all is illuminated there as in the old July nights, the streets deserted for alarm of war, the municipals all wakeful, patrols hailing with their hoarse hugos. There, as we discover, our poor slim Louison Chabray, her poor nerves all fluttered, is arriving about this very hour. Their Usher Maillard will arrive about an hour hence towards 4 in the morning. They report successively to a wakeful Hôtel de Ville what comfort they can report, which again with early dawn large comfortable placards shall impart to all men. Lafayette in the Hôtel de Noailles, not far from the chateau, having now finished haranguing, sits with his officers consulting. At 5 o'clock the unanimous best counsel is that a man so tossed and toiled for 24 hours and more fling himself on a bed and seek some rest. Thus then has ended the first act of the insurrection of women. How will it turn on the morrow? The morrow, as always, is with the fates. But His Majesty, one may hope, will consent to come honourably to Paris. At all events, he can visit Paris. Anti-national bodyguards here and elsewhere must take the national oath, make reparation to the tricolour. Flandre will swear. There may be much swearing, much public speaking. There will infallibly be, and so with harangues and vows may the matter in some handsome way wind itself up. Or alas, may it not be all otherwise, unhandsome, the consent not honourable, but extorted, ignominious? Boundless chaos of insurrection presses slumbering round the palace like ocean round a diving bell, and may penetrate at any crevice. Let but that accumulated insurrectionary mass find entrance. Like the infinite inburst of water, or say rather of inflammable self-igniting fluid, for example, turpentine and phosphorus oil, fluid known to Spinola Santerre. End of Book 7, Chapter 9. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women, Chapter 10, The Grand Entries. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 10, The Grand Entries. The dull dawn of a new morning, drizzly and chill, had but broken over Versailles when it pleased destiny that a bodyguard should look out of the window on the right wing of the chateau to see what prospect there was in heaven and in earth. Rascality, male and female, is prowling in view of him. His fasting stomach is, with good cause, sour. He perhaps cannot forbear a passing malison on them, least of all can he forbear answering such. Ill words breed worse, till the worst word came, and then the ill deed. Did the maledicent bodyguard, getting, as was too inevitable, better malediction than he gave, load his musketoon and threaten to fire, and actually fire? Were wise who wist, it stands asserted, to us not credibly. Be this as it may, menaced rascality in whinnying scorn is shaking at all grates. The fastening of one, some write it was a chain merely, gives way. Rascality is in the grand court, whinnying louder still. The maledicent bodyguard, more bodyguards than he, do now give fire. A man's arm is shattered. Lecointre will depose that the Sieur Cardin, a National Guard without arms, was stabbed. But see, sure enough, poor Jerome Leretier, an unarmed National Guard, he too cabinet-maker, a saddler's son of Paris, with the down of youthhood still on his chin, he reels death-stricken, rushes to the pavement, scattering it with his blood and brains. Alleluia! Wilder than Irish wakes rises the howl of pity, of infinite revenge. In few moments the grate of the inner and inmost court, which they name Court of Marble, this too is forced or surprised and burst open. The Court of Marble too is overflowed. Up the grand staircase, up all stairs and entrances, rushes the living deluge. Deschutes and Varigny, the 2 sentry bodyguards, are trodden down, are massacred with 100 pikes. Women snatch their cutlasses or any weapon and storm in monadic. Other women lift the corpse of shot Jerome, lay it down on the marble steps. There shall the livid face and smashed head, dumb forever, speak. Woe now to all bodyguards, mercy is none for them. Miomandre de Saint-Marie pleads with soft words on the grand staircase, descending 4 steps to the roaring tornado. His comrades snatch him up by the skirts and belts, literally from the jaws of destruction, and slam to their door. This also will stand few instants, the panels shivering in like potsherds. Barricading serves not. Fly fast, ye bodyguards, rabid insurrection like the hellhound chase, uproaring at your heels. The terror-struck bodyguards fly, bolting and barricading. It follows whitherward, through hall on hall. Woe now towards the Queen's suite of rooms, in the furthest room of which the Queen is now asleep. 5 sentinels rush through that long suite. They are in the anteroom, knocking loud. "Save the Queen!" Trembling women fall at their feet with tears, are answered, "Yes, we will die, save ye the Queen!" Tremble not, women, but haste, for lo, another voice shouts far through the outermost door, "Save the Queen!" and the door shut. It is brave Miomandra's voice that shouts this second warning. He has stormed across imminent death to do it, fronts imminent death, having done it. Brave Tardivet du Repair, bent on the same desperate service, was borne down with pikes. His comrades hardly snatched him in again alive. Miomandre and Tardivet, let the names of these 2 bodyguards, as the names of brave men should, live long. Trembling maids of honour, one of whom from afar caught glimpse of Miomandre as well as heard him, hastily wrap the Queen, not in robes of state. She flies for her life across the Oeuil de Boeuf, against the main door of which too insurrection batters. She is in the king's apartment, in the king's arms. She clasps her children amid a faithful few. The imperial-hearted bursts into mother's tears. "Oh, my friends, save me and my children! Oh, mes amis, sauvez-moi et mes enfants!" The battering of insurrectionary axes clangs audible across the Oeuil de Boeuf. What an hour! Yes, friends, a hideous, fearful hour, shameful alike to governed and governor, wherein governed and governor ignominiously testify that their relation is at an end. Rage, which had brewed itself in 20,000 hearts for the last 24 hours, has taken fire. Jerome's brained corpse lies there as live coal. It is, as we said, the infinite element bursting in, wild surging through all corridors and conduits. Meanwhile, the poor bodyguards have got hunted mostly into the Oeuil de Boeuf. They may die there at the king's threshold. They can do little to defend it. They are heaping tabourets, stools of honour, benches and all movables against the door, at which the axe of insurrection thunders. But did brave Miomandre perish then at the Queen's door? No. He was fractured, slashed, lacerated, left for dead. He has nevertheless crawled hither, and shall live, honoured of loyal France. Remark also, in flat contradiction to much which has been said and sung, that insurrection did not burst that door he had defended, but hurried elsewhither, seeking new bodyguards. Poor bodyguards with their Thyestes opera repast. Well for them, that insurrection has only pikes and axes, no right sieging tools. It shakes and thunders. Must they all perish miserably, and royalty with them? Deschutes and Varigny, massacred at the first inbreak, have been beheaded in the marble court, a sacrifice to Jerome's mayonnaise. Jourdan with the tile beard did that duty willingly, and asked if there were any more. Another captive they are leading round the corpse with howl chauntings. May not Jourdan again tuck up his sleeves? And louder rages insurrection within, plundering if it cannot kill. Louder and louder it thunders at the Oeuil de Boeuf. What can now hinder its bursting in? On a sudden it ceases. The battering has ceased. Wild rushing, the cries grow fainter. There is silence, or the tramp of regular steps. Then a friendly knocking. "We are the Centre Grenadiers, old Garde Française. Open to us, Monsieur of the Garde du Corps. We have not forgotten how you saved us at Fontenoy." The door is opened. Enter Captain Gondrin and the Centre Grenadiers. There are military embracings. There is sudden deliverance from death into life. Strange sons of Adam! It was to exterminate these Gardes du Corps that the Centre Grenadiers left home, and now they have rushed to save them from extermination. The memory of common peril, of old help, melts the rough heart. Bosom is clasped to bosom, not in war. The king shows himself one moment through the door of his apartment with, "Do not hurt my guards! Soyons frères, let us be brothers!" cries Captain Gondrin, and again dashes off with levelled bayonets to sweep the palace clear. Now too Lafayette, suddenly roused, not from sleep, for his eyes had not yet closed, arrives with passionate popular eloquence, with prompt military word of command. National Guard, suddenly roused by sound of trumpet and alarm drum, are all arriving. The death melee ceases. The first sky-lambent blaze of insurrection is got damped down. It burns now, if unextinguished, yet flameless, as charred coals do, and not inextinguishable. The king's apartments are safe. Ministers, officials, and even some loyal national deputies are assembling round their majesties. The consternation will, with sobs and confusion, settle down gradually into plan and counsel, better or worse. But glance now for a moment from the royal windows. A roaring sea of human heads inundating both courts, billowing against all passages, menadic women, infuriated men, mad with revenge, with love of mischief, love of plunder. Rascality has slipped its muzzle, and now bays three-throated like the dog of Erebus. 14 bodyguards are wounded, 2 massacred, and as we saw, beheaded. Jourdan asking, was it worthwhile to come so far for 2? Hapless Deschutes and Varigny, their fate surely was sad, whirled down so suddenly to the abyss as men are suddenly from the wide thunder of the mountain avalanche, awakened not by them, awakened far off by others. When the chateau clock last struck, they too were pacing languid with poised musketoon, anxious mainly that the next hour would strike. It has struck, to them inaudible. Their trunks lie mangled, their heads parade on pikes 12 feet long through the streets of Versailles, and shall about noon reach the barriers of Paris, a too ghastly contradiction to the large comfortable placards that have been posted there. The other captive bodyguard is still circling the corpse of Jerome amid Indian war whooping, bloody tile beard with tucked sleeves, brandishing his bloody axe, when Gondran and the grenadiers come in sight. "Comrades, will you see a man massacred in cold blood?" "Off, butchers," answer they, and the poor bodyguard is free. Busy runs Gondran, busy runs guard and captains, scouring at all corridors, dispersing rascality and robbery, sweeping the palace clear. The mangled carnage is removed, Jerome's body to the town hall for inquest. The fire of insurrection gets damped more and more into measurable, manageable heat. Transcendent things of all sorts, as in the general outburst of multitudinous passion, are huddled together, the ludicrous, nay, the ridiculous, with the horrible. Far over the billowy sea of heads may be seen rascality, caprioling on horses from the royal stud. The spoilers these, for patriotism is always infected so with a proportion of mere thieves and scoundrels. Gondran snatched their prey from them in the chateau, whereupon they hurried to the stables and took horses there. But the generous Diomedes steeds, according to Weber, disdained such scoundrel burden, and flinging up their royal heels did soon project most of it in parabolic curves to a distance, amid peals of laughter, and were caught. Mounted National Guard secured the rest. Now too is witnessed the touching last flicker of etiquette, which sinks not here in the Cimmerian world wreckage without a sign, as the house cricket might still chirp in the pealing of a trump of doom. "Monsieur," said some master of ceremonies, one hoped it might be de Breze, as Lafayette in these fearful moments was rushing towards the inner royal apartment. "Monsieur le Rat vous accorde les grandes entrées, monsieur. The king grants you the grand entries, not finding it convenient to refuse them." End of Book 7, Chapter 10. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women. Chapter 11, From Versailles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Book 7, Chapter 11, From Versailles. However, the Paris National Guard, wholly under arms, has cleared the palace and even occupies the nearer external spaces, extruding miscellaneous patriotism for the most part into the Grand Court or even into the forecourt. The bodyguards, you can observe, have now of a verity hoisted the national cockade, for they step forward to the windows or balconies, hat aloft in hand, on each hat a huge tricolour, and fling over their bandoliers in sign of surrender, and shout, "Vive la nation!" To which how can the generous heart respond but with "Vive le roi! Vivent les gardes du corps!" His Majesty himself has appeared with Lafayette on the balcony, and again appears. "Vive le roi!" greets him from all throats, but also from some one throat is heard, "Le roi à Paris!" The king to Paris. Her Majesty, too, on demand, shows herself, though there is peril in it. She steps out on the balcony with her little boy and girl. "No children, point d'enfants," cry the voices. She gently pushes back her children and stands alone, her hands serenely crossed on her breast. "Should I die," she had said, "I will do it." Such serenity of heroism has its effect. Lafayette, with ready wit in his high-flown chivalrous way, takes that fair queenly hand and, reverently kneeling, kisses it. Thereupon the people do shout, "Vive la reine!" Nevertheless, poor Weber saw, or even thought he saw, for hardly the third part of poor Weber's experiences in such hysterical days will stand scrutiny. One of these brigands levelled his musket at Her Majesty, with or without intention to shoot, for another of the brigands angrily struck it down. So that all and the Queen herself, nay, the very captain of the bodyguards, have grown national. The very captain of the bodyguards steps out now with Lafayette. On the hat of the repentant man is an enormous tricolour, large as a soup platter or sunflower, visible to the utmost forecourt. He takes the national oath with a loud voice, elevating his hat, at which sight all the army raise their bonnets on their bayonets with shouts. Sweet is reconcilement to the heart of man. Lafayette has sworn Flandre. He swears the remaining bodyguards down in the marble court. The people clasp them in their arms. "O my brothers, why would ye force us to slay you? Behold, there is joy over you as over returning prodigal sons." The poor bodyguards now, national and tricolour, exchange bonnets, exchange arms. There shall be peace and fraternity. And still, "Vive le roi!" and also "Le roi à Paris," not now from one throat, but from all throats as one, for it is the heart's wish of all mortals. Yes, the king to Paris. What else? Ministers may consult and national deputies wag their heads, but there is now no other possibility. You have forced him to go willingly. At 1 o'clock Lafayette gives audible assurance to that purpose, and universal insurrection, with immeasurable shout and a discharge of all the firearms, clear and rusty, great and small, that it has returns him acceptance. What a sound, heard for leagues, a doom peal. That sound too rolls away into the silence of ages. And the chateau of Versailles stands ever since vacant, hushed still, its spacious courts grass-grown, responsive to the hoe of the weeder. Times and generations roll on in their confused gulf current, and buildings, like builders, have their destiny. Till 1 o'clock, then, there will be 3 parties: National Assembly, National Rascality, National Royalty, all busy enough. Rascality rejoices, women trim themselves with tricolour. Nay, motherly Paris has sent her avengers sufficient cartloads of loaves, which are shouted over, which are gratefully consumed. The avengers, in return, are searching for grain stores, loading them in 50 wagons, that so a national king, probable harbinger of all blessings, may be the evident bringer of plenty for one. And thus has sans-culottism made prisoner its king, revoking his parole. The monarchy has fallen, and not so much as honourably, no, ignominiously, with struggle, indeed oft repeated, but then with unwise struggle, wasting its strength in fits and paroxysms, at every new paroxysm foiled more pitifully than before. Thus, Broglie's whiff of grape-shot, which might have been something, has dwindled to the pot-valour of an opera repast, and "O Richard, O mon roi," which again we shall see dwindle to a Favre's conspiracy, a thing to be settled by the hanging of one chevalier. Poor monarchy! But what, save foulest defeat, can await that man who wills and yet wills not? Apparently the king either has a right, assertable as such to the death before God and man, or else he has no right. Apparently the one or the other, could he but know which. May heaven pity him. Were Louis wise, he would this day abdicate. Is it not strange so few kings abdicate, and none yet heard of has been known to commit suicide? Fritz I of Prussia alone tried it, and they cut the rope. As for the National Assembly, which decrees this morning that it is inseparable from His Majesty and will follow him to Paris, there may one thing be noted, its extreme want of bodily health. After the 14th of July there was a certain sickliness observable among honourable members, so many demanding passports on account of infirm health. But now for these following days there is a perfect murrian, President Mounier, Lally Tollendal, Clermont-Tonnerre, and all constitutional two-chamber royalists needing change of air, as most no-chamber royalists had formerly done. For in truth it is the second emigration, this, that has now come, most extensive among commons, deputies, noblesse, clergy, so that to Switzerland alone there go 60,000. They will return in the day of accounts, yes, and have hot welcome. But emigration on emigration is the peculiarity of France. One emigration follows another, grounded on reasonable fear, unreasonable hope, largely also on childish pet. The high flyers have gone first, now the lower flyers, and even the lower will go down to the crawlers. Whereby, however, cannot our National Assembly so much the more commodiously make the Constitution, your two-chamber Anglo-maniacs being all safe, distant on foreign shores? Abbé Maury is seized and sent back again. He, tough as tanned leather, with eloquent Captain Cazales and some others, will stand it out for another year. But here, meanwhile, the question arises, was Philip d'Orléans seen this day in the Bois de Boulogne in grey surtout, waiting under the wet sere foliage what the day might bring forth? Alas, yes, the eidolon of him was, in Weber's and other such brains. The Châtelet shall make large inquisition into the matter, examining 170 witnesses, and Deputy Chabreux publish his report, but disclose nothing farther. What then has caused these two unparalleled October days? For surely such dramatic exhibition never yet enacted itself without dramatist and machinist. Wooden Punch emerges not with his domestic sorrows into the light of day unless the wire be pulled. How can human mobs? Was it not d'Orléans then, and Laclos, Marquis Sillery, Mirabeau, and the sons of confusion, hoping to drive the king to Metz and gather the spoil? Nay, was it not quite contrariwise the Oeuil de Boeuf, bodyguard Colonel de Guiche, minister Saint-Priest, and high-flying loyalist, hoping also to drive him to Metz and try it by the sword of civil war? Good Marquis Toulongion, the historian and deputy, feels constrained to admit that it was both. Alas, my friends, credulous incredulity is a strange matter. But when a whole nation is smitten with suspicion and sees a dramatic miracle in the very operation of the gastric juices, what help is there? Such nation is already a mere hypochondriac bundle of diseases, as good as changed into glass, atrabiliar, decadent, and will suffer crises. Is not suspicion itself the one thing to be suspected, as Montaigne feared only one fear? Now, however, the short hour has struck. His Majesty is in his carriage, with his Queen, Sister Elizabeth, and 2 royal children. Not for another hour can the infinite procession get marshalled and under way. The weather is dim drizzling, the mind confused, and noise great. Processional marches not a few our world has seen. Roman triumphs and ovations, Cabiric cymbal beatings, royal progresses, Irish funerals. But this of the French monarchy marching to its bed remained to be seen. Miles long and of breadth losing itself in vagueness, for all the neighbouring country crowds to see. Slow stagnating along like shoreless lake, yet with a noise like Niagara, like Babel and Bedlam, a splashing and a tramping, a hurrahing, uproaring, musket volleying, the truest segment of chaos seen in these latter ages, till slowly it disembogue itself in the thickening dusk into expectant Paris through a double row of faces all the way from Passy to the Hôtel de Ville. Consider this. Vanguard of national troops with trains of artillery, of pikemen and pike women mounted on cannons, on carts, hackney coaches, or on foot, tripudiating in tricolor ribbons from heel to heel, loaves struck on the points of bayonets, green boughs stuck in gun barrels. Next, as main march, 50 cartloads of corn, which have been lent, 4 piece, from the stores of Versailles, behind which follow stragglers of the Garde du Corps, all humiliated in grenadier bonnets. Close on these comes the royal carriage, come royal carriages, for there are 100 national deputies too, among whom sits Mirabeau, his remarks not given. Then finally pell-mell as rearguard, Flandre, Swiss, 100 Swiss, other bodyguards, brigands, whosoever cannot get before. Between and among all which masses flows without limit Saint-Antoine and the monadic cohort, monadic especially about the royal carriage, tripudiating there, covered with tricolour, singing allusive songs, pointing with one hand to the royal carriage which the illusions hit, and pointing to the provision wagons with the other hand, and these words, "Courage, friends, we shall not want bread now, we are bringing you the baker, the bakeress, and baker's boy, le boulangère et le petit mitron." The wet day draggles the tricolour, but the joy is unextinguishable. Is not all well now? "Ah, madame, notre bonne reine," said some of these strong women some days hence. "Ah, madame, our good queen, don't be a traitor any more. Ne soyez plus traître, and we will all love you." Poor Weber went splashing along close by the royal carriage with a tear in his eye. Their Majesties did me the honour, or I thought they did, to testify from time to time by shrugging of the shoulders, by looks directed to heaven, the emotions they felt. Thus like frail cockle floats the royal lifeboat, helmless on black deluges of rascality. Mercier, in his loose way, estimates the procession and assistants at 200,000. He says it was one boundless, inarticulate ha-ha, transcendent world laughter, comparable to the Saturnalia of the ancients. Why not? Here too, as we said, is human nature, once more human. Shudder at it, whoso is of shuddering humour. Yet behold, it is human. It has swallowed all formulas. It repudiates even so. For which reason they that collect vases and antiques with figures of dancing bacchantes in wild and all but impossible positions may look with some interest on it. Thus, however, has the slow-moving chaos or modern Saturnalia of the ancients reached the barrier and must halt, to be harangued by Mayor Bailly. Thereafter it has to lumber along between the double row of faces in the transcendent heaven-lashing ha-ha 2 hours longer towards the Hôtel de Ville. Then again to be harangued there by several persons, by Moreau de Saint-Méry among others, Moreau of the 3,000 orders, now national deputy for Saint Domingo. To all which poor Louis, who seemed to experience a slight emotion on entering this town hall, can answer only that he comes with pleasure, with confidence among his people. Mayor Bailly, in reporting it, forgets confidence, and the poor queen says eagerly, "Add with confidence." "Monsieur," rejoins Bailly, "you are happier than if I had not forgot." Finally the king is shown on an upper balcony by torchlight with a huge tricolour in his hat. And all the people, says Weber, grasped one another's hands, thinking now surely the new era was born. Hardly till 11 at night can royalty get to its vacant, long-deserted palace of the Tuileries, to lodge there, somewhat in strolling player fashion. It is Tuesday, the 6th of October, 1789. Poor Louis has 2 other Paris processions to make. One ludicrous, ignominious like this, the other not so ludicrous nor ignominious, but serious, nay, sublime. End of Book 7, Chapter 11. End of the French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 1.